Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. This is a very small book, Ta'zeem al-Ilm, Shaykh Salih al-Uthaymeen, Hafidhullah Ta'ala, and very famous book of a student who wants to study about knowledge and he wants to know adab. This is the book for him. We are already doing a book which is a long book, which is Hilya Talib al-Ilm. But I thought, inshallah, I should make a video about this, Ta'zeemul Ilm, inshallah ta'ala, just 70 pages, not that big. So there will be 20 sections in it, including the intro and the conclusion. So 22 sections, inshallah ta'ala. There's a muqaddimah, and then he brings Ma'aqidul Awwal Thani, first principle, second principle, third principle, inshallah ta'ala. And obviously, Shaykh Salih al-Uthaymeen's, his Arabic is also a little tricky. He uses, difficult words like Sheikh Bakr Abu Zaid, rahimahullah. So we will pause the video, inshallah ta'ala, whenever I find, I forgot its meaning or I don't know its meaning, inshallah ta'ala, because the words are a little tricky and you might not understand what it is. Inshallah, I try to make it easy as much as possible, inshallah ta'ala. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for us to benefit from this book, inshallah ta'ala. So this tasnif is Salih ibn Abdullah ibn Hamadin al-Usaymi. This is Usaymi, Sheikh. This is not Uthaymeen. Sheikh ibn Uthaymeen is different. This is Usaymi. Afallahu li walidayhi wa li mashayikhi wa lil muslimin. May Allah forgive his parents and his shuyukhs, and for the Muslims. So let's begin reading. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This is the Muqaddimah. Alhamdulillahi ma 'azzamahu mu'azzim wa sara ilayhi raghibun muta'allim. He praises Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ma 'azzamahu, ma damat as-samawati wal ard. If ma is used with madi, it could mean two things. One of the two things. One is it could be negation. No, ma dhahabtu ila al-masjid. I did not go to the masjid. This is as long as ma damat as-samawat, like Allah uses, as long as the heavens and the earth remain. So as long as, you could say this one is ma azzamahu mi'amad. So praise be to Allah, as long as azzamahu mu'azzim, the one who reveres Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he keeps revering as long as. So praise to Allah. Wasara ilayhi raghibun muta'allim. And sara yasiru is to travel. Different from sara yasiru, which is to become. Wasara ilayhi, and travel to him, raghibun, the one who is earnest, the one who has an interest. Raghiba fi means you are interested in something. Raghiba an means you are not interested, you dislike something. Muta'allim, a seeker. Wasara, and travels towards him. Raghibun, a person who has shawq, who has interest, who is eager for knowledge. He's a seeker of knowledge, muta'allim. And this in balagha, they call it bara'atul istihlal, I believe, which is to start, which gives you a hint. It gives you a hint of the topic which is coming. So he used muta'allim. So something about ilm is coming, obviously. So this is what he says. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. And I bear witness that there is Allah ilaha illallah, that there is no God worthy of worship except Allah. Wahdahu, He is alone. La sharika lah, there is no partner for him. Shahadatan nabra'u biha min sharakil ashraq. Shahada, which type of shahada we want? We want to be witnesses of Tawheed. But what kind of witnesses? Nabra'a. So this is bara'a yabra'u, is to create. But there's another bari'a yabra'u. Bara'atun. Surah Tawbah. Bari'a yabra'u. So nabra'u is to be free. So we want to be free from sharak. Sharak, shuruk, means a net. Means a net of like a net of fish net. So we want to be free from the net of shirk. Sharakil ishraq. Ashraka yushriku. This is the masdar form for فَتُوجِبُ لَنَا النَّجَاةَ مِنْ نَارِ الْهَلَاكِ. أَوْجَبَ يُوجِبُ, it makes it mandatory. Wajib, it makes it wajib for us. Najata, to be saved from نَارِ الْهَلَاكِ, from the fire of destruction. وَأَشْهَدُ أَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا عَبْدُهُ وَرَسُولُهُ. And I bear witness that Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is his slave. I read it abduhu, not abdahu, because this is the khabar of anna. Abduhu wa rasuluhu. There's also another PDF. There's Sharh. The Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen himself, Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen, Shaykh Salih al-Uthaymeen himself has given the sharh of it, but again, he goes into a lot of grammar and all that. So I thought better to read the main text instead of it is sharh, because it becomes so long then, right? Uh, if you want to read more, you can go back to sharh also. You can just Google sharh. I'll give the link of this PDF, but sharh you can find it, inshallah. Abduhu wa Rasuluhu. So in that there is harakat also of this, of the main text. If you want with harakat, it's there in the sharh Ta'zim al-Ilm. Arsalahu Rabbuhu bil Huda wa Din al-Haq. Inshallah, maybe I'll put it on the channel also. The both the books, the main matn as well as sharh of Sheikh Salih al-Husaymi. Arsalahu Rabbuhu bil Huda wa Din al-Haq. Allah sent him with guidance and the correct religion. لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. أظهر يظهر, to make it apparent on every other religion, all the religions. وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُشْرِكُونَ, even though the mushrikun may hate it. فَبَلَّغَ رِسَالَتَهُ وَأَدَّاهَا. بَلَّغَ يُبَلِّغُ is to convey. So he conveyed his message. وَأَدَّى يُؤَدِّي is to again convey, similar, or delivered it, and he delivered it. وَأَسْلَمَ أَمَانَتَهُ أَبْدَاهَا, and he aslama also, he gave his amana and he made it apparent. Abda Yubdi also make it apparent, to make it plain. He explained Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam very clearly. Intasabat bida'watihi adharul hujuji. Adhar is like akbar, and this is the file of intasabat. Intasabat, joined or included. Nasaba is to fix something. So fix with his dawa, or we make clear with his dawa, you could say maybe. Adharul hujaji. Hujjatun, plural is hujaj, jama is hujaj. The most clear of the arguments, of the evidences were included in it, in his dawah, bidawatihi, or in his dawah, the most clear were proclaimed, you could say. وَانْدَفَعَتْ بِبَيِّنَاتِهِ الشُّبَهَاتُ وَاللُّجَجِ إِنْدَفَعَ يَنْدَفِعُ. This is Form 7, no? Infa'ala. Infa'ala fail is lazim all the time. It doesn't take a mafulun bihi. So this shubhatu is the file of indafat. So with his explanations of bayyinati, with his evidences, the doubts and lajaj, lajja yalajju is lajaj is arguments, right? And lajaju, this is different from lujaj. Lujaj means depths. Lujja, lujjatun, lujaj is the depths, like somebody scuba dives, no? He goes into the lujaj. It comes in the Quran, I believe, but I'm not sure. Lujaj, the pearls come out and all that. So lajaj is arguments, arguments. So all the arguments, bad arguments, false arguments, and all the doubts, they were pushed because of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's explanations. For وَرَّثَنَا الْمَحَجَّةَ الْبَيْضَاءَ. وَرَّثَنَا, he made us inherit, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the clear paths. The clear mahajjat al-bayda is a clear path. Mahajja yani is a path, ismu makan from that. Was sunnat al-gharra. Gharra is also something which is noble, sharif, kareem. Sunnat al-gharra. La yatihu fiha multamisun wa la yuraddu anha muqtabisun. La yatihu, taha yatihu is to be lost. Taha yatihu is to wander, like dalla yadillu is to wander. La yatihu fiha multamisun. So anyone who's searching, he'll not be lost. Wala yuraddu anha muqtabisun. Muqtabis is to one who holds something. Muqtabis. So la yuraddu anha. He can, one who holds something, he will not go astray maybe, or he will not be repelled maybe. Wala yuraddu anha muqtabisun. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam wa ala alihi wa sahbihi adada man ta'allama wa allam. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Allah's salat be on him. Allah's salat, when it means, the correct opinion is, it is the praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the bil mala'il ala, in the mala'il ala, the top angels and all that. No? Wa sallam, and be safety. No? Sallama means taslim, is to be safe. Safe could be Rasulullah, protecting Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, his body now sallallahu alayhi wasallam, as well as in qiyamah, and other types of, all types of safety. Alayhi sallallahu alayhi wasallam sallam. Wa ala alihi, and on his family. Alihi, al also includes the Muslims and everyone who follows him righteously. Al, inshallah, when we do other shuru, it will come, who all can't come under al. But wa sahbihi, and his companions. Adada man ta'allama wa allam, the adada, the number of, this is mudaf, so I didn't give tanween. Man ta'allama, the number of those who study and learn, teach. Ta'allama and Allah. That is sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Anyone who keeps such studying, they keep sending salat on Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and it will be on him, inshallah ta'ala. Amma ba'd. So this was all the beginning. أما بعد فلم يزل العلم إرثا جليلا تتعاقب عليه الأماثل جيلا جيلا. The ilm has zala yazalu is to stop. Falam yazal means it has not stopped, and it's always used, or most of the time used, as negative. Falam yazal ilmu, the knowledge has not stopped being irthan jalilan, or it has continued being irthan jalilan, a great treasure. Treasure. تتعاقب عليه, تعاقب, to follow behind it, or تتعاقب, الأماثل, أمثل, أماثل, the ideal people, the exemplary people. أمثل, yani the best people, they always sought knowledge. جيلا جيلا, generation after generation. ليس للطلاب المعالي هم سواه. There's nothing for طلاب المعالي, the seekers of the high things. Ma'ali, yani the high things. Ali, the high, ulum, the high things. He doesn't want anything. Hammun, he doesn't have any worry except it. Siwahu, yani illahu, illa iya, except it. Siwa, exception. So a student of knowledge who wants high things, he wants the best things, he will always keep seeking knowledge. His only focus is knowledge. He sleeps, he thinks about knowledge. He wakes up, thinks about knowledge. Ilm, ilm, ilm. ولا رغبة لهم في مطلوب عداه, and he does not have any interest for it, في مطلوب, in the thing being sought, except it, except knowledge, علم. وكيف لا, and how can it not be? وبه تنال سعادة الدارين وطيب العيشين, and through it, through ilm, the happiness of the two darain, two houses, two homes, that is the dunya and akhirah, and is nala yanalu is attained watibul aishain, and tib is also goodness of the two lives is also attained. Now you attain all of this. You attain, if you want to be happiness, be happy in this world as well as the next, you need to seek knowledge, you need to seek ilm. هو شرف الوجود ونور الأغوار والنجود حلية الأكابر ونزهة النواذر من مال إليه نعم ومن جال به غنم ومن انقاد له سلم. هو شرف الوجود. Sharaf, yani nobility. It is the nobility of presence, your existence. You want to be noble? Seek knowledge. وَنُورُ الْأَغْوَارِ وَالنُّجُودِ, and it is the light of aghwar, ghawr, depths, like the bottom thing is ghawr. Allah says, Surah Mulk, no? Who will bring it back? The water, when the water is below, it sinks into the earth. One nujud, najd means the top part, no? Najd of Arabia, najd, the top part, the mountains, the highest part is called najd. Nujud is its plural. Hilyatul akabir, it's the ornament of the great people, akabir. One nuzhatun nawadhir, and the trip, the nuzha is like trip, what do you call it? Outing. You go out, you go on a vacation, nuzha, and nawadhir, of the onlookers. So whoever is looking into a book, whoever is studying, it is happiness for them. Whoever reads the book now, inshallah. Man mala ilayhi na'im, and whoever inclines towards it, towards knowledge, he will be very happy, he'll be very na'im, he'll be very satisfied. وَمَنْ جَالَ بِهِ غَنِمْ, and whoever travels with it, jala yajulu, like jawwala is to travel a lot. Jawwaltu kathiran. Mobile is called jawwal. Jawwal. Man jala bihi ghanim, and whoever travels with it, he will be safe. He will not ghanim. Ghanima is to, he will gain a great resource. Ghanim. Wa min inqada lahu salim, and whoever inqada, inqiyad, whoever inqada lahu, whoever implements it, he will be safe. لو كان سلعة تباع لبذلت فيه الأموال العظام. If it sila, yani commodity. If it was a commodity, tuba', which was sold, labudhilat. Badala yabdulu is to spend. Labudhilat fihi al-amwal, amwalul izam. Great wealth would have been spent in it. Aw su'ida fi sama, and if it was to be climbed in the sky, lasamat ilayhi nufusul kiram. the great souls would have climbed towards it. Right? Sama yasmu is to go high. No? Sama yasmu. Samat. Nufusul kiram, the noble souls, you could say. Huwa min al matajiri arbahuha. It is from the matjar, matajir, storehouses, or what do you call it? Stores, matajir. Arbahuha, the most profitable. So it should have been literally arbahul matajiri, but he has reversed because there's a pronoun going back to it. So وَهُوَ مِنَ الْمَتَاجِرِ أَرْبَحُهَا. And he is, it is, knowledge is the most beneficial or most virtuous, most profitable stores. وَفِي الْمَفَاخِرِ أَشْرَفُهَا. Mafakhir, the things of being proud of. It is the most noble of it. أَشْرَفُ الْمَفَاخِرِ. وَأَكْرَمُ الْمَآثِرِ مَأْثَرُهُ. The most noble of the treasures, ma'athir, also treasures, I believe. Ma'atharuhu, it's ma'athar, or ma'atharuhu. Its treasure is the most noble of it. Wa ahmadul mawaridi mawariduhu. And the most praiseworthy of the treasure. Mawrid is also a place of taking water, no? Water. Varada is to take a water also. So the most praiseworthy of resources, its resource. That means knowledge resource. If you want to gain something, gain a lot of knowledge. فَالسَّعِيدُ مَنْ حَبَّ نَفْسَهُ عَلَيْهِ. So the happy one is who, habba is like hafa. He encourages himself, his soul to it. وَحَثَّ رِكَابَ رُوحِهِ إِلَيْهِ. And he encourages, rukub is to ride. Rikab is like the stirrup. Like when you want to climb a horse, you wear some shoes, I guess. So that's called stirrups, metal shoes or something. So that's called rikab. So you encourage you're going to ride the, waves of knowledge all in the air. Rikab ruhihi ilay, of his ruh, of his soul, he will encourage himself. وَالشَّقِيُّ مَنْ زَهِدَ فِيهِ أَوْ زَهَدَ. And shaqi. So the evil person is who? Man zahida fihi. Who is zahid? He does not want. Zahida fihi. He is not seeking knowledge. Aw zahada. He's doing zuhud in it. He's stingy in it. He doesn't care about it. Wa ab'ada anhu aw ba'ada. He goes far out from it, or he is being made far. Anfuhu bi arijil ilmi mazkum. Arij yani rih, the fragrance, arij. His nose for the smell of knowledge is mazkum. He has cold. He has cold. He cannot smell the smell of knowledge. And people who don't have knowledge, they'll say, what? They don't care about ilm. They'll think like, this is crazy. Why are you sitting and learning a book or whatever? No, subhanallah. Wa khatmul qafa, and khatm, it will be sealed on his neck. Qafa yani unuq. هذا عبد محروم. This is a slave who is mahrum. He is mahrum. He's prevented from knowledge. Subhanallah. Subhanallah. We don't want to be someone like that. So he quotes some poetry. وَالْعِلْمُ يَدْخُلُ قَلْبَ كُلِّ مُوَفَّقٍ مِنْ غَيْرِ بَوَّابٍ وَلَاسْتِئْذَانٍ. And ilm enters of every muwaffaq is the one who has been fortunate one, you could say, muwaffaq. He has been guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's called muwaffaq. Min ghayri bawwab. There's no, on your heart, there's no doorman. No? Min ghayri bawwab. There's no doorman. Walasta'adhan. It doesn't seek permission also. Alhamdulillah, Allah guides your heart for knowledge and you get guided to it. Subhanallah. Wa yarudduhu al-mahrum. But the one who has been prevented from it, he's mahrum, he repels it. Subhanallah. He says, I don't want ilm. Min khidlanihi. Khidlan is like unfortunateness. From his failure also gets a failure. La tushqina Allahumma bil hirmani. May Allah not shaqa yashri, make us evil, make us from the unfortunate ones. Allahumma, O Allah, bil hirmani, hirman, from its prevention, from its lack of knowledge. We don't want to be prevented from knowledge. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not prevent us from knowledge, and may us give us ilm nafi', inshallah ta'ala. وَإِنَّ مِمَّا يَمْلَأُ النَّفْسَ سُرُورًا. And indeed, what fills the soul with happiness, وَيَشْرَحُ الصَّدْرَ وَيُمِدُّهُ نُورًا, and which opens the chest, and يُمِدُّ hamada yumiddu, expands it with lightness. إقبال الخلق على مقاعد التعليم, where the creation are coming towards إقبال, go towards على مقاعد التعليم, on the seats of knowledge, that is مقاعد, places of knowledge. والتلم, or this could be principles of knowledge also, مقاعد مقاعد. وتلمسهم صراطه المستقيم, and the searching for the correct path, because alhamdulillah nowadays we are studying books, everyone is studying in haramain, in other masajid, in so many masajid people are seeking knowledge, subhanallah, but we want the adab also, to learn the adab. وَأَدَلُّ دَلِيلٍ وَأَصْدَقُهُ, and it is and the most dalil for this is, and the most truthful is, the most clear, تكاثر الدروس العلمية. There's a lot of durus, dars. Durus means what, from a book or somewhere where it is all prepared. So it has increased, alhamdulillah. والتوالي الدورات التعليمية, and tawali, one after another, we have dawra. This dawra, that dawra, conference, and this, that. Right? حلاوة في قلوب المؤمنين. It is sweetness in the heart of the believers. والشجن في حلوق الكفرة, أو شجن في حلوق الكفرة والمنافقين. We could say shajan. Shajan fi huluq al-kafara, distress in the kafara and munafiqeen. فالدروس معقودة. So durus are معقودة. معقودة, carried out, you could say. والركب, and the journeys are all going معكوفة. And the journeys are يعني معكوفة, يعني you are inclined towards it. hooked, someone who's hooked, معكوفة. والفوائد شارقة, and the benefits are شارقة, bright, you could say. شارقة is bright, yes. والنفوس تائقة, from طاقة يطوق, طائق, to long. So the souls are longing. الأشياخ ينثلون درر العلم. ينثلون, scattering, from نثر ينثر, the scattering the pearls of knowledge. والتلامذة ينظمون إقدة, and the students are making a necklace out of it, right? وإن من الإحسان إلى هذه الجموع الصاعدة والأجيال الواعدة, and from the goodness to this جموع, يعني جمع, group, the group الصاعدة, ascending group which is coming up, الأجيال الواعدة, and the promising generation, that means the future generations, they want to seek knowledge, alhamdulillah. So from the goodness from that is what, إرشادها إلى سر حيازة العلم, إرشادها, to guide it to the secret of getting knowledge. حيازة يعني nail, to get the knowledge. الذي يظفرها بمأمولها, الفرائض, to be successful, which will make it successful with the hope thing. So the thing you hope, you want to reach certain stage, you will be successful in it. ويبلغها مأمنها, and it will make you reach its place of safety. مأمن رحمة بهم, as a mercy on them. من الضياع في صحراء الآراء, from getting lost in the desert of opinions. This opinion, that opinion, that opinion. Like many students of knowledge say, oh, I'm getting confused with this opinion and that opinion. You know, there's so many opinions. That means you've not sought knowledge according to the correct adab, the correct level, the correct book, the correct manhaj. No, that's why you feel like that. وَظُلْمَاء الْأَهْوَاء, or وَظُلْمَاء الْأَهْوَاء, and from the darknesses of desires. You will be saved from that. وَإِعْمَالًا لِهَذَا الْأَصْلِ جَمُلَ الْحَدِيثِ أَيُّهَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ أَنْ تَعْظِيمِ الْإِلْمِ, and to act upon this asl, this qaida, this foundation, that means to guide the people, you know, to seek knowledge. Jamula, it is beautiful of the speech, O believers, on the ta'zim, respect of the knowledge, you know, the reverence of the knowledge. فَإِنَّ حَظَّ الْعَبْدِ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ مَوْقُوفٌ عَلَى حَظِّ قَلْبِهِ مِنْ تَعْظِيمِهِ وَإِجْلَالِهِ. Now, this should be like important, you should underline it. Can I highlight it here? There's no highlight selection. Yeah, I can select. But there's no highlight. So, فَإِنَّ حَظَّ الْعَبْدِ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ, indeed, the portion of the slave, of the abd from knowledge. So, the portion of your knowledge which you will get is dependent upon, مَوْقُوفٌ عَلَى حَظِّ قَلْبِهِ, about the portion of the respect and reverence you have for the knowledge. This is what it's important. The more ta'zeem you have, the more you revere knowledge, right, you will get that much ilm. So what you should do is increase your reverence for knowledge. نعم. فمن امتأل قلبه بتعظيم العلم, and whoever fills his heart with the respect of knowledge, وإجلاله, and it's, the ijlal is also respect or reverence, صلح أن يكون محلا له. It'll be appropriate that it'll be a place for it. Who fills his heart with importance. Like if you don't have an importance at all, why will your heart be filled? Why will you learn knowledge, right? ويقدر نقصان هيبة العلم أو هيبة العلم في القلب. وبقدر نقصان هيبة العلم في القلب. And according to the nuqsan, the reduction of the haybatul ilm, the awe of knowledge. Hayba, yani you should be scared. You should not scared, but you should have a respect and reverence, and you should submit yourself to knowledge. Fil qalb yanqusu hazzul abdi minhu. The portion of the slave also reduces in it. So your hayba of knowledge, your ta'zim should be great. Your aspirations in knowledge should be great. Then only you'll seek knowledge. All this, who cares? We won't, give importance to it. حتى يكون من القلب قلب ليس فيه شيء من العلم. حتى يكون من القلوب, until the hearts will become from the hearts. ليس فيه شيء, there's nothing from it, from any knowledge at all. Right? He becomes like the ignorant jahil. He becomes from the ignorant. May Allah protect us from ignorance. نعم. فمن عظم العلم لاحت أنواره عليه. Whoever reveres knowledge, its light will be apparent on him. ووفدت رسل فنونه إليه. And wafada is to come to him, like the delegation will come, no? وفدت رسل فنونه, its messengers of its sciences will come to him. Right? The more you respect knowledge, it'll be you will get opportunities of the funun of knowledge, the various sciences, the various skills of knowledge, everything will come to you. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لِهَمْ هِمَّتِهِ غَايَةٌ إِلَّا تَلَقِّيهِ. And his only concern, his only worry is, his goal is to receive it. وَلَا لِنَفْسِهِ لَذَّةٌ إِلَّا الْفِكْرُ فِيهِ. And he has no ladha, no pleasure, except he thinks about it. He's always thinking about knowledge. وكان أبا محمد الدارمي الحافظ رحمه الله لمح هذا المعنى. Abu Darimi al-Hafidh, he pondered upon this meaning. Lamaha, alluded, you could say. Lamaha, alluded, as if he has alluded to this meaning. فَخَتَمَ كِتَابَ الْعِلْمِ مِنْ سُنَنِهِ. And he ended with the book of Kitab al-Ilm of his Sunnah al-Musamma bil-Musnad al-Jami', Imam Darimi of his Sunnah Darimi we call it, no? بِبَابٍ فِي إِعْظَامِ الْعِلْمِ. In the chapter called إِعْظَام, respect of knowledge. إِعْظَام, reverence of knowledge. He ended his Kitab al-Ilm with that chapter. وَعَعُونُ شَيْءٍ عَلَى الْوُصُولِ إلى عظام الإل وإجلاله. And I take help أو أعون شيء. It's أعون, not أعون. They give Dhamma on the noon, but it should be Fatha also, it's easier. أعون شيء. That's what I was thinking. Why is it major? وأعون شيء, the most helpful thing, like أكبر, no? This is اسمه تفضيل. وأعون شيء على الوصول إلى إعظام العلم وإجلاله, to reach the reverence of knowledge and Ijlal. معرفة معاقد تعظيمه, is to know the principles of its تعظيم, of its respect. وهي الأصول الجامعة, and there are usul which are جامعة, which are comprehensive. المحققة لعظمته, محققة, which has been proven. لعظمة العلم في القلب, for the, or not proven, which will realize the reverence of knowledge in the heart. فَمَنْ أَخَذَ بِهَا كَانَ مُعَظِّمًا لِلْعِلْمِ مُجِلًّا لَهُ. Whoever takes these 20 principles which he is going to bring, he is going to, who has taken it, مُجِلًّا لَهُ, he has respected knowledge and he has revered it. وَمَنْ ضَيَّعَهَا فَلِنَفْسِهِ أَضَاعَ. And whoever wastes it, then for himself is wasting. وَلِهَوَاهُ أَطَاعَ. and he is following his own desires. فَلَا يَلُومَنَّ إِن فُتِرَ عَنْ, and fatara an also maybe it could be. And you should not blame if he was broken. Fatara. Fatara anhu, yani he becomes slacken in it. He slackens in it. He becomes careless in. Illa nafsahu. Illa nafsahu, except himself. He should not blame anyone except illa nafsahu. So no one to blame except himself. Yadaka awkata wa fuka nafaqa. This is a proverb. Yadaka awkata, like somebody wanted to escape. Some group was in an island or somebody wanted to escape. So what they thought was, fine, we will blow our water skins. They had water skins and we will float through that. So everyone were floating, but one guy was drowning. Now, so the other people blamed him and said, Yadaka awkata, your hands, held it, and wafuka nafakha, and your mouth blew it. Right? That means you reap what you sow. Nam yadaka awkata, your hands tied it. Awkata means to tie. Your hands tied it and your mouth blew it. That means it's your problem. You should have done it properly, right? You have brought this upon yourself. So that's a proverb. وَمَنْ لَا يُكْرِمُ الْعِلْمَ لَا يُكْرِمُ الْعِلْمَ. And whoever does not honor the knowledge, knowledge does not honor it. وَسَنَأْتِي بِالْقَوْلِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ عَلَى 20 مَعْقِدًا. And we will bring 20 principles, inshallah. يُعَظَّمُ بِهَا الْعِلْمِ. Knowledge will be glorified with it. مِنْ غَيْرِ بَسْطٍ لِمَبَاحِثِهَا. Without, explanation a lot about his topic. فَإِنَّ الْمَقَامَ لَا يَحْتَمِلُ. Because the place is not needed for that. وَالْإِتْيَانِ عَلَى غَايَةِ كُلِّ مَاقِدٍ يَحْتَاجُ إِلَى زَمَنٍ مَجِيدٍ. And to bring all of the points in it, غاية, to the extent, it requires a long time. وَالْمُرَادْ هَذَا هُنَا التَّبْصِرَةِ. You should have just the تبصرة, يعني clear view of that. والتذكير, and reminder. وَقَلِيلٌ يَبْقَى فَيَنْفَعُ خَيْرٌ مِنْ كَثِيرٍ يُلْقَى فَيَرْفَعُ. So a little is better which remains than a lot which goes away. Now, فَيُرْفَعُ also to be يُلْقَى فَيُرْفَعُ. فَخُذْ مِنْ هَذِهِ الْمَعَاقِدِ. So take from these ma'aqid. Bin nasib al-akbar, with the great portion, with the great nasib portion. تنل الحظ الأوفر من رياض الفنون وحدائق العلوم. You will reach the حظ الأوفر, the great أوفر, يعني وفير كثير. حظ, you'll great portion of من رياض, from the gardens of the funun, of the sciences, and the gardens of the same thing, has similar words. حدائق العلوم. وإياك والإخلاد إلى مقالة قوم حجبت قلوبهم. And don't beware, right? And beware of listening to those people whose hearts have been, hearts have been veiled. So stay away. And don't listen to them. Like people who don't know anything about knowledge, they'll come and say, why are you seeking ill? And all that, no? وَضَعُفَتْ نُفُوسُهُمْ. And their selves also have become weak. فَزَعْمُوا أَنَّ هَذِهِ الْأَحْوَالِ غُلُوٌّ وَتَنَطُّعٌ. And they think these matters are ghulu. There's a lot exaggeration, they will say. They will come and say, oh, Salaf, how can we be like the Salaf? Right? There's tanattu, there's making hard on things. There's a burden. And tanattu wa tashaddud ghayru muqni'. And there's tashaddud, there's severe without convincing. Not convincing tashaddud. That means unconvincingly strictness. فَقَدْ دُرِبَ بَيْنَهُمْ وَبَيْنَهَا بِسُورٍ لَهُ بَابٍ. He quotes from the Quran. That means there's a wall between us and them. From the army, from the general masses who don't know anything about knowledge, they will say all these things. بَاطِنُهُ فِي الرَّحْمَةِ. Inside, people who seek knowledge, there is mercy in it. وَظَاهِرُهُ مِنْ قِبِلَهِ الْعَذَابِ. And outside there's punishment. On the outside of it is the punishment. This is from about the munafiqun, right? فَلَيْسَ مَعَ هَؤُلَاءِ عَلَى دَعْوَاهُمْ مِنْ أَدِلَّةِ الشَّرْ مَا يُصَدِّقُهَا. There's no evidence for what they say. وَلَا مِنْ شَوَاهِدِ الْأَقْدَارِ مَا يُوَثِّقُهَا. There's no shawahid also. Shawahid also is evidences. Shahid. There's nothing to guide them. There's no witnesses. وَإِنَّمَا هِيَ عُذْرُ الْبَلِيدِ. It is just the excuse, عذر, of the slow person. Balid, yani careless person, you could say. وَحُجَّةُ الْعَاجِزِ. And the proof of the important. Ajiz, weak-minded. Ajiz. فَأَيْنَ الْغُلُوُ وَالتَّنَطُّعُ مِنْ شَيْءِ الْوَحِي شَاهِدُهُ. Where is tanattu, ghulu, exaggeration and difficulty, burdening in something which is the wahi? وَالرَّعِيلِ الْأَوَّلِ سَالِكُهُ, and the first generation, Ra'il, first generation, which followed it. فَكُلُّ مَعْقَدٍ مِنْهَا ثَابِتٌ بِآيَاتٍ مُحْكَمَةٍ. So every principle is proven from ayah or sunnatin musaddaqa, or sunnah, which is tasdiq, which we believe, which is to be believed. أو آثار عن خير القرون الماضية, or it is athar, it is athar from the salaf, of the best of the generations. فإذا وثقت بصدقها. So if you believe in a truthfulness, right? Truthfulness of the Quran, Sunnah, and the athar of Salaf, وَأَقَلْتَ خُبْرَهَا وَخَبَرَهَا. And you've understood khubr and khabar, internal knowledge and its information, you could say. فَلَا تَقْعُدْ حِمَّتُكَ بِخُطْبَةِ الْكَسْلِ وَالتَّوَانِ. So do not sit, or do not let your aspirations start بِخُطْبَةِ الْكَسْلِ وَالتَّوَانِ, with the sermon of kasl, laziness, and tawani is dawdling, here and there, wasting your time. تَتَسَلَّلُ إِلَيْهَا وَهِيَ تُجَلْجِلُ. تَسَلَّلَ يَتَسَلَّلُ, to like infiltrate, to go inside your mind. وَهِيَ تُجَلْجِلُ, and it keeps on repeating. Jaljala is to keep repeating. Jaljala yujaljilu, like jingling, jingle, reverberating, rattling, resounding. هذه, so a thought will keep coming in your brain. هذه أحوال من مضى من سلف الأمة وخير الورى فأين الثرى من الثريا. You might think that this is the situation of who passed by. من سلف الأمة, from the salaf of this ummah, وخير الورى, wara is creation, from the best of the creation. فأين الثرى من الثريا. So where is the sand? Thara means the sand. تحت الثرى, it comes in the Quran also. Where is the sand? Where is the soil? From the Thuraya. Thuraya is the stars. Thuraya is the star name. Suraya. So how can you compare the soil with the Thuraya? Now, بل من سمت نفسه إلى مقامتهم. So don't let these thoughts come into your brain. Oh, they were the best of the people and all that. But think about it. But whoever, like he bear witnesses, like his soul goes, high to mirror the standards, and samat nafsuhu ila maqamatihim, to their position, adraka, he will gain it. He will gain this knowledge. He quotes, this is, we should remember, فَتَشَبَّهُ إِن لَمْ تَكُونُوا مِثْلَهُمْ إِنَّ التَّشَبُّهَ بِالْكَرَامِ أو بِالْكِرَامِ فَلَاحُ. فَتَشَبَّهُ, so resemble them, copy them. So we should copy the Salaf. إِن لَمْ تَكُونُوا مِثْلَهُمْ, even though you're not like them, or you'll never be like them. إِنَّ التَّشَبُّهَ, indeed in copying them, in doing tashabbuh with them, بِالْكِرَامِ, in noble people, فَلَاحُ, is success. فَأَشْهِدْ قَلْبَكَ هَذِهِ الْمَعَاقِدِ, so bear witness to these principles. إِنَّ وَتَدَبَّرْ مَنْقُولَهَا وَمَعْقُولَهَا, and tadabbar, ponder about his manqul, whatever has been said, and whatever can be understood from it. Ma'qulaha, ma'qul yani its meaning from it. وَاسْتَنْبِتْ مَنْطُوقَهَا وَمَفْهُومَهَا, and istinbat is to take conclusions of his mantuq. That means understand, you could say. Mantuq is also something which is spoken, and it's mafhum, a similar meaning. Manqul and ma'qul and mantuq and mafhum are similar. فَالْمَبَانِي خَزَائِنُ الْمَعَانِي, because mabani, the words mabani yani mabna, build. Mabani literally means buildings, here it means words. Khaza'inul ma'ani are the khaza'in, are the depositories of meaning, are the treasures of meaning. So there's a long introduction, no? Inshallah. Let's begin. The first ma'qid, the first principle. Okay. Al-ma'qid al-awwal tathheeru wi'a'i al-ilm. Purification of the vessel of knowledge. So what's the vessel of knowledge? Heart, of course. Right? How do you purify? وَهُوَ الْقَلْبُ, and it is the heart. فَإِنَّ لِكُلِّ مَطْلُوبٍ بِعَاء, so everything which matlub, which is sought, has a container. For everything which is sought, there is a container. وَإِنَّ وِعَاءَ الْعِلْمِ الْقَلْبِ. And indeed, the وِعَاءَ الْعِلْمِ, the container of the knowledge, is the heart. The heart. وَوَسَخُ الْوِعَاءِ يُعَكِّرُهُ وَيُغَيِّرُهُ مَا فِيهِ. يُعَكِّر means to become muddy. وَوَسَخُ الْوِعَاءِ, and the wasakh, yani dirt of the vessel, it muddies it and changes whatever's in it. So if your heart is, your heart, if it is dirty, even though you put knowledge and you learn all these things, well, your heart is a problem, and it will make it dirty also. وَبِحَسَبِ طَهَارَةِ الْقَلْبِ يَدْخُلُهُ الْعِلْمِ. And according to the purity of your heart, that knowledge enters. وَإِذَا ازْدَادَتْ طَهَارَتُهُ ازْدَادَتْ قَابِلِيَّتُهُ لِلْعِلْمِ. Izdada is to increase. And when your heart becomes pure, ازْدَادَتْ قَابِلِيَّتُهُ, its qabiliyah, its ability for knowledge increases, to accept it, to accept. وَمَثَلُ الْعِلْمِ فِي الْقَلْبِ كَنُورِ الْمِصْبَاحِ. He gives an example and says, knowledge in the heart is like light of the lamp. Nur al-misbah. In safa zujajuhu. If its glass is clear, if you see in bulbs, bulbs, and outside there's a glass. So if its glass is clear, sha'at anwaruhu, its light will spread. Wa in latakhathu al-awsakh. But if dirt in the glass, this is the bulb, no? If there's dirt in the glass, kasafat anwaruhu, its light also becomes less. Subhanallah. So your heart should be pure. Your heart should be clean. فَمَنْ أَرَادَ حِيَازَةَ الْعِلْمِ فَلْيُزَيِّنُ بَاطِنَهُ. And whoever wants to hiyazah, he wants to gain knowledge, فَلْيُزَيِّنْ بَاطِنَهُ, he should decorate his inside. Inside he should decorate. وَيُطَهِّرْ قَلْبَهُ مِنْ نَجَاسَتِهِ. And he should purify his heart from the dirt. He should purify it. فَالْعِلْمُ جَوْهَرٌ لَطِيفٌ لَا يَصْلُحُ إِلَّا لِلْقَلْبِ النَّظِيفِ. Jawhar, it's a gentle, ilm is a gentle ornament, you could say, or the metal, or the gem. Jawhar, la yasluhu illa lil qalbi, and it does not, it's not appropriate except for the clean heart. Like if you bring diamonds or gold or whatever, you won't just put it in any box, no? You will get a box, it'll be a soft box and nice, it'll be a good decorative box, jewel box, no? So similarly for knowledge, it should be very, clean heart. وَطَهَارَةُ الْقَلْبِ تَرْجِعُ إِلَىٰ أَصْلَيْنِ عَظِيمَيْنِ. And the purity of the heart returns to two matters. أَصْلَيْنِ عَظِيمَيْنِ أَحَدُهُمَا. So how do you purify your heart? Okay, you understood purification, but how do you do that? First, he said two things. طَهَارَتُهُ مِن نَجَاسَةِ الشُّبُهَاتِ. There should not be, cleaning your heart from the dirt of shubuhat, from the doubts about Islam, doubts about anything. Doubt should not be in your heart. وَالْآخَرْ طَهَارَتُهُ مِن نَجَاسَةِ الشَّهْوَاتِ. And the second thing is purification from the dirt of the desires. The shahwat, if your heart is full of desires and that, where is the place for knowledge for that? Now, walima, and this is why, لِطَهَارَةِ الْقَلْبِ مِنْ شَأْنٍ عَظِيمٍ, for a great, there's a great matter. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bihin Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was commanded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fi awwali ma umir, in the first of the matters of what he was commanded. Fi qawlihi ta'ala, fi suratil muddathir, in the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, where Allah says, وَثِيَابَكَ فَطَهِّرْ. So, وَثِيَابَكَ فَطَهِّرْ, one of the meanings is, and your clothes you purify. Now, but there are other tafsir also. في قول من يفسر الثياب بالباطن, to the one who does tafsir of the thiyab بالباطن. Of thiyab means the inside. وهو قول حسن, is accepted speech. له مأخذ صحيح, it is a correct مأخذ also is a correct evidence, you could say, which has been derived in a good way. وإذا, so you should, so how do you purify? Two things, shubuhat and shahwat. All right. وَإِذَا كُنْتَ تَسْتَحِي مِنْ نَظَرِ الْمَخْلُوقِ مِثْلِكَ إِلَى وَسَخِ ثَوْبِكَ. Now imagine, like if you are shy, right? If you're shy, you will have haya from if people look you and your dress is not good, right? It's torn and all that on the dirt of your dress. So imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is looking at your heart. So fastahi. So have haya, have modesty. Min nadharillahi ila qalbik. Or be shy from the nadhar, from the look of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to your heart. وَفِيهِ إِحَنٌ وَبَلَايَا وَذُنُوبٌ وَخَطَايا. Ihnatun, plural is ihan, deep-rooted hatred. So in the heart there is hatred and all this dirt, should clean them. Balaya also problems, and dhunubun wa khataya, and sins and mistakes. All these things are there in the heart, sins and faults. And so your heart should be, or the other heart should be clean. قال مسلم بن الحجاج, Imam Muslim said, and he brings a sanad, حدثنا عمرو الناقد حدثنا كثير بن هشام حدثنا جعفر بن برقان عن يزيد الأصم عن أبي هريرة أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, إن الله لا ينظر إلى صوركم وأموالكم. Indeed, Allah does not see to your forms, faces, and your أموالكم and your wealth. ولكن ينظر إلى قلوبكم وأعمالكم. But Allah sees your hearts and your actions. Your hearts and your actions. So we should try to purify our hearts. So he brings some poetry. وَاحْذَرْ كَمَائِنَ نَفْسِكَ اللَّاتِي مَتَى خَرَجَتْ عَلَيْكَ كُسِرْتَ كَسْرَ مُهَانِ. وَاحْذَرْ, fear, be cautious. Kama'in is something which is hidden. Kama'in, which is hidden. So beware of kama'in, which is hidden things. Nafsikallati, the ones who, which yourself, within yourself, which kharajta alayka, or kharajat alayka, which comes out, whenever they come out about you, they break you. Kusirta kasra muhanin, and they break you like muhani, a break of humiliation. And they break you with humiliation. So we should not be humiliated. Like something in our heart, if it should come out, it'll be humiliating for us. What desires and what shubhat we keep getting. So we should try to purify them before the day of judgment comes, where everything, yawma tubla sara'ir, where all the secrets will come out and all those things will come out. وَمَنْ طَهَّرَ قَلْبَهُ فِيهِ الْعِلْمُ حَلَّهُ. And whoever purifies the heart for فِيهِ الْعِلْمُ Halla, it'll reside. The heart, if you purify, knowledge settles within it. Halla means to settle also. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَرْفَعْ مِنْهُ نَجَاسَتَهُ وَدَعَهُ الْعِلْمُ وَارْتَحَلْ. And whoever doesn't keeps cleaning his heart, the knowledge keys go away. Knowledge, وَدَعَهُ الْعِلْمُ. وَدَعَ, yani it'll say goodbye. And وَارْتَحَلْ, it'll go away. وإذا تصفحت أحوال طائفة من طلاب العلم في هذا المعقد. And if you actually take an overview, تصفحت, if you have to look the students, a group of students or many groups of students in this principle, رأيت خللا بينا, you will see a weakness, you will see an obvious flaw, خلل. فأين تعظيم العلم من امرئ تغدو الشهوات والشبهات في قلبه وتروح. So where will be the respect for knowledge? Right? Nowadays, students of knowledge, they learn something, come online and debate and all that without any ilm, without any knowledge, and go against kibar ulama. So where will be the knowledge where تغدو الشهوات والشبهات, where every day there are desires and doubts keep coming in his heart and keep moving. Subhanallah. No. تدعوه سورة محرمة. Forbidden image calls him. Right? وستستهويه مقالة مجرمة. A speech, what do you call, a deviant statement. مقالة تستهويه. استهوى, yani it takes him into hawa, into desires. وحشوه المنكرات. حشو, yani base things. حشوه المنكرات. حشو, like stuffing, you can say hashwu. Hashwuhul munkarat. So he's stuffing with the munkarat. وَالتَّلَذُّلْ بِالْمُحْرَمَات, and is enjoying the haram things, muhramat things. Now, so فيه غل وفساد, and he needs this غل and fasad and corruption. غل, you can say rancor. ونزعنا ما في صدورهم من غل إخوانا على سرر متقابلين. Allah removed the rancor, similar hatred or rancor. So students of knowledge have corruption, وحسد وعناد, and they have hasad, jealousy towards others, and inad, stubbornness, ونفاق وشقاق, and nifaq is nifaq, hypocrisy, na'udhu billah, nifaq amali, وشقاق is decision, what's called fighting, shiqaq. Anna li ha'ulai al-ilm, from where can knowledge, min aina, anna means min aina sometimes, from where can these people get knowledge? ما هم منه ولا هو إليهم. ما هم منه, nothing towards them, ولا هو إليهم, and knowledge will also not come towards them. You can say, where do they stand regarding it? Where does it stand regarding them? قال سهل بن عبد الله رحمه الله: حرام على قلب أن يدخل النور وفيه شيء مما يكره الله سبحانه وتعالى. And Sahal ibn Abdullah rahimahullah said, it is haram for a heart to light enter it, and there is something which Allah dislikes it. And in the heart, wafihi, and in it there's something which Allah dislikes it. So that is the first one, purify your heart. So what is the summary? Purify your hearts from shubhat, shahwat. Now, purify your heart from these two things. Now, and you should, if people look at your dress, you'll be ashamed, no? So try to clean your heart. And he gives a practical example also. If you see people, they have a lot of this thing. So purify hearts from shahawat and shubuhat, because Allah looks at your hearts. Allah looks at your hearts. Okay, I added a small note here. I should have added before, but I just realized. Anyways, al-maqidu thani, the second principle is ikhlasun niyyati fi. Ikhlasun niyya, having correct intention. Obviously, intention is very important for seeking knowledge. Inna ikhlas al-amali asasu qabuliha. Indeed, the foundations of indeed, the sincerity of knowledge is the foundation of its acceptance. وَسُلَّمُ وُصُولِهَا, and it's the steps for its arrival. Arrival. قال تعالى: وَمَا أُمِرُوا إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ حُنَفَاءَ. And they were not commanded except that they worship Allah sincere, making the religion sincere to Him, and being Hanif. Hanif yani being sincere, but that means not having ma'il ani shirk. Hanif means what? Going against shirk, turning away from shirk. You could say pure monotheist also. Hunafa. وقال البخاري, Bukhari says في الجامع المسند الصحيح ومسلم في المسند الصحيح واللفظ للبخاري حدثنا عبد الله بن مسلمة قال أخبرنا مالك عن يحيى بن سعيد عن محمد بن إبراهيم عن علقمة عن عمر رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: إنما الأعمال بالنية ولكل امرئ ما نوى. إنما is not there, but Imam Bukhari said the Jami Musnad Sahih, that is Sahih Bukhari and Muslim. Al-Musnad is Sahih, wal-lafdhu, and the wording is for Bukhari. Where Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this is from Umar radiallahu anhu, in al-a'malu bin-niyyah. Actions are only by intentions, and for every man is what he had intended, or for every man he gets what he intends. وما سبق من سبق ولا وصل من وصل من السلف الصالحين إلا بالإخلاص لله رب العالمين. And whoever preceded from those who preceded, and whoever reached from those who reached from the Salaf, except by ikhlas. They've reached great levels now, except through ikhlas, sincerity. Subhanallah, sincerity is so difficult, no? Sincerity, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us from all the sincere ones, that every action should be for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قال Abu Bakr al-Marudhi. Abu Bakr says, al-Marudhi rahimahullah ta'ala, مروذي سمعت رجلا يقول لأبي عبد الله يعني أحمد بن حنبل وذكره له الصدق والإخلاص فقال أبو عبد الله بهذا ارتفع القوم. Abu Bakr said, I heard a man say to Abi Abdullah, yani Ahmad because his son's name was Abdullah, no? Abi Abdullah, he was called Abu Abdullah. And he was mentioned, yani Ahmad ibn Hanbal, وذكر له, and the man mentioned, okay, about truthfulness and about ikhlas. So Abu Abdullah said, Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah ta'ala said, بهذا ارتفع القوم. Through this the people raise in the ranks. بهذا, that means you should have sidq wal ikhlas. Sidq is, you should be truthful to yourself. You should not be pleased with your actions. Huh? So sincerity for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is ikhlas. That you're doing only for the goal is only pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And sidq is doing it truthfully. That means even if nobody is seeing you, you do properly, you follow proper manhaj and proper way of doing things. And you are not pleased with your action. You don't get ujb. So وَإِنَّمَا يَنَالُ الْمَرْءُ الْعِلْمَ عَلَى قَدْرِ إِخْلَاصِهِ. Subhanallah, this should be remembered. The person gets whatever knowledge he gets only at the level of his ikhlas, of his sincerity, of his intention. Now he will get only that much. So you should have high intention. Your intention should be pure. وَالْإِخْلَاصُ فِي الْعِلْمِ يَقُومُ عَلَى أَرْبَعَةِ أُصُولٍ. Okay, fine. We should have sincerity, but what are the 4 pillars of it? Or what are the 4 foundations of it? بها تتحقق نية العلم للمتعلم إذا قصدها. Where the niyyah becomes true. And تحقق, it becomes in reality for the learner when he intends it. The first is الأول رفع الجهل عن نفسه. Why are you seeking knowledge? Like many people ask, why are you learning Arabic? Why are you coming here and learning? So you should say there are 4 intentions. 4 intentions when you seek knowledge. The first is what? رفع الجهل عن نفسه. You're removing ignorance from yourself. You don't want to die as an ignorant person, as a jahil. No, you don't want to die like that. بتعريفها ما عليها من العبوديات. Whatever of the ta'rif, you get the ma'rifah, you get the knowledge. ما عليها من العبوديات, of how to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, عبوديات. وإيقافها على المقاصد الأمر والنهي. وإيقافها, and to إيقاف is to stop on the commands and the prohibition, to understand them. Iqaf is literally halting or stopping. That is stopping and understanding them. No? So the first intention of ours should be to raise ignorance from ourselves, so that we don't die as an ignorant person. الثاني رفع الجهل عن الخلق. To remove ignorance from the creation. Right? Whenever we get the opportunity of our wives and children and parents and others, to teach them, to teach whatever we know of our children and our, whoever requires it, بتعليمهم, by teaching them, وإرشادهم, and guiding them towards the truth. لما فيه صلاح دنياهم وآخرتهم, in which there's goodness for their dunya and for their وآخرتهم. صلاح دنياهم وآخرتهم, and for their akhirah. So that is the second. الثالث إحياء العلم. That why are you studying Arabic? So that everybody studies Arabic, no? You are giving life to the knowledge, resurrecting the knowledge. Right? Ilm. Nobody is studying, for example, inheritance, for example. So you are studying, teaching it, so that you give life to the subject. Your life, give life to the part. It's a part of Islam. It's a part of Deen. It's a part of the Quran and the Sunnah. وَحِفْظِهِ مِنَ الضَّيَاعِ, and protecting it from getting lost. Now, you're doing that. That is your third intention. الرابع العمل بالعلم. The fourth is to act upon the knowledge. So these should be your 4 intentions. 4 intentions should be رفع الجهل عن نفسه, and then رفع الجهل عن الخلق, إحياء العلم, العمل بالعلم. فالعلم شجرة والعلم ثمرة. والعمل ثمرة. Ilm is a tree and action of acting upon it is the fruit, right? Acting on it. وَإِنَّمَا يُرَادُ الْعِلْمِ لِلْعَمَلِ. The ilm requires, yuradu, the main thing intended with ilm is acting upon. Is acting upon it. Yuradu also, knowledge is only sought upon to for action. For action. وَلَقَدْ كَانَ السَّلَفُ رَحِمَهُمُ اللَّهِ يَخَافُونَ فَوَاتَ الْإِخْلَاصِ. The Salaf, rahimahullah ta'ala, they used to fear that they will miss ikhlas fi talabihimul ilm, when they're seeking knowledge. فَيَتَوَرَّعُونَ عَنْ ادِّعَائِهِ. And they used to not claim, they used to stay away from claiming it. Oh, they used to not claim, oh, I have ikhlas and all that. No. لَا أَنَّهُمْ لَمْ يُحَقِّقُوا فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ. That they used to fear that what? That not because they did not really have that knowledge in their hearts. They used to not make claims. Make claims that, oh, I have a lot of this thing, ikhlas, and I have lot of knowledge. But in reality, they had a lot of it. But they used to not make claims. فَهِشَامُ, you can read فَهِشَامُ الدَّسْتَاوِيُّ. هشام الدستاوي يقول: والله ما أستطيع أن أقول إني ذهبت يوما أطلب الحديث أريد به وجه الله. Subhanallah. Hisham al-Dastawai says, by Allah, I'm not able to say that I went one day to seek hadith for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to seek the face of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Subhanallah. Because he's not making claims. How can I say? I don't know. I'm not sure, because the heart keeps changing. وَسُئِلَ الْإِمَامُ أَحْمَدُ هَلْ طَلَبْتَ الْعِلْمَ لِلَّهِ. It was said to Imam Ahmad, did you seek knowledge for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He said, Lillahi Aziz. Right? It's something great for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. By Allah, that means I cannot say that. Lillahi Aziz وَلَكِنَّهُ شَيْءٌ حُبِّبَ إِلَيَّ فَطَلَبْتُهُ. But it was something which was made beloved to me, I sought it. So even Imam Ahmad, rahimahullah, did not want to say, he did not make claims that, he sought knowledge for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. How can we make, subhanallah? وَمَنْ ضَيَّعَ الْإِخْلَاصَ فَاتَهُ عِلْمٌ كَثِيرٌ وَخَيْرٌ وَفِيرٌ. And whosoever ikhlas goes away, a great knowledge goes away for him, and a great khayrun wafir, wafi yani kathir also, and abundant goodness also, he misses out. ضيع. وينبغي لمقاصد السلامة أن يتفقد هذا الأصل. So whoever wants peace, safety, that he should search for this foundation, for this rule, وهو الإخلاص. He should keep searching. في أمور كلها, in أموره كلها, in all of his matters. دقيقها وجليلها, and it's minute and it's great. He should keep searching his heart. Am I sincere? Am I sincere? Am I mukhlis? سرها وعلنها, its secret actions as well as its apparent. ويحمل على هذا التفقد شدة معالجة النية. And this tafaqud, this searching, ويحمل على هذا التفقد شدة, since severity of معالجة النية, of treating his niyyah. He should always correct his intention. قال سفيان الثوري رحمه الله ما عالجت شيئا أشد علي. ما عالجت شيئا أشد علي من نيتي لأنها تتقلب علي. I did not treat anything which is more severe upon me except from my intention. من نيتي لأنها تتقلب, because it keeps changing. بل قال سليمان الهاشمي, Sulaiman al-Hashimi says, ربما أحدث بحديث واحد ولي نية. Sometimes I say a hadith and I have one niyyah. فإذا أتيت على بعضه تغيرت نيتي. And when I come to the other portion, my niyyah changes. Subhanallah. فإذا الحديث الواحد يحتاج إلى نيات. So one hadith requires multiple intentions. Multiple intentions. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us correct intentions. Correct intention to seek knowledge and to teach it. The third maqid, جمع همة النفس عليه. He gathers all his intentions for it. He gathers all his intentions for it, focusing all of your attention on seeking knowledge. Now, because if you don't focus all your attention, it'll be a problem. فإن شعث النفس إذا جمع على العلم التأم واجتمع. شعث يعني something which is ruffled. Sha'ath. So the sha'ath of the nafs, the nature, unkempt nature of unkept nature or disorder of the nafs. إذا جمع على العلم, if it is gathered on seeking knowledge, التأم, it will be healed. التأم يلتئم, it will be healed and it will gather. It will be together because you're seeking knowledge. وإذا شغل به وبغيره ازداد تفرقا وشتاتا. But if something else, right, when it is busy with knowledge and with other things, وإذا شغل به, with it, وبغيره ازداد تفرقا. So if you do multitasking, seek knowledge and do something else, no, it'll become a problem because at the same time you should do only one thing. ازداد تفرقا وشتاتا. You'll be تفرقا, disparity, and shatat is also, you'll be separate. So, وإنما تجمع الحمة على المطلوب بتفقد ثلاثة أمور. So three things: attention, himma, attention, and your focus, your aspiration should be what? Your worry should be what? On goal by checking three things. Tafaqqud yani you should search for three things. أولها ثلاثة أمور. So how do you know you are attentive towards knowledge? That's what he wants to say. Your aspirations, or himma yani your worry and you're anxious for knowledge. That means you want to gain knowledge. What can we? أولها, the first, الحرص على ما ينفع. You should be keen, eager, hirs on what is beneficial. So if you see something beneficial of knowledge, you take it. فمتى وفق العبد إلى ما ينفعه حرص عليه. And whenever a person, وفق, this tawfiq, Allah guides him to something which benefits him, حرص عليه, he is keen towards him. He is keen to stick it and to remember it. So first thing, he should search himself. Is he keen to seek knowledge? His attention, so he should be keen. Like you're watching his video, inshallah, how keen are you to learn? You should see yourself. And second is al-isti'anatu billahi fi tahsili, seeking help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in its attainment, because you cannot seek knowledge without the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He quotes, إذا لم يكن عون من الله للفتى فأول ما يجني عليه اجتهاده. If a person, إذا لم يكن عون, if there is no help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for a young man, fata is a young man, فأول ما يجني عليه, the first thing that will transgress him is his own ijtihad, or his own hard work, or his own judgment. So if there's no help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the person might get misguided. So he should seek help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when you are seeking knowledge, also you should seek help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the third thing, عدم العجز عن بلوغ البغية منه. The third thing is not being weak. Don't say I can't do this and all that. No, you can do it. And بلوغ البغية, to reach the bughya, or to reach the goal, desired goal from it. So three things he said. You should be keen, you should ask help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you should work hard. You should not be weak. Weakness doesn't mean that you don't study now. Like for example, this video is becoming difficult, 1 hour is over, you stop the video, come back to it tomorrow. No, that means you should not quit. You should not quit, because this is your himma. You should have jam'u himma. You should gather all your determination, this thing for knowledge. Like, I'm going to do this and nobody can stop me, and you seek help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for that. وقد جمعت هذه الأمور الثلاثة في الحديث الذي رواه مسلم بن الحجاج قال حدثنا أبو بكر بن أبي شيبة وابن نمير قال حدثنا عبد الله بن إدريس عن ربيعة ابن عثمان عن محمد بن يحيى بن حبان عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال احرص على ما ينفعك وَاسْتَعِنْ بِاللَّهِ وَلَا تَعْجِزْ. And what is the evidence that you should be keen on what benefits you? You should be keen. Like Rasulullah SAW said, be keen on what benefits you. And وَاسْتَعِنْ بِاللَّهِ, and seek the help of Allah. And do not be weak. And do not be weak. وَلَا تَعْجِزْ. فَمَنْ أَرَادَ جَمْعَ هِمَّتَهُ على العلم فليشعل في نفسه شعلة الحرص عليه. And whoever wants to focus his attention, himma yani attention, his determination, he should ignite the shu'la, the fire of keenness in it. Right? Let him light the burning flame of keenness. لأنه ينفعه. He should be keen and he should be interested because it will be beneficial for him. بل كل خير في الدنيا والآخرة إنما هو ثمرة من ثمرات العلم. So every benefit of this world and the akhirah, it is the fruit of the fruits of knowledge. وَلْيَسْتَعِنْ بِاللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ. So you should ask Allah for it. You should seek the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَا يَعْجِزْ عَنْ شَيْءٍ مِّنْهُ. And he should not be weak from anything from it. فَإِنَّهُ حِينَئِذٍ يُدْرِكُ بُغْيَتَهُ وَيَفُوزُ بِمَا أَمَّلَهُ. And with that he will reach his bughya, his goal. وَيَفُوزُ, and he'll become successful. احرص على ما ينفعك. Be keen. واستعن بالله ولا تعجز. And don't be weak. قال جنيد رحمه الله ما طلب أحد شيئا بجد وصدق إلا ناله فإن لم ينله كله نال بعضه. And Junaid rahimahullah said, anyone who seeks anything with hard work and truthfulness, except he will get it. Even if he doesn't get it fully, he will get partly. And this is reality, you know. Anything, there's a benefit for you. I mean, if you seek with wholeheartedly, inshallah, you'll get it. If you seek the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Al-jiddu bil-jiddi wal-hirmanu bil-kasali fansab tusib an qaribin ghayat al-amali. Al-jiddu, or some say al-jadd. Al-jaddu. That is hard work by hard work. Achievement comes from hard work, you can say. Jaddu bil jiddi. Al jaddu bil jiddi. So he gave both al jaddi, yani achievement. And failure, wal hirman bil kasali. You'll fail because of laziness. Fansab. So exert yourself. Like Allah says, fansab. Obey, worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wa idha faraqta fansab. Tusib an qareeb, you will go close to it. You will see soon. Achieve it. Ghayat al-amali. That is your goal. Ghaya, your goal of your hopes, of your dreams. So you should work hard. Fanhab bihimmatika wastayqidh min al-ghaflati. So wake up with your attention, with your focus, with your determination. Wastayqidh min al-ghafla. And wake up from your ghafla, from your heedlessness. فَإِنَّ الْعَبْدَ إِذَا رُزِقَ حِمَّةً عَالِيَةً. Because if a person is given high aspirations, high determination, فُتِحَتْ لَهُ أَبْوَابُ الْخَيْرَاتِ. All the doors of goodness opens up to him. وَتَسَابَقَتْ إِلَيْهِ الْمَسَرَّاتِ. All the happiness comes towards him. Now, all the happiness comes towards him. So, مسرات يعني happiness. صار. قال ابن القيم في كتابه الفوائد. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, he says in his book فوائد, إذا طلع نجم الهمة في ظلام ليل البطالة وردفه قمر العزيمة أشرقت أرض القلب بنور ربها. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, when إذا طلع, when rises the najmul himma, the star of aspiration, it rises. So there's a star of aspiration. في ظلام الليل البطالة, in the darkness of the night of batala, yani unemployed or idleness. So there's dark night, there's idle people all around doing nothing, not seeking help. There's one guy with aspirations, ambitions. I'm going to learn Arabic, seek knowledge, and so on. وَرَدِفَهُ خَمْرُ الْعَزِيمَةِ. And this is combined. And so there's a star of what? Aspirations. And there's a moon. He says that's a moon of azima. Azima is determination or dedication. Azima is like strong desire. And there's an ambition, but you should have azima. Ashraqatil ardu, the or hard work also you said dedication, azima. That you're going to do it, whatever happens. So what will happen? Ashraqatil ardu, the earth will become illuminated binuri rabbiha, with the light of its Lord. Now we should have two things. Ibn al-Qayyim says we should have himma wal azima, ambition, goal, aspiration, as well as azima, determination to do it, keep doing it all the time. ومن تعلقت همته بمطعم أو ملبس أو ماكل أو مشرب لم يشم رائحة العلم. Whoever his heart is attached, his ambition is attached to food that he eats, like he's always thinking about what food should I eat, right? What restaurant should I order from, and all these things, or clothes, the best clothes he wants to wear, and which brand and all that. He's doing so much research for that. Or ma'akal also, same thing. What they eat and drink. Ma'akal similar. Or mashrab, or what they drink. Lam yashamma, he will not smell the ra'ihatul ilm, the fragrance of ilm. And he quotes a poetry here. وَعَلَمْ بِأَنَّ الْعِلْمَ لَيْسَ يَنَالُهُ مَنْ هَمُّهُ فِي مَتْعَبٍ أَوْ مَلْبَسِ فَاحْرِصْ لِتَبْلُغَ فِيهِ حَظًّا وَافِرًا وَاهْجُرْ لَهُ طِيبَ الْمَنَابِ وَغَلِّسِ. وَعَلَمْ, know that the knowledge لَيْسَ يَنَالُهُ will not be gained by he. Man hammuhu, his only goal, his only aspiration is, his only attention is in eating and wearing. فَحْرِصْ لِتَبْلُغَ فِيهِ حَظًّا وَافِرًا. So be keen, have hirs. احرص على ما ينفعك واستعن بالله ولا تعجز. فَحْرِصْ لِتَبْلُغَ, so that you can reach فِيهِ حَظًّا وَافِرًا. حَظًّا وَافِرًا, حَظًّا, a great portion of it. وَهْجُرْ, and leave the sleep, beautiful sleep. وَغَلِّسِ, and journey through the night. غَلِّس, yani walking through the night, and غَلِّس, إغلاس. That means غَلِّسِ is an amr, that means walk through the night. That means journey through the night through books and all. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. That's what you're doing, no? Inshallah. وَإِنَّ مِمَّا يَعْلِي الْهِمَّةُ وَيَسْمُو بِالنَّفْسِ اعتبار حال من سبق وتعرف حمم القوم الماضين. What makes you go high is thinking about or pondering upon those who went before us. And from the people who went before us, and aspirations of those people who went before. So he gives some وتعرف حمم القوم الماضين. فأبو عبد الله أحمد ابن حنبل كان وهو في السبا ربما أراد الخروج قبل الفجر إلى حلق الشيوخ فتأخذه أمه بثيابه وتقول رحمة به حتى يؤذن الناس أن يصبحوا. So this is Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah. He was in his youth and he wanted to go. There were lessons after Fajr. He wanted to go before Fajr to the halqa, to the circles of knowledge of the shuyukh. His mother used to hold him with his dress and say, Hatta yu'adhin an-nas aw yusbihu, until the muadhin gives the adhan, or subah should come, no, subah should come, that means dawn should come, then go, right? وقرأ الخطيب البغدادي, he's talking about hard work, no? Hard work and attention. Khatib Baghdadi rahimahullah Sahih al-Bukhari kullah ala Ismail al-Hiri في ثلاثة مجالس. Khatib Baghdadi, he read Sahih al-Bukhari, subhanallah, in three. To Ismail al-Hiri, اثنان منها في ليلتين من وقت صلاة المغرب إلى صلاة الفجر, and 2 times it was from Maghrib to Fajr, and one day واليوم الثالث من ضحوة النهار, from duha of sunrise time إلى صلاة المغرب, to the Salah of Maghrib. ومن المغرب إلى طلوع الفجر. And so the third night was double, and from Maghrib to the morning. So it was like 24 hours. Last time it was 24 hours. So 2 nights they spent, and 1 night they, Subhanallah. And one day they did from morning Fajr till Maghrib, and then Maghrib till Fajr. Subhanallah. So much they used to do. A lot of hard work. قال الذهبي في تاريخ الإسلام وهذا شيء لا أعلم أحدا في زماننا يستطيعه. And Imam Zahabi says, this I don't know anyone in our time he's able to do it. Right? This is the aspiration. Right? So he says, Rahimallahu Aba Abdullah. May Allah have mercy on Abu Abdullah, Imam Zahabi. كيف لو رأى همم أهل هذا الزمان ماذا يقول? If he had seen the aspirations of these people, what will he say? Subhanallah. They're not able to sit half an hour. So what will he say about the situation of our people? وكان أبو محمد ابن تبان أول ابتدائه يدرس الليل كله. Ibn Tabban, he أول ابتدائه, in the beginning of his stages, يدرس الليل, he used to study all of the night. فكانت أمه ترحمه وتنهاه عن القراءة بالليل. And his mother used to have mercy on him and used to prohibit, don't read, why are you reading? Right? فكان يأخذ المصباح ويجعله تحت الجفنة. And he used to take the misbah, take the lamp, and he used to put it, hide it. تحت الجفنة. Jafana is like a large vessel kind of. So he used to hide it behind it or something. The lamp. Subhanallah, and hide it. شيء من الآنية العظيمة, from a huge vessel, Jafana. وتظاهر بالنوم, and used to act that is sleeping. فإذا رقدت, and when she used to lie down, أخرج المصباح, he used to bring the lamp out. وأقبل على الدرس, and go ahead on studying. Subhanallah. وقد رأيت في بعض المجموعات الخطية, I've seen in some written collections, في مكتبة نجدية خاصة, in some libraries of private libraries of Najd, مما ينسب إلى عبد الرحمن بن حسن على الشيخ صاحب فتح المجيد, the grandson, the author of فتح المجيد, عبد الرحمن بن حسن, قوله رحمه الله شمر إلى طلب العلم ذيولا. شمر ذيولا. شمر إلى طلب العلم ذيولا وانحد لذلك بكرة وأصيلا وسل السؤال وكن هديت مباحثا فالعيب عندي أن تكون جهولا. So shammir is gather yourself, gather your clothes, it's called shammir. Shammir ila talab al-ulumi dhuyula. Exert yourself in seeking knowledge. Dhuyula, it stales, everything kind of. One hadli dhalika bukratan, and wake up for that, get up for that, embark on that. Bukratan wa asila, in the morning and evening. Wasilil su'ala, and continue asking questions. Wakun hudita mubahithan, may you be guided. Wakun hudita, and be the ones from the guided one. Mubahith, one who investigates. Fal'aibu indi, the aib, it's not a disgrace to ask questions, if it's beneficial questions and all that, but he says the aib, the disgrace from me, and takuna jahula, that you are ignorant, that is the disgrace. فكن رجلا رجله على الثرى ثابتة وهامة همته فوق الثريا سامقة. Right? This is a lot required from students, that you should be a man whose feet are on the thara. We read that word before also. فَأَيْنَ الثَّرَى مِنَ الثُّرَيَّا. So your feet should be firmly on the ground. وَهَامَّةُ هِمَّتِهِ. Hammatu yani the summit, the top portion, hamma. Wahammatu, hamatun, not, there's no touch. Wahammatu himmatuhu, or himmatihi, mudaf not. Wahammatu himmatihi fawqa thuraya. It should be, his himma, his aspirations should be beyond the stars. As-shamiqa yani, samiqa yani, which are high, towering. You should have high goals. وَلَا تَكُنْ شَابَ الْبَدَنِ أَشْيَبَ الْهِمَّةِ. Don't be a man who is young with the body. أَشْيَبَ الْهِمَّةِ, who has old aspirations. فَإِنَّ هِمَّةَ الصَّادِقِ لَا تَشِيبُ, because the aspirations of the truthful one, it does not become old. كان أبو الوفاء ابن عقيل أحد أذكياء العالم عالم أو عالم من فقهاء الحنابلة ينشد وهو في الثمانين. Abu al-Wafa ibn Aqil used to say this, and he was the most intelligent. Ibn Aqil, he wrote the best sharh of Alfiya ibn Malik. He used to say, ما شاب عزمي ولا حزمي ولا خلقي ولا ولائي ولا ديني ولا كرمي وإنما اعتاد شعري غير صبغته والشيب في الشعر غير الشيب في الهمام. ما شاب. So he says what? ما شاب عزمي. My determination has not become old. ولا حزمي. Hazm is also determination similar. You could say the resolution. Hazm and azm is similar. ولا خلقي, nor my manners, they'll never become old. ولا ولائي, nor my wala allegiance to the Khalifa or whoever. Wala dini, nor is my religion. Wala karami, nor my generosity. Wa inna ma'tada, i'tada is substituted. Iwad kind of. Wa inna ma'tada sha'ri, my hair has just changed. Ghayra sibghatihi, when it is not dyed. The color of it's not dyed. Ghayra sibghatihi. والشيب في الشعر غير الشيب في الهمم. So the old man, his hair is not the same one in his aspirations, in his ambition. Right? It's just my hair which has become old. Don't ask me about my aspirations. So third maqid is what? جَمُّ حِمَّةِ النَّفْسِ عَلَيْهِ. It was a long one. So he just said that you should have determination, high aspiration, but your feet should be on the ground. And he gave the hadith, احرص على ما ينفع واستعن بالله ولا تعجز. So have high aspirations, and don't become lazy. But your feet should be on the ground. Fourth, الماقد الرابع, focusing on Quran and Sunnah. Focus on Quran and Sunnah. Like Imam Shafi'i, he said, كل العلوم سوى القرآن مشغلة. Every science except the Quran is just becoming busy. إلا الحديث وعلم الفقه في الدين. Except hadith and fiqh, the knowledge of fiqh in the religion. العلم ما كان فيه قال حدثنا. The real knowledge is what? Well, there is حدثنا فلان and so on. There's حدثنا. He narrated. وما سوى ذاك وسواس الشياطين. And anything apart from that is the waswas of shayateen. So student, if he spends his time in reading qila qal, opinions and all that, which have no benefit, right? And he leaves Quran and Sunnah, that is a problem, right? He should not do that. So the Shaykh Hafidhahullah Ta'ala says, إن كل علم نافع مرده إلى كلام الله وكلام رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Every beneficial knowledge, its return point, its reference should be to speech of Allah and speech of His Rasul. وباقي العلوم, and similar, and the remaining ulum, إما خادم لهما, they are like a servant to Quran and Sunnah. فيؤخذ منه ما تتحقق به الخدمة, and it should be taken what the khidmah, what serve those. أو أجنبي عنهما, and or alien to them. فلا يضر الجهل به. So being ignorant does not harm you. Yeah? So every knowledge, it should either, it should serve them. So you should take what, you can serve Quran and Sunnah, or it is totally unrelated to this. So it will not harm that you don't know anything about it. فإلى القرآن والسنة يرجع العلم كله. So the Quran and Sunnah, all knowledge should return to. وبهما أمر النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. And this is what the Prophet ﷺ was commanded with. Like Allah says, فَاسْتَمْسِكْ بِالَّذِي أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ. So hold on to what has been revealed unto you. إنك على صراط مستقيم. Indeed you are on the correct path. وهل أوحي إلى أبي القاسم صلى الله عليه وسلم شيء سوى القرآن والسنة? Where was the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم revealed to Abu al-Qasim anything except the Quran and Sunnah? ومن جعل علمه القرآن والسنة, and whoever al-Quran was-Sunnah, and whoever makes his knowledge the Quran and Sunnah, علمه القرآن كان متبعا غير مبتدع. He will be a follower and not do bid'ahs and not innovate. وَنَالَ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ أَوْفَرَهُ, and he will gain from the knowledge, it's the greatest portion he'll get it. He'll get the greatest portion in it. Ibn Mas'ud gained the most abundant of knowledge. قال ابن مسعود من أراد العلم فليثور القرآن فإنه فيه علم الأولين والآخرين. Whoever wants to learn the Quran, Ibn Mas'ud said, he should let him examine. ثَوَّرَ يُثَوِّرُ, he should examine the Quran, because it is the knowledge of the early and the latter people. So he should not leave the Quran and Sunnah. قال مسروق رحمه الله ما نسأل أصحاب محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم عن شيء إلا علمه في القرآن إلا أن علمنا يقصر عنه. We used to not ask the companions of the Rasulullah about, except that about their knowledge in the Quran, but the knowledge of it was deficient. We didn't know about the Quran. وينسب لابن عباس, and it has been ascribed to Ibn Abbas, أنه كان ينشد, he used to say these lines, جميع العلم في القرآن لكن, all of the knowledge is found in the Quran, but تقاصروا عنه أفهام الرجال, but men lack the understanding to understand it. تقاصر, men are incapable of understanding it. وما أحسن قول عياد اليحسبي في كتابه الإلماع. عياد says العلم في الأصلين، العلم في أصلين لا يعدوهما إلا المضل عن الطريق اللاحب، علم الكتاب وعلم الآثار التي قد أسندت عن تابع عن صاحب. Knowledge, so he says العلم في أصلين لا يعدوهما. Knowledge is in two things, it does not go beyond it, except the one misguided. إلا المضل عن الطريق اللاحب, from the clear road. لاحب, clear road. لاحب. علم الكتاب وعلم الآثار التي, knowledge of the book and knowledge of the narrations which are قد أسندت, attributed from a follower, and from an sahibi, from a companion, from a tabi'i or from a companion. So you should seek the knowledge of the Quran and Sunnah. That should be your main goal. وعال الهمم في طلب العلم كما قال ابن القيم رحمه الله في كتابه الفوائد. And the most highest of his aspirations in seeking knowledge, like Ibn al-Qayyim said in his book Al-Fawaid, طلب علم الكتاب والسنة والفهم عن الله ورسوله نفس المراد وعلم حدود المنزل, is to seek knowledge. طلب العلم الكتاب والسنة, seeking knowledge of the book and the Sunnah, and understanding it the way which was intended. نعم. نفس المراد, the same way. And وعلم حدود المنزل, understanding the limits which has been sent down. منزل, which has been sent down. وقد كان هذا هو علم السلف, and this was the knowledge of the Salaf عليهم رحمة الله. ثم كثر الكلام بعدهم فيما لا ينفع, and then a lot of speech has come after them which do not benefit. فالعلم في السلف أكثر والكلام في من بعدهم أكثر. So ilm in the Salaf was a lot, but later on the speech was large. قال حماد بن زيد قلت لأيوب السختياني العلم اليوم أكثر وفيما تتقدم, is knowledge now more or what preceded? فقال الكلام اليوم أكثر والعلم فيما تقدم أكثر. Right? Speech nowadays is a lot, and previously there was ilm. Now everybody speaks. So focus should be on Quran and Sunnah, obviously, and the sciences which help those, like fiqh, hadith, seerah, and ulum al-fiqh, usul al-fiqh, ulum al-Quran, al-lugha, nahw, sarf, and all those things. Our focus should be the sciences which serve, like ilm al-ala, the science which is serve the instruments, science, and ilm al-ghaya, the Quran and Sunnah. Naam, that should be the goal. Al-maqid al-khamis, the fifth principle, سلوك الجادة الموصولة إليه. سلوك الجادة is seeking the path. Jadda literally means serious, earnest path. Path is like under suluk al-jadda, yani tariq. It should be serious path, it should be a correct path. Al-musila, which will make you arrive to it. So choosing the correct path. لكل مطلوب طريق يوصل إليه فمن سلك جادة مطلوبه أوقفته عليه ومن عدل عنها لم يظفر من مطلوبه وإن للعلم طريقا من أخطئها ضل ولم ينل المقصود وربما أصاب فائدة قليلة مع تعب كثير. For every matlub, for every thing which is sought after, there's a path which takes you to it. So فَمَنْ سَلَكَ جَادَّةَ مَطْلُوبِهِ, whoever takes the proper path for the thing that he's seeking, أَوْقَفَتْهُ عَلَيْهِ, it'll bring him on it. أوقف is literally he will stop on it. وَمَنْ عَدَلَ عَنْهَا لَمْ يَظْفَرْ بِمَطْلُوبِهِ, and whoever goes away from that path, he will not be successful. Similarly for knowledge, when ilmi tariqan is a way, whoever misses it, dalla, he'll become misguided. Right? Will be misguided, will not achieve his target, and perhaps will get very little benefit. فَائِدَةً قَلِيلَةً مَعَ تَعَبٍ كَثِيرٍ, with a lot of effort. So he's doing a lot of effort, but he might not reach. يقول الزرنوجي رحمه الله في كتابه تعليم المتعلم كل من أخطأ الطريق ضل ولا ينال المقصود قل أو جل. And whoever, everyone who takes the wrong paths, he'll be misguided. وَلَا يَنَالُ الْمَقْصُودِ, and he will not get the maqsood, the intended thing is not achieve his objective, little or a lot. He'll not achieve anything. قال ابن القيم رحمه الله في كتاب الفوائد, Ibn al-Qayyim says in his book, الجهل بالطريق وآفتها المقصود, ignorance of the path, and afatun is its obstacles. Nam, obstacles of the path. Wal maqsood, and its goal also. Objective. What if you're ignorant? يوجب التعب الكثير مع الفائدة القليلة. It will cause you to تعب كثير, to work hard a lot with little, benefit. With little benefit. وقد ذكر هذا الطريق باللفظ جامع مانع محمد مرتضى بن محمد الزبيدي صاحب تاج العروس في منظومة له تسمى, إن منظومة ألفية السند, يقول فيها, he said in it, محمد مرتضى ابن محمد الزبيدي تاج العروس, he says in it, فما حوى الغاية في ألف سنة, and whoever, فما حوى الغاية في ألف سنة شخص فخذ من كل فن أحسن بحفظ متن جامع للراجح تأخذه على مفيد ناصح. فما حوى الغاية, you'll not be able to achieve the غاية. The end of seeking cannot be attained in 1,000 years. Like in 1,000 years, you'll not be able to attain all of the knowledge. شخص فخذ, so a man should buy a person, right? شخص فخذ من كل فن أحسن, so take from every science the best of it. Right? How? He gives by بحفظ متن جامع لراجح, by memorizing a text which gathers together that which is superior. تأخذها على مفيد ناصح, and it takes you on the thing which is beneficial and sincere. فطريق العلم وجادته مبنية على أمرين. So he says the tariq is depending on two things. Number one, من أخذ بما كان معظما للعلم, And whoever takes it, he is revering knowledge. لأنه يطلب من حيث يمكن الوصول إليه. Because he's seeking where he can arrive for it. فأما الأمر الأول فحفظ متن جامع للراجح. First thing is what? Memorize a text which is gathers together, which is rajah, which is correct, or rajah superior. فلا بد من حفظ. There should be memorization. ومن ظن أنه ينال العلم بلا حفظ فإنه يطلب محالا. Whoever thinks that he will get knowledge without memorization, then he's seeking something impossible. So memorizing, how much ever possible, one should memorize. Especially start with memorization of the Quran. والمحفوظ المعول عليه هو المتن الجامع للراجح. And mahfuz, the thing being, is something, is a text which gathers upon that which is superior. فلا بد من حفظ. There is no escape from حفظ. ومن معول هي أي المعتمد عند أهل الفن, which is معتمد, recognized in the people of that science. فلا ينتفع فلا ينتفع طالب يحفظ المغمور في فن ويترك مشهورة. The student will not benefit if he studies something which is unknown. مغمور, something which is obscure in a particular science will not benefit. And he leaves something which is mashhur, which is famous. For example, he memorizes Alfiyatul Athari in Nahu. In Nahwi, ويترك Alfiya ibn Malik, and he leaves Alfiya ibn Malik, because if you go to Alfiya Athari and try memorizing it, try understanding it, you'll not find any resources as such. But Alfiya ibn Malik will find thousands of resources. So if he's going to something which is obscure. وَأَمَّا الْأَمْرُ الثَّانِي. So there's a way. If you want to do Nahu, this book, that book, which is famous, and you'll find resources available, you do start with that. Now, inshallah. You don't go and find something obscure and make yourself, make your life difficult. And you make your journey difficult. وأما الأمر الثاني فأخذه على مفيد ناصح. It should be something which is beneficial. فتفزع إلى شيخ تتفهم عن معانيه يتصف بهذين الوصفين. It should be from a teacher, to take the text from one who benefits and sincerely advises. So you flee. فتفزع إلى شيخ تتفهم عنه معانيه, who can explain to you the meaning, its meaning, and who has these two attributes. So the second thing is, go to a sheikh who will explain the book. وأولهما الإفادة. The sheikh, the first thing which is necessary from the sheikh is that there should be ifada, that he benefits. وهي الأهلية في العلم. He should be recognized, he should have the ability, he should be qualified in the knowledge. فيكون ممن عرف بطلب العلم وتلقيه حتى أدرك. So he's known, that one who sought knowledge and took it from others until he gained it. حتى أدرك. فصارت له ملكة قوية فيه. He has a strong ability in that. He has a strong aptitude for it. والأصل فيما هذا ما أخرجه أبو داود في سننه. What Abu Dawud rahimahullah, he is brought in his Sunan. قال حدثنا زهير بن حرب وعثمان بن أبي شيبة قال حدثنا جرير عن الأعمش عن عبد الله بن عبد الله عن سعيد بن جبير عن ابن عباس أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال تسمعون ويسمع منكم ويسمع ممن يسمع منكم. وإسناده قوي. That Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said in Abu Dawud, تسمعون, you will hear, ويسمع منكم, and it will be heard from you, ويسمع ممن يسمع منكم, and others will hear from those that heard from you. That means the knowledge will go from تسمعون, from the Sahaba, ويسمع منكم تابعي, ويسمع ممن يسمع منكم, and from the tabi. This will go from tabi to the following generations. No, this is how the ilm will spread. And Shaykh Al-Albani also has brought this hadith in Sahih Abi Dawud. Al-ibratu bi'umum al-khitab. Ibra, the generality should be taken. Ibra, what should be taken into account? It's the umum al-khitab. La bi khusus al-mukhatab, not by the particular person that it was addressed to. فلا يزال من المعالم العلم في هذه الأمة أن يأخذه الخالف عن السلف. And therefore, from the science of knowledge, فلا يزال من معالم العلم. معالم يعني signposts of the ilm in this ummah أن يأخذه الخالف عن السلف, that the subsequent person should take from the previous one. That's how knowledge comes. No, nobody comes and says, oh, I'll start from fresh, I'll not take anything from the previous people. No, ilm should be change should be there. أما الوصف الثاني, so the first thing he said was he should have ahliya, he should have malaka, ability, and he should have qualification for that. The second is for one nasiha, he should be sincere. He should have sincerity. The sheikh should have sincere. وَتَجْمَعُ مَعِنَيْنِ اثْنَيْنِ, and the two meanings, this comprises of two meanings. صلاحية الشيخ للاقتداء به, the sheikh is an example to be followed. والاهتداء بهديه ودله وسمته, for the student, as by his guidance, his conduct, bihadi wadalli, and how they guide it, and his manners or samt also, his manners. والآخر, and the other is معرفته بطرائق التعليم, and he should know the methods of teaching also. بحيث يحسن التعليم المتعلم, he has good way of teaching, now according to them suitable term. ويعرف ما يصلح له وما يضره, and he knows what is good for them and what harms them. وفق التربية العلمية, according to the educational kind of nurturing تربية التي ذكرها الشاطبي في الموافقات, which Imam Shatibi rahimahullah, he mentions in موافقات. So the nasiha also, it includes two things. He should be able to be followed. He should know the ways of teaching also. So two things the Shaykh said. So we should choose the correct path. And second thing is choose a correct Shaykh also, to learn, correct teacher to learn the book, who can explain properly and other things. Now, the sixth principle, المعقد السادس رعاية فنونه في العقد, taking consideration into the different sciences while taking. Akhd means acquiring knowledge. وتقديم الأهم فالمهم, he should give first importance, he should give preference to the most important one. إن الصورة المستحسنة يزيد حسنها بالتمتع البصري بجميع أجزائها ويفوت من حسنها عند الناظر ما يحتجب عنه من أجزائها. والعلم هكذا، من رعى فنونه بالأخذ وأصاب من كل فن حظا كملت آلته في العلم. So he says, إن الصورة المستحسن, a pleasant image. Whenever you see an image, the pleasant image, يزيد حسنها, its beauty increases, it becomes more pleasant. بتمتع البصر, by enjoying of the eye, بجميع أجزاء, on all of its parts, like this part, the background and all that, you look at every part of it. ويفوت من حسنها عند الناظر, and the one who's looking, he misses بقدر ما يحتجب عنه من أجزائها, when he misses out by looking at its parts, right? You're not looking at the complete picture, right? Like we say, والعلم هكذا, knowledge is also like that. من رعى فنونه بالأخذ وأصاب من كل فن حظا. So man ra'a, whoever takes care of all the funun, of all the sciences, of acquiring it, وأصاب من كل فن, and he gains a share of each science. حظا كملت آلته, his skill becomes complete. Ala, his instrument of his skill becomes complete, more complete in it. Ibn al-Jawzi says, so look at all the sciences. Now, of course, giving importance to Quran and Sunnah, like it said. قال ابن الجوزي في صيد خاطره, he says in صيد خاطر, جمع العلوم ممدوح, gathering of all sciences is praiseworthy. He brings poetry. من كل فن خذ ولا تجهل به فالحر مطلع على الأسرار. من كل فن خذ, so from every science you should take, and do not be ignorant of it. فالحر, so the free one is مطلع, he can look right? He's looking into the secrets of the different sciences, ويقول شيخ شيوخنا محمد بن مانع في إرشاد الطلاب. Sheikh of our Sheikh Muhammad ibn Ma'ana says in إرشاد الطلاب ولا ينبغي للفاضل أن يترك علما. So he's saying don't leave anything. أن يترك العلوم علما من علوم النافعة التي تعين على فهم الكتاب والسنة إذا كان يعلم من نفسه قوة على تعلمه ولا يسوغ له أن يعيب العلم الذي يجهله ويزري بعالمه فإن هذا نقص ورذيلة فالعاقل ينبغي له أن يتكلم بعلم أو يسكت بحلم وإلا دخل تحت قول القائل. So he says, Muhammad ibn Mani' rahimahullah, he says, وَلَا يَنْبَغِي لِلْفَاضِلِ أَنْ يَتْرُكَ عِلْمًا. It's not benefiting for the person of Fadil who's to leave a science, the virtuous man to leave a science from the beneficial science, which will help him to understand the Kitab wa Sunnah, right? So ultimate goal is to understand the Kitab and Sunnah. إِذَا كَانَ يَعْلَمُ مِن نَفْسِهِ, if he has the strength for it, right? He knows he has the strength. Like he should not say, oh, I'll not study this. No, he should study everything. وَلَا يَسُوغُ لَهُ أَنْ يَعِيبَ الْعِلْمَ. It's not appropriate, right? It's not right for him to dishonor the knowledge that he is ignorant of. He should not say, oh, I no need to study this science or that. وَيُزْرِعَ بِعَالِمِ, not to detract from one who has knowledge. فَإِنَّ هَذَا نَقْصٌ وَرَذِيلَ. It is not correct. It's naqs. And radila, it's a bad thing, depravity. فَالْآخِلُ يَنْبَغِي لَهُ أَنْ يَتَكَلَّمَ بِعِلْمٍ أَوْ يَسْكُتُ بِحِلْمٍ. So the knowledgeable one, he speaks with knowledge or he's silent with hilm, with courtesy. وَإِلَّا دَخَلَ تَحْتَ قَوْلِ الْقَائِلِ أَتَانِي أَنَّ سَهْلًا ذَمَّ جَهْلًا. Right? There's a poetry, there's a guy called Sahel. It reached me that Sahel has censured dhamma jahlan uluman laysa ya'rifihunna sahlu. And there are sciences that Sahel did not know. Uluman law qara'aha ma qalaha. Sciences, if he knew them, he would not have dissessed them. Ma qalaha. ولكن الرضا بالجهل سهل. But contentment with ignorance is easy. And so there's a wordplay here in which it does it. So Sahel. So Sahel is saying no need to study and all that, but there's a need. انتهى كلامه. وإنما تنفع رعاية فنون العلم باعتماد الأصلين. So you will take care of the sciences by having two foundations. أحدهما تقديم الأهم فالمهم. You will put whatever الأهم تقديم الأهم فالمهم. You'll say whatever comes important after that. You take care of that. مما يفتقد إليه المتعلم في القيام بوظائف العبودية لله. مما يفتقد, there's a need. نعم, مما يفتقد إليه, there's a need for that. المتعلم, for the learner. في القيام, for establishing بوظائف العبودية لله. Servitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like a person should know how to do wudu. He should know how to, pray his salat. If you're learning about something which you do not require, some theoretical subjects and all that, then there's no point, right? You should start with what you need in your daily life. سئل مالك بن أنس إمام دار الهجرة عن طلب العلم فقال حسن جميل ولكن انظر الذي يلزمك من حين تصبح إلى حين أو حين تصبح إلى حين تمسي فالزمه. It's good. Seek knowledge, right? He said beautiful and good, Hasan. But however, look at what you will need from morning until evening and stick to learn that. قال أبو عبيدة معمر بن المثنى. You should give precedence to important things. من شغل نفسه بغير المهم أضر بالمهم. Whoever makes himself busy with something unimportant will be harmed that which is important. That means he will not have any knowledge about that. وقدم الأهم إن العلم جم والعمر ضيف زار أو ضيف ألم. He brings some poetry. وقدم الأهم إن العلم جم. Give precedence to the most important, for knowledge is copious. Jam yani kathir. And والعمر طيف, and life is a طيف يعني طيف يعني like a phantom, some image which comes. Zara طيف like apparition, or it's like which comes in, it's just a reflection which comes and goes. أو ضيف ألم, and or a guest which ألم, which pays a short visit. So it's like short. Life is so short. So give importance to the most important one. والآخر أن يكون قصده في أول طلبه تحصيل مختصر في كل فن. So he should give importance to the important ones, and also he should give importance to the short ones. مختصر. To start with short things. حتى إذا استكمل أنواع العلوم النافعة نظر إلى ما وافق تبعه منها. حتى إذا استكمل أنواع العلوم النافعة, when he finishes all the beneficial signs, نظر إلى ما وافق تبعه منها. He will look to whatever's above it. Looks at what which agrees with his nature. Oh, ما وافق تبعه منها. So he says, the Sheikh says that finish all the sciences and then you'll find something you are more inclined to it. Like I find myself more inclined to Nahu, Sarf, Balagha, Ulum al-Lugha. And after that, Aqidah. You'll find yourself inclined towards it. وآنس من نفسه قدرة عليه, and he will find himself capable of that. He will find that. فتبحر فيه. So he will go in depth in سواء كان فنا واحدا أم أكثر. It could be that one fun, one ulum, or it could be more. أما بلوغ الغاية في كل فن والتحقق بملكته فإنما يهيأ له الواحد بعد الواحد في أزمنة متطاولة. As for going deep in everything, right, then it is rare. For the odd person, yuhayya, it has been made easy for one after another in a long, time. في زمن متطاولة. So a student, he should choose. He should choose to specialize, because we need specialists. But when? Later on, not in the starting itself. Oh, I don't know fiqh, I don't know how to do wudu. If somebody asks him about wudu, he's a talib al-ilm, he doesn't know, right? He should know the basic stuff and things which are required, practical stuff, no? ثم ينظر المتعلم فيما يمكنه من تحصيلها إفرادا للفنون ومختصراتها. Then the learner should see فيما يمكنه, what makes him easy to get proficiency, من تحصيلها إفرادا للفنون ومختصراتها. And it's what you can achieve one science at a time or multiple sciences, واحدا بعد واحد أو جمعا لها, والإفراد هو المناسب لعموم الطلبة. But most of them, he can do only one. Most of the students, because the general students, majority of the students, only one science to become special. That itself is a great thing. ومن طياد الشعر الشناقطة قول أحدهم. طياد الشعر يعني anonymous. From the anonymous lines of شناقطة قول أحدهم, in the speech, وإن تريد تحصيل فن تممه وعن سباه قبل الانتهاء مه وفي ترادف العلوم المنعجة إن توأمان استبقا لن يخرجا. So Shanaqita have something like, if you want to gain a knowledge, then complete it. So they say that if you start in wal ilm, you're learning aqidah, you start, read and complete it. وعن سباه قبل الانتهاء مه. But apart from that, do stop. Right? Before you finish the first one, don't go into another subject. Right? وفي ترادف العلوم, prohibition has come from learning multiple sciences at once. المنع جاء إن توأمان, because when the twins also are born, you have to remove the first twin from the body, from the mother, and then لن يخرجا, and the second, because even if twins are born, they don't come outside together. That's what they say. But generally, what we do is we learn one science and then another, because studying only one science, it becomes so tiring. But yeah, that was Sanakhida. Man arafa nafsahu, and who knows min nafsihi qudra ala al-jam'i jam'a. Whoever wants to gather all of the sciences, he will gather. وكانت حاله استثناء من العلوم, and his situation is an exception from the umum, min al-umum. ومن نواقض هذا المعقد المشاهدة, and from the nullifiers from this principle is when we are looking al-ihjam عن تنوع العلوم والاستخفاف ببعض المعارف والاشتغال بما لا ينفع مع الوعلعيب الغرائب وكان مالك يقول. So you see students, they are studying, some odd things. Al-ihjam is going to ihjam is from reluctance to study different types of knowledge. تنوع العلوم I don't want to study fiqh, I don't want to. From the starting itself, he says that. والاستخفاف ببعض المعارف, and belittling, istighfaf, belittling of some of the knowledges. والاشتغال بما لا ينفع, and busying yourself which does not benefit. مع الولع بالغرائب, in diving into for odd things. He goes and finds in the books odd things, makes a video about it or something, right? And we find some people like that. وكان مالك يقول, Malik used to say, شر العلم الغريب وخير العلم الظاهر الذي قد رواه الناس. شر العلم, the most evil form of knowledge is the odd one, rare. And the best of knowledge which is manifest and which the people have narrated. So seek knowledge which is most beneficial, give importance to the most important knowledge. Now, inshallah, that was Maqidut, the sixth one. The seventh Maqid, the seventh principle, Al-Mubadaratu ila tahsilihi, seeking knowledge quickly, early. Mubadara, you should go ahead. وَاغْتِنَامُ سِنِّ الصِّبَا وَالشَّبَابِ, and to use iqtinam, taking benefit of youth, childhood and youth. So you should seek knowledge as early as possible. So he says, فَإِنَّ الْعُمُرَ زَهْرَةٌ, because the age is like a flower. إِنْمَا أَن تَسِيرَ بِالسُّلُوكِ الْمَعَالِ ثَمَرَةٌ, the age, and or it could either turn into a fruit, وَإِمَّا أَن تَذْبُلَ, or it can wither away. وَإِنَّ مِمَّا تُثْمِرُ بِهِ زَهْرَةُ الْعُمُرِ, and indeed of what beneficial you can use the flower of your age, الْمُبَادَرَةُ إِلَى تَحْصِيلِ الْعِلْمِ, you should go ahead in seeking knowledge. Quick, you should be quick in acquiring knowledge. وَتَذْكَ الْكَسَلِ وَالْعَجْزِ, you should leave laziness and weakness, inability. وَاغْتِنَامَ سِنِّ الصِّبَا وَالشَّبَابِ, and to benefit iqtinam from the age of siba, from childhood and youth. امتثالا لأمر باستباق الخيرات, implementing the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to go ahead in good things. كما قال تعالى فاستبقوا الخيرات, go ahead, fastabiqu, compete with each other in good things. And that means go ahead to istibaq. وأيام الحداثة فاغتنمها على إن الحداثة لا تدوم. وأيام, so he says what? The days of youth, take فاغتنمها. أيام الحداثة يعني youth, because Allah, indeed youth does not last forever. قال أحمد رحمه الله ما شبهت الشباب إلا بشيء كان في كمي فسقط. I would not compare youth to anything other than something that was in my sleeve and it fell down. It went off so fast. Now, youth was like so fast. So you should take benefit of your youth. وَالْعِلْمُ فِي سِنِّ الشِّبَابِ أَسْرَعُ إِلَى النَّفْسِ, because knowledge gained in the youth is very quick to the soul, like it to yourself. It becomes quickly internalized. وَأَقْوَى تَعَلُّقًا وَلُسُوقًا, and it's more stronger to attach and to stick. قال حسن البصري العلم في الصغر كالنقش في الحجر. Ilm in the childhood is like carving on the stone. فقوة بقاء العلم في الصغر. And so the quwwah, the strength of the remaining of the knowledge is in the childhood. كقوة بقاء النقش في الحجر, like the strength of the engraving in the stone. فمن اغتنم شبابه نال إربه وحمد عند مشيبه سراه. So whoever takes time, benefit of his youth, nala irba. Irba is this, he'll become proficient in it, and he will praise his capability when he becomes old. اغتنم سن الشباب يا فتى عند المشيب يحمد القوم السرى. Take benefit of your youth, O young man. When you become old, people will praise your ability. وأضر شيء على الشباب التسويف وطول العمل. To say taswif is say سوف سوف, I'll keep doing in the future, and طول الأمل, long أمل, hopes. فيصوف أحدهم ويركب بحر الأماني. So he says, I will do it in the future, and he will ride the waves of hopes. Future, I'll keep doing tomorrow, sailing the seas of hopes. ويشتغل بأحلام اليقظة, and he busies himself with waking dreams. He daydreams. ويحدث نفسه أن الأيام المستقبلة ستفرغ له من الشواغل. And he keeps saying to himself that, okay, the following days he will become free from his busyness, from his disturbances, and he will be clear وتصفو, and become clean من المكدرات والعوائق, disturbances and عوائق, from the obstacles. But in reality, والحال المنظورة, which is widely observed, that أن من كبرت سنه كثرت شواغله, that whosoever becomes his age increases, his shawagil, his busyness also increases. وعظمت قواطعه, and distractions also which cut off, things which cut off also, it becomes great. مع ضعف الجسم, and with weakness of the body. ووهن القوى, and your strength of ability of your brain also reduces, lack of strength. ولن تدرك الغايات العظمى بالتلهف. Major goals cannot be achieved with talahuf, with lamenting, والترجي, and hoping, والتمني, and wishing. ولست بمدرك ما فات مني باللهفة ولا بليت ولا لو أني. I cannot get back what has passed by me باللهف, with I long for, oh I wish, talahuf, lamenting, oh I wish I would have. ولا بليت is also something, wish, I wish. ولا لو, oh if I had done this. لو أني فعلت كذا وكذا, it won't happen. ولا يطو, but it doesn't mean if your age is like, if your age has passed by of youth, don't worry, right? Don't worry. ولا يتوهم مما سبق أن الكبير لا يتعلم, that the elder person does not seek knowledge. No, whenever he wakes up, he seeks knowledge. بل هؤلاء أصحاب رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم تعلموا كبارا. But these are the Sahaba of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They had studied when they were old. ذكره البخاري رحمه الله في كتاب العلم من صحيحه. Imam Bukhari has mentioned in Kitab al-Ilm in his Sahih. وإنما يعسر التعلم في الكبر. It's just that it becomes difficult. Difficult when he seeks knowledge now in his kibar. كما بيّنه الماوردي في أدب الدنيا والدين. Like Mawardi has said in his book Adab al-Dunya wa Deen, لِكَثْرَةِ الشَّوَاغِلِ, because he has a lot of commitments, that time. وَغَلَبَةُ الْخَوَاطِعِ, and also he has a lot of things to cut him off, to make him quit. وَتَكَاثُرْ عَلَائِقْ, and a lot of these things which keep him away. فَمَنْ قَدِرَ عَلَى دَفْعِهَا مِنْ نَفْسِهِ أَدْرَكَ الْعِلْمِ. Whoever is able to push them back, he will get knowledge. قَدْ وَقَعَ هَذَا لِجَمَاعَةٍ مِنَ النُّبَلَةِ. And this has occurred for a group of the noble people. They sought knowledge when they were old. طلبوا العلم كبارا فأدركوا منه قدرا عظيما. And they sought knowledge when they were old, and they have got a great amount of it. And from that was Al-Qaffal al-Shafi'i, who sought knowledge when he was old. That was Maqid. Seventh one, Sabi'. Well, start young, start early. المعقد الثامن, the eighth principle. لزوم التأني في طلبه. Mandatory to go slow. تأني, deliberation in seeking knowledge. Should not seek knowledge at once. وترك العجلة, and leaving hastening. Should not hasten to seek knowledge. إن تحصيل العلم لا يكون جملة واحدة. إذا القلب يضعف عن ذلك. The knowledge should not be sought in one go. because the heart becomes weak from that. وَإِنَّ لِلْعِلْمِ فِيهِ ثِقَلًا كَثِقَلِ الْحَجَرِ فِي يَدِ حَامِلِهِ. Indeed, knowledge has some heaviness, like a person who's holding a stone, right? It'll become, you can't, if you hold it now, it's easy, right? It's easy, but the longer you hold, it becomes heavy, 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 heavy. قال تعالى إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا, heavy speech. أي القرآن وإذا كان هذا وصف القرآن الميسر. And this is the description of the Quran which has been made easy. Like Allah said, وَلَقَدْ يَسَّرْنَا الْقُرْآنَ لِلذِّكْرِ. Indeed, we have made the Quran easy for remembrance. فَمَا الظَّنُّ بِغَيْرِهِ مِنَ الْعُلُومِ. So what is the thought of the other sciences? وقد وقع تنزيل القرآن رعاية لهذا الأمر منجما مفرقا باعتبار الحوادث والنوازل. Quran has come down separately. نعم كما قال تعالى وقال الذين كفروا لولا نزل عليه القرآن جملة واحدة. The people who disbelieved, they said, why has the Quran not come down in one go, right? كذلك لنثبت به فؤادك, so that we can strengthen your heart through it. وَرَتَّلْنَاهُ تَرْتِيلًا, and we have recited to you in tartila, in long ways. نعم وَرَتَّلْنَاهُ تَرْتِيلًا. This ayah is a proof. وهذه الآية حجة في لزوم التأني. This ayah is a proof for going slow في طلب العلم, going slow in seeking knowledge. والتدرج, going one after. التدرج is taking stages. فيه وترك العجلة, and leaving عجلة, right? hastening. كما ذكره الخطيب البغدادي في الفقيه والمتفقه. Like Khatib al-Baghdadi says in Faqih Mutafaqih wa Raghib al-Asfahani fi Muqaddimati Jami' al-Tafsir. Even Raghib al-Asfahani says in Jami' al-Tafsir. ومن شعر ابن النحاس الحلبي, from the share of Ibn Nahas al-Halabi, from the poetry of Nahas al-Halabi, is that اليوم شيء وغدا مثله. And today there is something, and tomorrow similar to Al-Halabi. من نخب العلم التي تلتقط يحصل المرء بها حكمة وإنما السيل اجتماع النقط. Today is something, tomorrow there's something like it. من نخب, and from the choicest part of knowledge, التي تلتقط, which are picked from the best parts. يحصل المرء, the man gains بها حكمة, he gains wisdom. وإنما السيل اجتماع النقط. The sail, the flood, the torrent of water is only a gathering of droplets. Droplets, gathering of drops. قال الشعبة بن الحجاج, that is, go slow, take one drop at a time. شعبة ibn al-Hajjaj says, اختلفت إلى عمرو بن دينار 500 مرة. I differed with Amr 500 مرة, 500 times. That means I went to Amr ibn Diyar. وما سمعت منه إلا 100 حديث. I've gone to him maybe 500 times, but I've heard only 100 hadith. 100 hadith. في كل 5 مجالس حديث. In every 5 sittings, he used to say one hadith. قال حماد بن أبي سليمان لتلميذ له تعلم كل يوم 3 مسائل. Hamad ibn Abi Sulaiman said to his student, study every day 3 issues only. وَلَا تَزِدْ عَلَيْهَا شَيْئًا. Don't increase anything to it. So you study 3 pages or 3 issues and don't increase anything to it. Because you have to go slowly. Don't like, I want to do everything. And there are many students like that, right? And they say, oh, give me, like I take one-on-one classes, so they say, give me all the slots which you have, I will study, right? But it doesn't happen like that. We should have slow students. وَمُقْتَدَى لُزُومُ التَّأَنِّي وَالتَّدَرُّجِ. You have to go slowly. The required thing is that الْبَدَاءَةُ بِالْمُتُونِ الْقِصَارِ الْمُصَنَّفَةِ. You have to begin with the small mutun. which has been مصنفة published في فنون العلم حفظا واستشراحا. We should start with memorizing and explanation. والميل عن مطالعة المطولات. I should not go to the big books مطولات التي لم يرتفع الطالب بعد إليها. Because the student has not reached that level. He should start from small متون. ومن تعرض للنظر في المطولات فقد يجني على دينه. And whoever goes to the big books, he is exposed to the big books, he embarks upon it, he has transgressed on his religion. وَتَجَاوُزُ الْإِعْتِدَالِ. So if you start with, oh, I want to read Majmu Fatawa, and it goes, starts reading it. No, he's leaving the stages. That is a transgression. وَتَجَاوُزُ الْإِعْتِدَالِ فِي الْعِلْمِ رُبَّمَا أَدَّى إِلَى تَضْيِيعِهِ. And you going beyond the limits, beyond the moderate, it will cause you to get lost. Because people will come and say this issue, that issue, and he'll take some opinions which nobody has taken. ومن بداعي الحكم قول عبد الكريم الرفاعي. From the wonderful things, wisdom, exquisite words of wisdom from Abdul Karim الرفاعي أحد شيوخ العلم بدمشق الشام في القرن الماضي, in the past century in Sham. He used to say طعام الكبار سم الصغار. And the food of the old is the poison for the young, right? Because if a child, how much ever he's drinking milk, right? Even though the food might be so delicious and whatnot, it's still poison for him. He cannot drink because the child is not ready for it. Similarly, the student is not ready. He should know his level. Like my level, okay, I'm in Aqidah, I'm reading Usul Salata and this book and that book. And he should know what his level is. Oh, he starts with the highest book. Oh, I want to do Alfi ibn Malik in the starting itself. It becomes very difficult. It becomes like poison for him. وصدق, and he has been truthful. فإن الرضيع إذا تناول طعام الكبار, because the radi, the suckling child, if he has the food of the big people, مهما لذ وطاب, however delicious it is, now أهلكه وعطبه, he will be destroyed by it, it will damage it. مثله من يتناول المسائل الكبار من المطولات, and whoever seeks knowledge, the big knowledge from the long books, ويوقف نفسه مع ضعف الآلة على خلاف العلماء, and he exposed himself, to differing of the scholars and multiple schools of thought. وتعدد مذاهب في المنقول والمعقول, he becomes lost in all those things. The madahib in the madahib, in maqul in the reports and the rationality, manqul what has been said and what can be understood. He will stop himself because he does not bada'fil ala. He does not have the instrument to read all these things. So remember this thing, ta'amul kibari summus sigar. That was the 8th point. Go slow, don't go fast. The 9th principle, الصبر في العلم تحملا وأداء. Patience in knowledge, both attaining it تحملا وأداء, and passing it on, like teaching it. إذ كل جليل من الأمور لا يدرك إلا بالصبر. Since every matter cannot be attained except by sabr. وأعظم شيء تتحمل به النفس طلب المعالي. And the greatest thing which the soul bears, or the self bears, the person has to bear, it is to seek the highest thing, معالي. تسبيرها عليه, so you should have patience on it. ولهذا كان الصبر والمصابرة مأمورا بهما لتحصيل أصل الإيمان تارة ولتحصيل كماله تارة أخرى. Patience is required when you gain iman as well as to make it complete. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu sbiru, O you believe, be patient, and wasabiru, and persevere in patience. قال تعالى واصبر نفسك مع الذين يدعون ربهم بالغداة والعشي يريدون وجهه. Have patience with yourself. واصبر نفسك, have patience, keep yourself patient by being with those who call their Lord in the morning and ashi, in the evening, yuriduna wajha, seeking his face. قال يحيى بن أبي كثير في تفسير هذه الآية هو مجالس الفقه. It is the مجالس الفقه. نعم, it is the مجالس, the gatherings of fiqh. ولن يحصل أحد العلم إلا بالصبر. And nobody gained knowledge except by patience. قال يحيى بن أبي كثير أيضا لا يستطاع العلم براحة الجسم. Knowledge cannot be gathered with except with by resting the body. فالصبر يخرج من معرة الجهل. Patience takes a person out of dishonor. معرة, dishonor of ignorance. قال الأصمعي من لم يحتمل ذل التعليم ساعة بقي في ذل الجهل أبدا. Whoever cannot bear the lowliness of learning for an hour, for a time, he will remain as an ignorant forever. وَبِهِ تُدْرَكُ لَذَّةُ الْعِلْمِ. And with patience you can get the لذة, the pleasure of knowledge. قال بعض السلف من لم يحتمل ألم التعليم لم يذق لذة العلم. Whoever does not bear the pain of learning, right, he will never taste the pleasure of knowledge. ولا بد دون الشهد من سم لسعة. And it is necessary ولا بد دون الشهد, that ولا بد دون الشهد. دون is prior to. الشهد يعني أصل is honey. من سم لسعة. There should be a sting of poison. There should be a sting of poison. Like sometimes the birds come to pain and pleasure. So without no pain, no gain kind of. وكان يقال من لم يركب المصاعب لم ينل رغائب. Whoever does not face difficulties will not achieve the desires. والصبر العلمي. So how do you have patience? It is of two types. أحدهما صبر في تحمله وأخذه. One, patience is to gain knowledge. والحفظ يحتاج إلى صبر. Memorization requires patience. والفهم يحتاج إلى صبر. Even understanding requires patience. وحضور مجالس العلم يحتاج إلى صبر. And attending the majalis of knowledge يحتاج, requires صبر. ورعاية حق الشيخ تحتاج إلى صبر. And the رعاية concerning the rights of the sheikh requires إلى صبر. You should be patient, no? والنوع الثاني صبر في أدائه وبثه وتبليغه إلى أهله. This is patience in its أداء. That is when you're conveying the message. Sitting to teach تبليغه إلى أهله. فالجلوس للمتعلمين يحتاج إلى صبر. Sitting for the students, it requires صبر. وإفهامه يحتاج إلى صبر. Making them understand requires صبر. واحتمال زلاتهم يحتاج إلى صبر. And having patience on their احتمال, putting up with their slips, their mistakes, it requires صبر. وفوق هذين النوعين من صبر العلم الصبر على الصبر. And above this is you need patience for patience also, right? So that your patience doesn't wear out. فيهما والثبات عليهما. Remain firm in having patience. لكل إلى شأو العلا وثبات ولكن عزيز في الرجال ثبات. For everyone there's شأو العلا is goals of highness والثبات and determination. But it's very rare that the man will have thabat, that he'll be firm. It's very rare among men. وَمَنْ يَلْزَمِ الصَّبْرَ يَظْفَرْ بِالرُّشْدِ. And whoever adheres to have patience, he'll be successful. He'll get rightly guided. قال أبو يعلى الموصلي المحدث إني رأيت وفي الأيام تجربة. Indeed, I have seen, and in the days is an experience. There's experience. للصبر عاقبة محمود الأثر. For patience, there's a good ending, which has good praiseworthy effects. وقل من جد في أمر تتطلبه. And few are those who work hard in seeking this thing. تتطلبه واستصحب الصبر. And taking patience along. إلا فاز بالظفر. That he will be successful. He will triumph with success. إلا فاز بالظفر. So that was the ninth one. which is be patient. Be patient. الصبر في العلم تحملا وأداء. Be patient in tahammul, seeking, and as well as conveying it to others. 10th point is ملازمة المعقد العاشر ملازمة آداب العلم. You should have adab. You should have adab of ilm, etiquettes of seeking knowledge. قال ابن القيم في كتابه مدارج السالكين. Ibn al-Qayyim says in his book مدارج السالكين أدب المرء عنوان سعادته وفلاحه. The adab of a human being, the etiquette of a person, is the unwa nusaadatihi, is the address, we could say, is the address, is the sign, on one sign of his happiness and of his happiness. وقلة أدبه عنوان شقاوته بواره. And a lack of manners is the sign of its shaqawa, of its destruction and wretchedness. فما استجلب خير الدنيا والآخرة بمثل الأدب. So nothing comes in which is good in this world except from adab. ولا استجلب حرمانهما بمثل قلة الأدب. And nobody is prevented except through bad manners. والمرء لا يسمو بغير الأدب. The person does not ascend without adab. وإن يكن ذا حسب ونسب. Even though he's have good lineage and good noble ancestors, the hasab. وإنما يصلح للعلم من تأدب بآدابه في نفسه ودرسه مشايخه وقرينه. So he should have adab with his himself and his lesson and his sheikh and his companions. وقال يوسف ابن الحسن بالأدب تفهم العلم. With etiquette you would seek knowledge. لأن المتأدب يرى أهلا للعلم فيبذل له وخليل الأدب يعز العلم أن يضيع عنه. Because one who takes the adab, he will prepare himself, no? And he will, the one who's ill-mannered, يعز العلم. Knowledge is too honorable for him to be lost with him. Knowledge will be lost. يعز العلم أن يضيع عنده. So whoever has adab, Allah will grant him knowledge. سأل رجل البخاري أن يقرأ عليه. Bukhari, a man asked that to Bukhari that he will recite to him. فأذن له البخاري. Bukhari allowed him. فجلس الرجل متربعا. The man sat cross-legged. So in the custom it was bad manners to sit cross-legged at that time. فامتنع البخاري من إقرائه. He stopped. Bukhari stopped him. وقال لا أنت أحوج إلى الأدب منك إلى العلم الذي جئت تطلبه. You have more need to seek adab, to learn etiquettes before the knowledge which you came to seek. ومن هنا كان السلف رحمهم الله يعتنون بتعلم الأدب. They used to care about seeking adab. كما يعتنون بتعلم العلم. They used to care how they used to care knowledge. قال ابن السيرين كانوا يتعلمون الهدي كما يتعلمون العلم. They used to seek guidance, way of behaving as they used to seek knowledge. بل إن طائفة منهم, but a group of them, يقدمون تعلمه على تعلم العلم. They used to learn adab before seeking knowledge. قال مالك بن أنس لفتى من قريش. Malik ibn Anas said to a young man from Quraysh, يا ابن أخي تعلم الأدب قبل أن تتعلم العلم. O son of my brother, seek adab, etiquettes before you seek knowledge. وكانوا يظهرون حاجتهم إليه. And this to show that we need adab. قال مخلد بن الحسين لابن المبارك يوما. مخلد بن الحسين said نحن إلى كثير من الأدب أحوج منا إلى كثير من العلم. We require a lot of adab, etiquettes, more than we need knowledge. وكانوا يوصون به ويشهدون إليه, is to guide and instruct also. Instruct, advise others about. قال مالك كانت أمي تعممني. My mother used to put their imamah وتقول لي, and say to me, اذهب إلى ربيعة, تعني ابن عبد الرحمن فقيه للمدينة في زمنه. He was the faqih of Medina. But what did she say? His mother to him, فتعلم من أدبه قبل علمه. So learn from his adab etiquette before his knowledge. How is he sitting? How is he taking questions? How is he answering them? All these things. وإنما حرم كثير من طلبة العصر العلم بتضييع الأدب. So you'll see that a lot of knowledge is lost because of there's no etiquettes. فترى أحدهم متكئا بحضرة شيخه. You will find somebody is reclined in front of a sheikh. بل يمد إليه رجليه. Or he will extend his legs towards him. نعم سبحان الله. ويرفع صوته when he raises voice near him. ولا يمتنع عن إجابة هاتف الجوال وغيره. And it does not prevent him to stop taking calls. فأي أدب عند هؤلاء ينالون به العلم. So where is the adab through which he'll gain knowledge? أشرف الليث ابن سعد. الليث ابن سعد, he came across the people على أصحاب الحديث فرأى منهم شيئا كأنه كرهه. And he saw something which he disliked. قال ما هذا? He said, what is this? أنتم إلى يسير من الأدب أحوج منكم إلى كثير من العلم. You are in need of little manners more than a lot of knowledge. نعم. فماذا يقول الليث لو رأى حال كثير من طلاب العلم في هذا العصر. And what will Layth rahimahullah said, Layth ibn Sa'ad, if you would see the situation of many of the students in this era. Subhanallah. So we need ملازمة أدب للتعلم. آداب العلم is necessary. Inshallah. We'll do the 11th one in our next session. Inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. We've done 10 principles today, inshallah. The 11th one, Al-Maqidu Hadi Ashra. The 11th principle, Siyanatul Ilmi Amma Yashin. Protecting of knowledge of what disfigures it. Mushana Yashunu means disfigures it. Mimma yukhaliful muru'a, which goes against muru'a. Muru'a is something which is it's like adab, etiquette itself. Wa yakhrimuha, and which kharama is which deceives it, or you could say pierces it, makes holes in it. So we are talking about muru'a. Inshallah ta'ala. Man lam yasun al-ilma lam yasunhu al-ilm. قاله الشافعي ومن أخل بالمروءة بالوقوع فيما يشين فقد استخف بالعلم فلم يعظمه ووقع في البطالة فتفضي به الحال إلى زوال اسم العلم عنه. So whoever does not guard knowledge, من لم يسن العلم, صان يسنه to protect. Whoever does not guard knowledge, لم يسنه العلم, knowledge will not guard him. كما قال الشافعي. ومن أخل المروءة. Muru'a is something which is, it's not like haram something, but something which is good conduct. That's called muru'a. بالوقوع فيما يشين. And whoever has a lack of muru'a by falling into of what disfigures it. فقد استخف بالعلم. He has استخف, he has belittled knowledge. فلم يعظمه, so he has not given the respect that knowledge deserves. ووقع في البطالة, and he has fallen into batala, yani idleness. فَتُفْضِي بِهِ الْحَالُ إِلَى زَوَالِ سِلْمِ الْعِلْمُ. So the name of ilm goes away from it. So we cannot call it this thing. قال وهب بن منبه لا يكون البطال من الحكماء. The idle one cannot be called from the people of wisdom. لا يكون البطال من الحكماء. He brings some poetry. That means you should not leave muru'ah as a student of knowledge. لا يدرك العلم بطال ولا كسل. Ilm will not be gained by an idle person as well as a lazy. ولا ملول ولا من يألف البشر. Malul is the one who is very one. He's always bored. من لا يمل. ولا من يألف البشر, and those who wants to to please the people. Right? Subhanallah, it's very necessary. لا يدرك العلم بطال ولا كسل ولا ملول ولا من يألف البشر. وجماع المروءة كما قال ابن تيمية الجد في المحرر. Ibn Taymiyyah, his grandfather, he has gathered the meaning of muru'ah, comprehensive definition. وتبعه حفيده في بعض فتاويه. Even his grandson Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, has said, what is muru'ah? استعمال ما يجمله ويزينه. Using something what beautifies him or it and adorns him. ويزينه وتجنب ما يدنسه ويشينه. And staying away from something which harms him and disfigures him. So everything, even though it might not be haram, right? But a student of knowledge should be careful about that. قيل لأبي محمد السفيان بن عيينة قد استنبطت من القرآن كل شيء فأين المروءة فيه. You have استنبطت, you have taken extracted proof. Istinbat you have done from the Quran everything. So where is muru'ah in it? So Allah, he quotes the ayah, Sufyan ibn Uyayna, في قوله تعالى خذ العفو وأمر بالمعروف وأعرض عن الجاهلين. خذ العفو, show forgiveness, enjoin what is good, and turn away from the ignorant ones. ففيه المروءة وحسن الأدب ومكارم الأخلاق. So he said there is muru'ah in it and husnul adab, good character, muru'ah, exemplary conduct, you could say. And then makarimul akhlaq, noble manners also. Noble manners also. ومن ألزم الأدب النفسي للطالب تحليه بالمروءة. And from the most important things for a student, he should have muru'ah وما يحمل عليها, and whatever it carries it. وتنكبه خوارمها التي تخل بها كحلق لحيته. And what detracts from it, like shaving the beard. فقد عداه في خوارم المروءة. So muru'ah, going against muru'ah, there could be something which is haram, like حلق اللحية is haram, but it still goes against muru'ah. Or it could be something mubah, but still a student of knowledge should not do it. So فقد عداه في خوارم المروءة, it is something which pierces holes in muru'ah. ابن حجر الهيتمي من الشافعية وابن عابدين من الحنفية. All of these scholars have taken that, and it is against the student knowledge, clean shaven. It's so bad. No? He should clear away from all these sins which are zahir, which are apparent. أو كثرة الالتفات في الطريق. Or he's walking in the street, his eyes are darting here and there. Right? You should guard your gaze. As a student of knowledge, you should guard your gaze. So كثرة الالتفات, turning here and there, looking a lot around, you should not do. You should put your gaze down and walk. وعده من خوارمه ابن شهاب الزهري إبراهيم النخعي من المتقدمين. From the previous ones, early scholars, Ibn Shihab al-Zuhri, Ibrahim al-Nakhi, have considered it from خوارم المروءة. أو مد الرجلين في مجمع الناس, or stretching out your legs, right? You're stretching out your legs من غير حاجة, without any need, ولا ضرورة ضاعية, and without any necessity. وعده من الخوارم جماعة, a group has said منهم أبو بكر الطرطوشي من المالكة. That means not haram as such, no? But, without any read, you're just relaxing. And if you're a student of knowledge, should be alert. It should be sit properly. Abu Muhammad ibn Khudama, Abu al-Wafa ibn Aqil min al-Hanabila. Or suhbat al-aradil. Or having bad friends. Your friends are not multazim. They're not practicing. Al-Fussaq and Mujjan, Al-Battalin, the idle people. You should not make friends with wild people, disobedient, and Mujjan is also impertinent. بطالين, the idle ones. وعده من خوادم المروءة جماعة منهم أبو أحمد حامد الغزالي وأبو بكر ابن الطيب من الشافعية والقاضي عياد يحسبي من المالكية. أو مصارعة الأحداث الصغار, or constantly wrestling, مصارعة, with the latest events. That means whenever something news, we find some YouTubers and some students of knowledge, may Allah protect us, all of us, they become news reporters, right? They'll always, anything which is happening in the society or which is going viral, they'll make a video about it. It should not be like that. You should be the one who's teaching books, learning books. Now I'm teaching some concepts. You should not become a news reporter. ومساعدة الأحداث والصغار, with the latest events and minor matters. وعده من الخوارج ابن الهمام ابن نجيم من الحنفية. When will we seek knowledge? When will we impart knowledge? When will we teach then? If you're always busy with the latest information. ومن أخل بمروءته وهو ينتسب إلى علم وقد افتضح عند الخاص والعام. ومن أخل بمروءته, so whoever is lacking in good deeds, وهو ينتسب إلى علم, and he has attributes, he attributes himself to knowledge, فقد افتضح عند الخاص والعام, he has exposed himself, he has embarrassed himself, افتضاح, نعم, ولم ينل من شرف العلم إلا الحطام, and he'll not get the knowledge, what do you call it, this sharaf of the nobility of the knowledge, except hutam, except ruin, destruction. Hutam yani destruction. So that is 11, which is you should protect the muru'ah. You should not turn here and there. You should not, you should have some exemplary conduct. The 12th one, al-maqid al-thani ashar, is to have a good friend. Have a good friend. I mean, obviously, students of knowledge should not have bad friends, because they will obviously affect you. انتخاب الصحبة الصالحة له, choosing righteous company, righteous company. Because فالإنسان مدني بالطبع. The nature of a person is madani. Madani yani he wants, he's civil by nature. He wants company. He wants friends. Generally speaking, واتخاذ الزميل ضرورة لازمة, and choosing a colleague is a ضرورة, is a necessity. لازمة في نفوس الخلق, in the souls of in the selves of the human being. فيحتاج طالب العلم إلى معاشرة غيره من الطلاب. So the student needs, to mix, or he needs support, you could say, from other students, from others. لتعينه هذه المعاشرة على تحصيل العلم واجتهاد في طلبه, so that he can work hard while he's seeking knowledge and to gain knowledge, and to have a righteous company of all students of knowledge, because non-students of knowledge, they will not understand, the striving, the focus, the achievements of seeking knowledge, or the aspirations of seeking knowledge. They'll have no, what is this? You see a sought knowledge, khalas, that's it, stop. Right? But they don't understand, like a student wants to keep going ahead, and والزمالة في العلم إن سلمت من الغوائل نافعة في الوصول إلى المقصود. الزمالة يعني having a zamil, having a classmate in knowledge, إن سلمت من الغوائل, if it's free from problems, غوائل, problems, obstacles, it's beneficial. إلى الوصول إلى المقصود, to reach to the مقصود. Right? It's ولا يحسن بقاصد العلا إلا انتخاب صحبة صالحة تعينه. So whoever wants to aim at the high things, he should have good friends, صحبة صالحة, righteous friends, which will help him. فإن الخليل في خليله أثرا, because a best friend will have, for other best friend, he'll have an effect. قال أبو داود والترمذي والسياق لأبي داود حدثنا ابن بشار قال حدثنا أبو عامر وأبو داود قال حدثنا زهير بن محمد قال حدثني موسى بن وردان عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال الرجل على دين خليله فلينظر أحدكم من يخالل. A man is on the, Rasulullah said, a man is on the religion of his friend, then he should see whom he is making friend. يقول الراغب الأصفهاني ليس إعداءه الجليس لجليسه بمقالته وفعاله فقط بل بالنظر إليه. The effect of a jalis on the other jalis, of a companion with another companion, is not by speech or by his actions itself, but just by looking at him. You're looking at a good friend, you're looking at him, you'll be affected by it. If a person is a good friend and he has a good haiba, he's good conduct and adab, you learn from him. That's what Raghib al-Isfahani or Asfahani has said, that لا تصحب الكسلان في حالته كم صالح بفساد آخر يفسد عدوى البليد إلى الجليد سريعة كالجمر يوضع في الرماد فيخمد. He brings poetry, and we said لا تصحب الكسلان, do not accompany the lazy one في حالته, for in his condition. كم صالح, for how many a pious man بفساد آخر يفسد, through the corruption of the another, he becomes corrupt. Adwal balid, the effect, adwa is something, the disease which transfers, no? Adwal balidi ilal jalidi sari'a. The effect of an idle person to the resolute person is rapid. You are active. You want to seek knowledge. You're working hard. You get an idle person. You become a friend of his. It'll be a problem. And he says, Kal jamri yuda'u, like a place of blazing coal. You place fi ramadi, and you place on ashes, it becomes extinguished very quickly. Correct? It's just you're alone in all of the ashes. You'll become idle. وَالْجَلِيدُ هُوَ الْجَادُّ الْحَازِمُ. And Jalid is the one who is jad, who's serious, who's earnest and determined. Hazim, hazm, he has hazm and hazm. وإنما يختار للصحبة من يعاشر للفضيلة لا للمنفعة ولا للذة فإن عقد المعاشرة يبرم على هذه المطالب الثلاثة الفضيلة والمنفعة واللذة. So he says he should choose the suhba man yuashir al-fadila, only for the sake of virtue. It should not be for manfa, yani benefit, some benefit of the world. No, it should be or not for ladha, not for pleasure. Because if aqdul muashara, that means when the contract, فَإِنَّ عَقْدَ الْمُعَاشَرَةِ, you're accompanying him, يُبْرَمُ عَلَى هَذِهِ الْمَطَالِبِ الثَّلَاثَةِ. Is concluded. Yubramu yani is concluded on three issues. Matalib, three things. Al-fadila, wal-manfa'a, wal-ladha. You can be friends for three reasons. No? Fadila, virtue and benefit, as well as ladha. كما ذكره شيخ شيوخنا محمد الخضر ابن حسين في رسائل الإصلاح. فانتقب صديق الفضيلة. Choose a person of virtue, زميلا, as a colleague. فإنك تعرف به. You will be known by it. قال ابن مسعود اعتبروا الرجل اعتبروا الرجل بمن يصاحب فإنما يصاحب الرجل من هو مثله. A man will be considered only from the one who judge a person, you could say. اعتبروا الرجل بمن يصاحب, by the one who he accompanies. فإنما يصاحب الرجل من هو مثله. Whoever is similar to him, he will accompany him. Abul Fathi Anshada, he said this lines. إذا ما اصطنعت امرأ فليكن شريف النجار زكي الحسب فنذل الرجال كنذل النبات فلا للثمار ولا للحطب. If اصطنع يعني choose. If you choose a man, then be Sharif al-Najjar, honorable lineage and noble, Zaki al-Hasab, intelligent or good lineage or good descent, noble descent. فَنَذْلُ ignoble among you, among men is like among Nadhlu nabat, weed. It's like weed. It bears fala, waste people, the people who don't have any ambitions, who waste your time. They are like weed in the trees, no? They don't have fruits. Fala lithimar wala lil hatab. You cannot even use them for firewood, and it cannot be used for fruits also. You need to weed them out, cut them out. ويقول ابن مانع في إرشاد الطلاب وهو يوصي طالب العلم, and he was giving a wasiya, instructing, advising طالب العلم ويحذر كل الحذر من مخالطة السفهاء وأهل المجون. And he says, Ibn Ma'na says, وَيَحْذَرْ كُلَّ الْحَذَرْ, be aware, be cautious, from complete cautious of من مخالطة السفهاء وأهل المجون والوقاحة وسيء السمعة والأغبياء والبلداء فإن مخالطتهم سبب الحرمان وشقاوة الإنسان. He said, what? He must be extremely careful. Who? From people who are sufaha, foolish people, insolent people, mujun, wal waqaha, and impertinent, bad, wasayus sum'a, who have a bad reputation, wal aghbiya, foolish people, feeble-minded, wal bulada, and idle people. For mixing with them is you will be lose out. You lose out from knowledge as well as you'll become wretched. Shaqawatil insan. وَكَأَنَّ هَذَا عَيْنُ قَوْلِ سُفْيَانِ ibn Uyayna. This is like similar to the speech of Ibn Uyayna. إِنِّي لَأَحْرِمُ جُلَسَاءِ الْحَدِيثَ الْغَرِيبِ لِمَوْضِعِ رَجُلٌ وَاحِدٍ ثَقِيلٍ. Indeed, I prevent those sitting with me with a rare hadith. Because of one person who is thaqil, he's a heavy person. Because of one bad person, I'm not able to tell that hadith. فَقَدْ يُحْرَمُ الْمُتَعَلِّمُ الْعِلْمَ لِأَدْلِ صَاحِبِهِ. And the learning person will be prevented from knowledge because of his companions. So choose good companions. فَاحْذَرْ هَذَا الصِّنْفِ Beware of this type. وَإِن تَزَيَّا بِزِيِّ الْعِلْمِ فَإِنَّهُ يُفْسِدُكَ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا تُحِسْ. Even if they, so beware of that person, even if they adorn themselves with the adornment of knowledge, for they corrupt you in a way that you don't even realize. تُحِسُّ yani you don't even perceive. So have good friends, good conduct, good friends, people who value seeking knowledge and who are serious in it. 13th principle, Al-Maqidu Thalitha Ashra, Badlul Juhd, you should strive in memorizing knowledge, reviewing it, and asking questions about it. Asking questions about it. Right? That is important because you should memorize knowledge as well as mudhakara, review it, مراجعة, and asking questions. إذ تلقيه عن الشيوخ لا ينفع بلا حفظ له ومذاكرة به وسؤال عنه فهؤلاء تحقق في قلب الطالب العلم تعظيمه. Because receiving knowledge from the shuyukh, it will not benefit without memorization, without reviewing it, and not asking questions about it. It will make you realize في قلب طالب, he will have تعظيم of the knowledge بكمال الالتفات إليه والاستغال به, with the complete التفات إليه, he'll turn totally towards knowledge and become busy with knowledge. فالحفظ خلوة بالنفس والمذاكرة جلوس إلى القرين والسؤال إقبال على العالم. So memorization is what? خلوة بالنفس. It's a private time. You're privately memorizing. والمذاكرة, and mudhakara is sitting with qarin, with a friend. You sit and you revise, and he revises, he helps you out. And والسؤال إقبال على العالم, and question is going, engaging with the scholars, you could say. فبالحفظ يقرر العلم في القلب. With حفظ, the knowledge is established. وينبغي أن يكون جل همة الطالب مصروفا للحفظ والإعادة كما يقول ابن الجوزي في صيد خاطره. فالحفظ يقرر العلم في القلب. Memorization make knowledge established. يقرر. Memorization is important, no? وينبغي أن يكون جل همة الطالب, and it's majority of students, جل يعني majority, معظم. همة الطالب مصروفا, he should be busy with memorization and repeating it, like Ibn al-Jawzi says is in صيد خاطره. ولم يزل العلماء الأعلام يخضون على حفظ ويأمرون به. The scholars have always encouraged to memorize, and they have commanded. قال عبيد الله بن الحسن وجدت أحضر العلم منفعة وما وعيته بقلبي ولقته بلساني. I found the most beneficial of knowledge, what ما وعيته بقلبي, what I have memorized, and my tongue oft repeated. You should keep repeating, keep reading. Memorization is very important. وسمعت شيخنا ابن عثيمين يقول, and Shaykh Uthaymin has said رحمه الله, حفظنا قليلا وقرأنا كثيرا فانتفعنا بما حفظنا أكثر مما من انتفاعنا بما قرأنا. We have memorized a little and we have read a lot, and we have benefited from what we memorized more than we have benefited from what we have read. It brings poetry. ليس بالعلم ما حوى القمطر ما العلم إلا ما حواه الصدر. Ilm is not something which is قمطر يعني, which is contained in books, قمطر, parchments, except ilm is something what the chest contains. والمتلمس للعلم لا يستغني عن الحفظ ولا يجمل به أن يخلي نفسه منه. وإذا قدر على ما كان يصنع ابن الفرات فليأخذ به فقد كان لا يترك كل يوم إذا أصبح أن يحفظ شيئا وإن قل. ومن أقل هذا المعنى لم يزل من الحفظ في ازدياد فلا ينقطع عنه حتى الموت كما اتفق ذلك لابن مالك صاحب الألفية النحوية فإنه حفظ في يوم موته 5 شواهد. والملتمس متلمس, the one seeking knowledge, متلمس للعلم لا يستغني عن الحفظ, he cannot be away from knowledge. ولا يجمل به, it's not beautified for him, it's not befitting for him. أن يخلي نفسه به, that he makes free himself, he makes, oh, I'll not memorize knowledge. No, he should try how much of it is possible. وإذا قدر على ما كان, and if he is able to do it, he should do what Ibn al-Furat, then let him do so. فقد كان لا يترك كل يوم, he's not let day go by إذا أصبح أن يحفظ شيئا وإن قل, to memorize something even if it is little. ومن أقل هذا المعنى لم يزل من الحفظ في ازدياد. He will always keep increasing because حفظ is something which is it's a muscle which can be trained. Today you memorize something less, but tomorrow you memorize something more. I mean, he'll keep increasing, and it will keep increasing until his until his death. This is like Ibn Malik. He on the day of his death he memorized khamsata shawahid, 5 pieces of poetry. No shahid. وبالمذاكرة تدوم حياة العلم في النفس ويقوى تعلقه بها والمراد بالمذاكرة مدارسة الأقران. And the next thing which is important is مذاكرة, revision, review. And the life of knowledge continues and attachment to knowledge becomes strong. And what is meant here is doing with companions, بالأقران. وقد أمرنا بتعاهد القرآن الذي هو أيسر العلوم. We have been commanded to take care of the Quran, and it's the easiest of the knowledge to remember, no? قال البخاري حدثنا عبد الله بن يوسف قال أخبرنا مالك النافع عن ابن عمر رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال إنما مثل صاحب القرآن كمثل صاحب الإبل المعلقة إن عاهد عليها أمسكها وإن أطلقها ذهبت. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said the example of the one who memorized the Quran is like the example of a owner of a hobbled camel. Hobbled yani one or more of its legs had been tied up. Mu'allaqa. And why are camels are hobbled? Because they cannot wander. So they have a rope which is limited length. No? So it's like tethered to a tree or something where it can walk. So only one foreleg or one hind leg. But the camel could run away. That's why Rasulullah said it's like a hobbled camel. If he remains vigilant, he will retain it. He should be vigilant. He should keep seeing. But if he neglects it, it will go away. It will run away. It will try to break its rope and go away. ذهبت. ورواه مسلم من حديث القرآن is also like that. منوي قال ابن عبد البر في كتابه التمهيد عن هذا الحديث. Ibn Abd al-Barr said about this, إذا كان القرآن, if the Quran al-Muyassar للذكر كالإبل المعلقة, right? If it's like a hobbled camel, if the Quran is like that, how about من تعاهد أمسكها, whoever takes care of it, whoever is vigilant, he can hold it. فكيف بسائر العلوم, how can you remember all of the knowledge, no? So, if Quran is like that, وكان الزهري رحمه الله يقول إنما يذهب العلم النسيان وترك المذاكرة. And knowledge goes away by forgetting and not doing, not reviewing. وبالسؤال يعني علم. And the third thing which in this maqid he says, which is asking questions. بالسؤال يعني العلم تفتح خزائنه. خزائن, the treasures of knowledge are open with questions. قال الزهري إنما هذا العلم خزائن وتفتتحها المسألة. Imam Zuhri said, indeed this knowledge are treasures and asking questions opens it. وحسن المسألة نصف العلم. And asking good questions is half of knowledge. والسؤالات المصنفة كمسائل أحمد المروية أنه برهان جلي على عظيم منفعة السؤال. And asking good questions is half of knowledge, and سؤالات المصنفة and the books of question and answers كمسائل أحمد, they're books, no, which are like Q&A books, like with the Masail of Imam Ahmad, because Imam Ahmad did not write a book of fiqh. So all are, ask where his son asked him, and so on. These are Masail Ahmad Marwi anhu Burhanun Jaliyun. And it is a clear proof about ala azim manfaati sual, about the great benefit of asking questions. Because his sons and his students asked Imam Ahmad's questions, we have his opinions, we have, ilm. نعم. وقلة الإقبال على العالم بالسؤال إذا ورد على بلد. And having less questions when a scholar comes, تكشف مبلغ العلم فيه, when it happens, show that extent has been abandoned. فهذا سفيان الثوري يقدم عسقلان. Sufyan al-Thawri, he went to Asqalan, so a place. So if nobody is asking questions, it shows that the knowledge is dying. سفيان الثوري يقدم عسقلان فيمكث ثلاثا لا يسأله إنسان عن شيء. No, human did not ask, anyone did not ask any question for him. فيقول للرواد ibn al-Jarrah or Ruwad ibn al-Jarrah. So he said to Ruwad, أحد أصحابه, one of his companion, اكتر لي أخرج من هذا البلد. Hire me, I'll go out from this place. هذا بلد يموت فيه العلم. This is a place where knowledge dies. فمن لقي شيخا فليغتنم لقاءه بالسؤال عما يشكل عليه ويحتاج إليه. So whoever gets a benefit, gets the opportunity of meeting a sheikh, it's not like you're meeting a sheikh and you're silent. No, you should write all your questions, inshallah, so that whenever you get an opportunity to meet a scholar, you should ask him and benefit whatever's, because you'll remember for a long time. The questions you ask now, the answer he gives, you'll remember it for a long time, and you need لا سؤال متعنت ممتحن. But the question should not be like stubborn. It should not be obstinate. You just want to test him, or mumtahin. It should not be like that. وهذه المعاني الثلاثة وهذه المعاني الثلاثة للعلم. These are the three segments of knowledge. بمنزلة الغرس الشجرة. It's like planting a tree. وسقيه وتنميته. You pour water, you make it grow. بما يحفظ قوته ويدفع آفته. There it becomes strong and you prevent any weaknesses in it. فالحفظ غرس العلم والمذاكرة سقيه والسؤال عنه تنميته. فالحفظ غرس العلم, memorization is sowing the seed, and مذاكرة, reviewing it, is pouring water, you take protection, and سؤال عنه تنميته, and questioning is tending to it, asking about it, tending or making it grow. تنميته. So that is 13. Three things he has said in this market, in memorization, reviewing, as well as asking questions. 14th principle, إكرام أهل العلم وتوقيرهم. إكرام, respecting the people knowledge and revering them. توقيرهم, honoring, you could say توقير. إن فضل العلماء عظيم. Indeed, the fadl, the virtue of the scholars is great. ومنصبهم منصب جليل, and the position is a great position. لأنهم آباء الروح, because they are the fathers of the soul. فالشيخ أب للروح, for the sheikh is the father of the soul. كما أن الوالد أب للجسد, like the father is the father of the body. وفي قراءة أبي بن كعب, in a recitation of Ubay ibn Ka'b رضي الله عنه, النبي أولى بالمؤمنين من أنفسهم وهو أب لهم. In this qira'ah, it is أب لهم, and Rasulullah sallallahu is therefore النبي أولى بالمؤمنين. Nabi sallallahu is more worthy of the believers than their own self, and he's a father to them. The actual ayah is النبي أولى بالمؤمنين من أنفسهم وأزواجه أمهاتهم وأولو الأرحام بعضهم أولى ببعض. So this أب وهو أب لهم is not there, but in that qira'ah it is there. نعم. والأبوة المذكورة في هذه القراءة ليست أبوة النسب إجماعا، وإنما هي الأبوة الدينية الروحية. فالاعتراف بفضل المعلمين حق واجب. This is not the fatherhood of religion, but it's not the father of ansab, lineage. It's the fatherhood of religion and ruh. نعم. So فالاعتراف بفضل المعلمين حق واجب. It is a right of the teachers. You should recognize it. قال شعبة بن الحجاج, شعبة بن الحجاج used to say, كل من سمعت منه حديثا فأنا له عبد. From whoever I've heard a hadith, I'm a slave for him. Right? I'm a slave to him. He used to say شعبة. واستنبت هذا المعنى من القرآن محمد بن علي الأدفوي فقال إذا تعلم الإنسان من العالم يستفاد منه الفوائد فهو له عبد. وقال الله تعالى وإذ قال موسى لفتاه. He brings it from the Quran where Ali al-Udufi said, if a person learns from a scholar and benefits from him, they are like a slave to them. And he brings from the verse from Allah. Allah says in Surah Kahf, وإذ قال موسى لفتاه. Musa al-Islam said to his to his boy. He was not a slave. He was not a slave. وهو يوشع ibn Nun was not a slave to him. ولم يكن مملوكا له وإنما كان متلمذا له. He was just a tilmid, he was just a pupil for him. متبعا له, he was following him. فجعل الله فتاه لذلك, he made him, Allah made him his boy. نعم. So the scholars are أب للروح. وقد أمر الشرع برعاية حق العلماء. The Sharia has commanded about consideration of the right of scholars, إكراما لهم, and to be nobility, to ikram, to show honor to them. وتوقيرا وعزازا, similar meaning, توقير and إعزاز. أن لهم. قال أحمد في المسند حدثنا هارون قال حدثنا ابن وهب قال حدثني مالك بن الخير الزيادي عن أبي قبيل المعافري عن عبادة بن سامت أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال ليس من أمتي من لم يجل كبيرنا ويرحم صغيرنا ويعرف لعالمنا حقا. He's not from, as Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, he is not from my nation, the one who does not honor our elders and have mercy on our young and give us scholars. وَيَعْرِفْ لِعَالِمِنَا حَقًّا, give our scholars their right. أمسك ابن عباس يوما بركاب زيد بن ثابت فقال زيد أتمسك لي وأنت ابن عمي رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. قال ابن عباس إن هكذا تصنع بالعلماء أو نصنع بالعلماء. Ibn Abbas said, like, when he took hold of the riding camel of Zayd ibn Thabit, he took hold of Zayd ibn Thabit and he said, you are the son of the cousin of the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why are you doing this? Ibn Abbas said, this is how we behave with our scholars. Zayd ibn Thabit radiyallahu anhu and Ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhuma ajma'in. ونقل ابن حزم الإجماع على توقير العلماء وإكرامهم. Ibn Hazm also said there's ijma' on this, to respect the scholar and revere them and honor them. والبصير بالأحوال السلفية يقف على حميد أحوالهم في توقير علمائهم فقد كان أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا جلسوا إليه كأنما على رؤوسهم الطير لا يتحركون. And the one who looks, who has insight of the Salafiyya, he will come across that the Sahaba and others from the Salaf, they used to sit with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam as if the birds were sitting on their heads and not move. And Muhammad ibn Sirin said, رأيت عبد الرحمن ibn Abi Layla وأصحابه يعظمونه يسودونه ويشرفونه مثل الأمير. Right? They used to sit. I saw Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Layla and his companions respecting him. ويسودونه. They were respecting Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Layla and يسودونه, making him the leader as if they were doing to the Khalifa. He was the leader of the Muslimin. Now Yesu respect him. قال يحيى الموصلي رأيت مالك بن أنس غير مرة وكان بأصحابه من الإعظام له والتوقير له وإذا رفع أحد صوته صاحوا به. Imam Malik, Yahya al-Musili says, I saw Malik ibn Anas and his companions and his students used to respect him so much that if anybody used to shout or something or they raise his voice, they used to scold him. صاحوا به, they used to say, what is this going on, and so on. فمن الأدب اللازم للشيخ على المتعلم مما يدخل تحت هذا الأصل التواضع له والإقبال عليه وعدم الالتفات عنه ومراعاة أدب الحديث معه وإذا حدث عنه عظمه من غير غلو بل ينزله منزلته لئلا يشينه من حيث أراد أن يمدحه وليشكر تعليمه ويدعو له ولا يظهر الاستغناء عنه ولا يؤذيه بقول أو فعل وليتلطف في تنبيهه على خطأ إذا وقعت منه زلة. The adab, which is lazim للشيخ على المتعلم, for that the learner, the sheikh has a right on the learner مما يدخل تحت هذا الأصل التواضع له. You should be humble towards this teacher. والإقبال ولا turn towards him, now engage with him. وعدم الالتفات, you should not turn away and sit, in a different way. مراعاة أدب الحديث معه, you should be careful of the speech with him. وإذا حدث عنه عظم به من غير غلو. And if he speaks something, it should be revered without going into extremes. بل ينزله منزلته, you should give it in its proper place. Like if he speaks something, you should respect it. لئلا يشينه من حيث أراد مدحه. He should not yashinuhu, that means he should not disfigure whatever he says and dishonor his sheikh while he's trying to praise him. وَلْيَشْكُرْ تَعْلِيمَهُ وَيَدْعُو لَهُ, and he should thank to teach وَيَدْعُو لَهُ and do dua for him. وَلَا يُظْهِرُ الْإِسْتِغْنَاءَ عَنْهُ, and he should not show I'm free from him. Because many times what happens is a student, he learns from a sheikh and all that, and then after that he starts blaming him and starts speaking bad about him. Subhanallah. That should not happen. وَلَا يُؤْذِهِ بِقَوْلٍ أَوْ فِعْلٍ. And it should not harm him with speech or action. وَلْيَتَلَطَّفْ فِي تَنْبِيهِهِ عَلَى خَطَئِهِ. And if there's a mistake in the Shaykh, obviously he's also human. He'll make mistakes. So you should inform him properly and subtly. ومما تناسب الإشارة إليه هنا باختصار وجيز معرفة الواجب إذا الزلت العالم وهو ستة أمور. Sometimes we find mistakes from scholars also. That's fine. So there should be 6 things which should be considered. Zallatul alim, 6 things. The slip of an alim, the error of a scholar. First, التثبت في صدور الزلة منه, confirming that the error was actually made from him. الثاني تثبت في كونها خطأ. Second, if that error is actually an error, you should find out, no? Because it could have been هذه وظيفة العلماء. It could be a different opinion from the Salaf. فيسألون عنها. So you should go to the scholars and ask about it. Right? Is this actually an error? والثالث ترك اتباعه فيها. You should not keep following him in that error. Because many of the times, like we find people who do taqlid, a'ma, blind following, they say the scholar has a mistake and then they follow in. No, we should. Truth is more beloved to us. Correct? We should follow the truth from what appears to us. So we should not follow the Shaykh in his error. Because if we find something error and other scholars have said this, then we should not follow. We should say that this is an error, but we love the Shaykh a lot, but we love the truth more than him. والرابع التماس العذر له بتعبير سائغ, and we should make an excuse for him. You should search for an excuse for him, then by ta'wil sa'igh, which is appropriate interpretation. Like this might be a reason Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah has a book also, no, Raf'ul Malam, where he's explained why somebody takes an opinion. And 5 is badlun nushi lahu bi lutfin wa sirr, and you should offer them advice with lutf, kindness and secretness. Wala bi unfin wa tashhir, not by aggressively unf and tashhir, make it famous, exposed and all that. So no, there should not be that. It should be done secretly. Wasadis hifdhu bi janabi, preserving his status. فلا تهدر كرامته في قلوب المسلمين, and so that his honor is not destroyed in the hearts of the Muslims. So you should be preserving his status also, and you should take care about all that. ومما يحذر به أو يحذر به منه مما يتصل بتوقير العلماء ما صورة التوقير ومآل والإهانة والتحقير كالازدحام على العالم والتضييق عليه والإلجائه إلى عصر السبل. فما مات هشيم بن بشير الواسطي المحدث ثقة إلا بهذا فقد ازدهم أصحاب الحديث عليه فطرحوه عن حماره فكان سبب موته. And one thing we should be warned also is going other extreme in respecting scholars, that you crowd, making it difficult is izdihami ala al-alim, you crowd so much that he cannot even walk. And this was the reason for Hushaym ibn Bashir al-Wasiti, who died because the students, subhanallah, they came and and it caused him to fall from his donkey, and he passed away because of that. Subhanallah, rahimahullah, al-muhaddith al-thiqa Hushaym ibn Bashir. You should not make the path difficult on him. So that was respecting scholars, which is the 14th principle. 15th is raddu mushkilihi ila ahli. Problematic matters, anything you find it difficult, you should return to the people of knowledge. They are the ones who are deserving of that. فَالْمُعَظِّمُ لِلْعِلْمِ يُعَوِّلُ وَلَا دَحَاقَنَتِهِ وَالْجَهَابِذَةِ مِنْ أَهْلِ لِحَلِّ مُشْكِلَاتِهِ. And the one who's the respecting knowledge or revering, anything he finds of the dahaqina, of the things which are dahaqina, yani, of the things which are the authority of the people, wal jahabida, and the best among the people, he returns those matters to them. Min ahlihi li halli mushkilati, for his problems, for the complex issues which he's facing. Wala yu'arridu nafsahu lima la tutiq, and he does not expose himself. He does not go into the complex issues which he's not able to handle. Khawfan min al-qawli ala Allahi bila ilm, like saying speech upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala without knowledge. Wal iftira'i ala ad-din, and iftara is to create something new, bid'ah, iftara, fabricating a lie against the religion. فَهُوَ يَخَافُ سَخْطَتَهُ الرَّحْمَنِ, سخطة الرحمن قبل أن يخاف صوت السلطان. He fears Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's anger. He fears the anger of the Rahman before of the Sultan, before the whip of the authority. فإن العلماء بعلم تكلموا. For the scholars speak with knowledge. وببصر وببصر نافذ سكتوا. And because of a basira, of some wisdom and so on, they keep quiet. فإن تكلموا في مشكل فتكلم بكلامهم. If they speak about the complex issue of something new which has happened, then speak according to their speech. وإن سكتوا فليسعك ما وسعهم. And if they are quiet, then it should be enough, what is enough for them. نعم. ومن أشق المشكلات الفتن الواقعة والنوازل الحادثة التي تتكاثر مع امتداد الزمن والناس في هذا الباب طرفان ووسط. So you find so many new issues, greatest of the complex issues. So you find two people on the extremes and then one in the middle. فقوم أعرضوا. One of the people, they abandon seeking a fatwa. عن استفتاء العلماء فيها. They turn away from that. وفزعوا إلى الأهواء والآراء. And they go towards desires. No, if some complex issue happens in the society, you should go and ask the scholars. You should not follow your desires. يستمدونها من هيجان الخطباء. And they turn towards the khatibs, the outbursts. Oh, the khatib is saying without any knowledge, and so he keeps going and so on. ورقة الشعراء, and all he goes into the flimsiness of the poets. وتحليلات السياسيين, or the analysis, tahlilat of politicians and all that, which happened in the Arab Spring, right? They went and they said, oh, Khilafah is coming, or Syria, and so many things, right? Only few days of Khilafah, all nonsense. They started, and so many killed because of that, right? They didn't go back to the scholars. وَالْجَفَاتِ الْمُنَافِقِينَ, and going back to the false rumors is jafat of the munafiqin. وَقَوْمٌ يَعْرِضُونَهَا عَلَى الْعُلَمَاءِ. And so one group, they follow the desires, and the other group, they present these matters to scholars. لَكِنَّهُمْ لَا يَرْتَضُونَ قَالَهُمْ. But they are not pleased with their speech. They don't agree with that. نعم. على العلماء لكنهم لا يرتضون قالهم ولا يرضون مقالهم فكأنهم طلبوا جوابا يوافق هوى في نفوسهم. They come to the scholars, but the answer they find does not follow their desires, so they leave that. فلما لم يجدوه مالوا عنهم. They turn away. They keep doing fatwa shopping. They want a fatwa which is according to their desires. So this should not happen. وَالنَّاجُونَ مِن نَارِ الْفِتَنِ. And the ones who are saved from the fire of the fitnas, when it happens, no? Fire of the tribulations. السَّالِمُونَ مِن وَهَجِ الْمِحَنِ. He's the one who's safe from the burning blaze of trials. هم من فزع إلى العلماء. The one who goes back to the ulama. وَلَزِمَ قَوْلُهُمْ أو قَوْلَهُمْ. And who sticks to this answer. Now, if any problems come, you should go back to the scholars and ask them and revere them and accept their answers, even though it might not go according to your view. When اشتبه عليه شيء من قولهم أحسن الظن بهم. And something, you get confused about something of the answer, then you should think good about them. فَطَرَحَ قَوْلَهُ وَأَخَذَ بِقَوْلِهِمْ. And the statement is said, the statements of the scholars are taken. Now you should not like blame him or expose him. No, you should not do that. فَالتَّجْرِبَةُ وَالْخِبْرَةُ هُمْ كَانُوا أَحْقَ بِهَا وَأَهْلَهَا. Because the tajriba, the experience and practice, tajriba and khibra is similar. هُمْ كَانُوا أَحْقَ بِهَا وَأَهْلَهَا. They are more entitled and worthy of it. Right? You should respect them because they have a lot of experience and all that. وَإِذَا اخْتَلَفَتْ أَخْوَالُهُمْ لَزِمَ قَوْلُ جُمْهُورِهِمْ وَسَوَادِهِمْ. And if this is different to speech, you should follow the majority of them. Like somebody says this, somebody says, follow the majority of them to be safe. إِيثَارًا لِلسَّلَامَةِ فَالسَّلَامَةُ لَا يَعْدِلُهَا شَيْءٍ. There's no substitute for being safe. نعم. وَمَا أَحْسَنَ قول ابن عاصم من مرتقى الوصول. In مرتقى الوصول, Ibn Asim says, وواجب في مشكلات الفهم. Obligatory in the complex matters of understanding it. تحسين الظن بأهل العلم. Thinking good of people of knowledge. Because they might have opinions which we might not agree, or other scholars might not agree with. But we should have good thoughts. أحسن الظن. ومن جملة المشكلات رد زلات العلماء والمقالات الباطلة لأهل البدع والمخالفين فإنما يتكلم فيها العلماء الراسخون. So about all the articles and errors of scholars and states of people of bid'ah and all that, you have to go back to the scholars of rasikhun who are firmly grounded, as Shatibi says in Muwafaqat. بينه الشاطبي في الموافقة ابن رجب في جامع العلوم الإلحام وإذا تعرضت الناشئة والدهماء للدخول, and if youth and masses embark on this subject matter في هذا الباب تولدت فتن وبلاء. Nowadays you find everyone has an opinion on something or the other and they make a video or something on YouTube. No, it should be left for the scholars and راسخون في العلم. They should be the one having opinions, not anyone else. Oh, I think this is right, I think this. No, without any dalil they bring their opinion. No, كما هو مشاهد في عصرنا. It's been viewed. Anytime a problem comes, what have happened? Everyone starts speaking about it. فإنما نشأت كثير من الفتن حين تعرض للرد على الزلات العلماء والمقالات المخالفة للشريعة بعد الناشية الأغمار. Many tribulation only started when everybody started saying, oh, this, because evils also, it should be done silently and in a way which does not harm the person and other things. So somebody exposes, somebody is drinking wine, for example, he takes a video, he says his name, oh, Mr. Abdul Rahman is, no, Mr. Zaid and others are drinking wine, he's showing his face, showing his house and all that, exposing him. Will you stop from, drinking wine then? So, there should be a way with hikmah. Badu Nashiyat al-Akhbar, these people, it should be, they cause more harm. Because they are thinking they are doing good, they are doing islah, but they are actually corrupting. وَالْجَادَّةُ سَالِمَةَ عَرْضُهَا عَلَى الْعُلَمَاء الرَّاسِخِينَ. So you should go back to the العلماء الراسخين والاستمساك بقولهم فيها, and tightly holding on to their speech about it. And they have been proven many times to be, almost all the time to be correct, especially in the time of fitan. We've seen so many issues which the scholars have given. When ISIS, na'udhu billah, has claimed khilafah and all that, scholars, people who stuck to the scholars were safe. People who did not stick to the scholars, even from India, Hyderabad and other places, they went and tried going and all that. And because of that, they, there was a problem and they are still in jail. Na'udhu billahi min dhalik, because of they were killed, and may Allah protect all of us. 16th principle is respecting the gatherings of knowledge, and as well as respecting honoring the vessels of it, the books, books of it. So, فَمَجَالِسُ الْعُلَمَاء كَمَجَالِسِ الْأَنْبِيَاء. The gatherings of the scholars are like the gatherings of the Anbiya, of the prophets. قال سهل ibn Abdullah. Sahel ibn Abdullah said, Man arada, whoever wants to, أن ينظر إلى مجالس الأنبياء فلينظر إلى مجالس العلماء. Whoever wants to see the majalis of the prophets, then let him see the majalis of the scholars. يجيء الرجل فيقول, a man would come to the Anbiya and say, يا فلان أي شيء تقول في رجل حلف امرأته بكذا وكذا. Or the scholars, what do you say about a man, about a woman who took an oath on his woman like so and so. فيقول طلقت امرأته. The woman was divorced. ويجيء آخر يقول فيقول ما تقول في رجل حلف عن امرأتي بكذا وكذا. He has the same question, and he says ليس بحنث هذا القول. There's no ليس يحنث بهذا القول. There's no problem with this speech. And وليس هذا إلا لنبي أو عالم. This, it looks like there's a calculation, right? But it looks like the scholar is saying, as if a revelation is coming to him, that this is divorce, this is not divorce. But he has his evidences, of course, but he gives a fatwa that this is correct to a person. For a layman, it looks like he's speaking without knowledge. Na'udhu billah. No, he has his calculation and he has his evidences for that. So fa'arifu lahum dhalik. So know that, recognize this as being. So he says majalisul ulama, majalisul anbiya, majalisul ulama. وقال مالك بن أنس إن مجالس العلماء. He said what? تحضان بالخشوع والسكينة والوقار. The gathering of scholars foster khushu'. So if you want khushu' in your salah and other places, sit in the majalis of the ulama, and tranquility was sakina wal waqar. You learn sakina and tranquility and calmness. You learn all of these things in the majalis of the scholars. وقد كان مالك إذا أراد أن يحدث توضأ وجلس على صدر فراشه وسرح لحيته وتمكن من جلوسه بوقار وهيبة ثم حدث. Imam Malik, when he wanted to speak, he would do wudu. He would sit in the starting. When he would make wudu, sit in the front part of his mat, and he would comb his beard and make sure he was sitting calmly, and then he used to speak with dignity. And Abdul Rahman ibn Mahdi لا يتحدث في مجلسه ولا يبرى فيه قلم ولا يتبسم فيه أحد. And Abdul Rahman ibn Mahdi, nobody used to speak in his gathering, and nobody used to sharpen his pen or all that. Or ولا يتبسم فيه أحد. Nobody used to smile. Because you have to have the honor, no? If somebody is smiling, laughing, and making jokes and whatnot, when a dars is going on, that is not correct. وكان وكي ibn al-Jarrah في مجلسه كأنهم في صلاة. And Waqi ibn al-Jarrah in majlis, it was as if they are in salah. فَلَا طَالِبِ الْعِلْمِ أَنْ يَعْرِفَ لِمَجَالِسِ الْعِلْمِ حَقَّهَا. So he should have recognized the right of مجالس العلم. فَيَجْلِسَ فِيهَا جِلْسَةَ الْأَدَبِ. He should sit properly. Adab. وَيُسْقِي إِلَى الشَّيْخِ نَاظِرًا إِلَيْهِ. You should look to the shaykh. فَلَا يَلْتَفِعُ عَنْهُ مِنْ غَيْرِ ضَرُورَةٍ. And he should not turn away without any require. وَلَا يَضْطَرِبُ لِضَجَّةٍ يَسْمَعُهَا. And he should not, turn towards some sound which he hears. وَلَا يَعْبَثُ بِيَدَيْهِ أَوْ رِجْلَيْهِ. And he should not play with his hands or his, with his legs. وَلَا يَسْتَنِيُ بِحَضْرَةِ شَيْخِهِ. And he should not recline in the presence of his shaykh. وَلَا يَتَّكِيُ عَلَى يَدِهِ. And not have excessively lean back on his hands. وَلَا يُكْثِرُ التَّحَنْحُ وَالْحَرَكَةِ. And he should not cough a lot and تنحنح والحركة, and move a lot. ولا يتكلم مع جاره. Not speak with his neighbor. وإذا عطس خفض صوته. And if he sneezes, he should reduce its voice. وإذا تثاءب ستر فمه بعد رده جاده. And if he wants to yawn, he should cover his mouth after بعد رده جهده, after trying to control it. Then if he cannot do that, he should do it. وينضم إلى توقير مجالس العلم إجلال وعويته. And the next thing is respecting the vessels of knowledge. التي يحفظ فيها وعمادها الكتب فاللائق بطالب العلم. It is appropriate for a student of knowledge صون كتابه, protecting, وحفظه وإجلاله والاعتناء به, protecting the books and respecting it. فلا يجعله صندوقا يحشوه بوداعه. Should not make it like a box, place of storage where he puts all the book should not, like a pen and all that you're putting in the box. وَلَا يَجْعَلُهُ بُوقًا. You should not make it round, play with it, no? Make it into your tube. وَإِذَا وَدَعُوا وَدَعُوا بِلُطْفٍ وَعِنَايَةٍ. And when he puts down, you should do so gently. For books also, because they are the vessels of knowledge. رمى إسحاق بن راهوي يوما بكتاب كان في يده فرآه أبو عبد الله أحمد بن حنبل فغضب وقال أهكذا يفعل بكلام الأبرار. Once, Ishaq ibn Rahawayh threw down a book with his hand, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal's, he saw and he got angry and said, "This is how you do with the speech of the righteous." And وَلَا يَتَّكِيُ عَلَى الْكِتَابِ. And you should not, rest on the book. أو يدعو عند قدميه, or put under his feet. وإذا كان يقرأ فيه على شيخ رفعه عن الأرض وحمله بيديه. And if he's reading to a sheikh, he should not put it on the ground, but he should lift it up and carry it in his hands. So that was 16th, which is you should respect the gatherings of knowledge as well as its vessels, as well as respect the books. 17th is الذب عن العلم. You should defend knowledge. والذود عن حياضه. ذود يعني preventing it from attack. Like many people try to attack knowledge and say, what's the point? And just keep saving. So you should try to defend knowledge. إِنَّ لِلْعِلْمِ حُرْمَةً وَافِرَةً. Indeed, for knowledge is a hurmah. It has an honor, and wafira, a lot of honor. Sacred. توجب الانتصار له إذا تعرض لجنابه بما لا يصلح. تعرض لجنابه بما لا يصلح. And it must be advocated. انتصار له إذا تعرض لجنابه. It should be advocated that people should seek knowledge and all that when people attack it. right? Bima la yasur, when it's not through ways in which is not appropriate. تعرض لجنابه. وقد ظهر هذا الانتصار عند أهل العلم في مظاهر. And this intisar for knowledge has come from the scholars in various ways. منها الرد على المخالف, refuting the one who is at a variance with it. فمن استبانت مخالفته للشريعة رد عليه كائنا من كان حمية للدين وتصيحة للمسلمين. And whoever's opposition to the Sharia becomes clear should be refuted. Now, if there's a for protection of the religion and nasiha and advice, act of advice to the Muslims, وَلَمْ يَزِلِ النَّاسُ يَرُدُّ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ كما قال الإمام أحمد. People keep refuting each other, but it should be done in the good way. لكن المرشح لذلك هم العلماء لا الدهماء. It should be done with the scholars, not the groups, not the multitudes of people. It should be done, refutation should be done by the scholars. مع لزوم الأدب وترك الجور والظلم, with manners and leaving of iniquity and oppression. And so how do you defend knowledge? By through refutation. If somebody says something against the Sharia, the scholars, they will do that. The second is hajrul mubtadi', forsaking the innovator. ذكره أبو يعلى الفراء إجماعا, there's ijma' on that. فلا يؤخذ العلم عن أهل البدع. Knowledge should not be taken from the innovators. لكن إذا اضطر إليه, but if it's forced to it فلا بأس, then there's no problem from it. كما في الرواية عنهم لدى المحدثين, like such as scholars of hadith narrating from some of them. From the some of the, if there's no way that the person, like near your area, there's only one teacher who teaches the Quran and he's a mubtada', so you will try to find someone else, but there's no way. You should go taking precautions, seek Quran or whatever, but the best way is to stay away, because he will affect you in some way or the other. Nowadays, alhamdulillah, we have online also, alhamdulillah, so you can find a teacher who will teach you online, on Zoom or wherever. وفي ذلك يقول الشيخ الإسلام ابن تيمية الحفيد. Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam, says, the grandson, مقررا أصلا كبيرا تعظم الحاجة إليها في أزمنة الجاهلية والفتن, affirming a major principle which there is a great need where in the place of jahiliyyah, ignorance and tribulation. He says, فإذا تعذر إقامة الواجبات من العلم والجهاد وغير ذلك إلا بمن فيه بدعة مضرتها دون مضرة ذلك الواجب, كان تحصيل مصلحة الواجب مع مفسدة مرجوحة خيرا من العكس. He says what? If it is not possible to establish certain obligations like jihad and knowledge, except with one whose innovation is less in harm, مضرتها دون مضرة ذلك الواجب, than the harm of leaving that wajib, كان تحصيل مصلحة الواجب, so you should attain that wajib, that obligation, despite there is a harm in this bid'ah, because it's better than the alternative. It's better than the alternative. ومنها زجر المتعلم إذا تعدى في بحثه أو ظهر منه لدد أو سوء أدب. And other way of defending knowledge which the scholars do is زجر المتعلم, rebuking the student who transgresses in his research, أو ظهر منه لدد, or appears severe dispute and shows something, أو سوء أدب, or shows bad manners. كان عبد الرحمن بن مهدي إن تحدث أحد في مجلسه أو برئ قلم صاح ولبس عليه ودخل. And Abdul Rahman ibn Mahdi, when somebody would speak in his majlis or something, he would shout and scold, and he would put on his sandals and would enter his home. نعم. كان وكي إذا أنكر من أمر جلساء شيئا انتعل ودخل. Even Waki used to do, if you see something which is bad from the students, he would wear his sandals and go. وشوهد هذا مرارا من شيخ شيوخنا محمد بن إبراهيم على الشيخ، فكم مرة رؤيا منصرفا لما سمع طالبا يتشدق في مقاله فقد عليه وانصرف. This was witnessed many times from Muhammad ibn to teach the students. Now, he has seen something when he heard a student ranting about a statement or something, he would take his sandals and leave. وحضر الشاب مجلس سفيان الثوري, a young man attended. فجعل يترأس ويتكلم ويتكبر بالعلم. He started to show off his ilm. يترأس يعني become the center. ويتكلم and speak, and يتكبر بالعلم, show تكبر with his knowledge, being conceitful in his knowledge. فغضب سفيان وقال, Sufyan got angry, Sufyan الثوري رحمه الله, And he said what? لم يكن السلف هكذا. The Salaf are not like this. لم يكن السلف هكذا. The Salaf are not like this. كان أحدهم لا يدعي الإمامة ولا يجلس في الصدر حتى يطلب هذا العلم 30 سنة. Huh? One of them should not become Imam, the leader, or the Sheikh. He would not become, and he would not sit in the center of gatherings until he would seek knowledge for 30 years. Subhanallah. وَأَنْتَ تَتَكَبَّرُ عَلَى مَنْ هُوَ أَسَنُّ مِنْكَ. And you are showing takabbur, so you're showing that you're big than the ones who are older than you. قُمْ عَنِّي وَلَا أَرَاكَ تَدْنُو مِنْ مَجْلِسِي. Stand and leave me. I do not want to see you approach my gathering. And وَكَانَ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ used to say, this is very important, no? إِذَا رَأَيْتَ الشَّابَ يَتَكَلَّمُ عِنْدَ الْمَشَايِخِ وَإِنْ كَانَ قَدْ بَلَغَ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ مَبْلَغًا فَآئِسْ مِنْ خَيْرِهِ فَإِنَّهُ قَلِيلُ الْحَيَاءِ. Sufyan al-Thawri used to say, if you see a young man who's speaking in front of his sheikhs and showing off his knowledge and all that, وَإِنْ كَانَ قَدْ بَلَغَ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ مَبْلَغًا, and even if he reaches, significant amount of knowledge, despair good of him, for he has little shame. How can you speak the one who elder scholars and they have more wisdom and they've seen more things, they have more experience? No, he's qalilul haya. وإن احتاج المعلم إلى إخراج المتعلم من مجلسه زجرا له فليفعل كما فعل سفيان. But if he wants to remove a student also from his gathering to as a rebuke, then let him do like Sufyan rahimahullah did. كما كان يفعل شعبة رحمه مع عفان ibn Muslim في الدستي. And like Shu'bah did with Affan ibn Muslim in his lesson. وَقَدْ يُزْجَرُ الْمُتَعَلِّمْ بِعَدْمِ الْإِقْبَالِ إِلَيْهِ. Student may also be rebuked by refusing to give him attention. Like somebody is not listening, looking at his phone and all that, and not answering question. وَتَرْكِي فَالسُّكُوتُ جَوَابٌ كَمَا قَالَ الْعَمَشِ. For silence is an answer. فَالسُّكُوتُ جَوَابٌ. Like Amash said. He should at least be silent, no? He's speaking around and doing all these things. وَرَأَيْنَا هَذَا كَثِيرٌ مِنْ جَمَاعَةٍ مِنَ الشُّيُوخِ. And we have seen from a group of scholars, منهم العلامة ابن باز رحمه الله فربما. When the question asked is inappropriate and all that, he used to just be silent or change it. Like Sheikh bin Baz, when he was asking amma la yanfa'uhu, of something which is not beneficial, فَتَرَكَ الشَّيْخُ إِجَابَتَهُ. The Sheikh would leave answering. وَأَمَرَ الْقَارِئَ أَنْ يُوَاسِلَ قِرَاءَتَهُ. And he would order the qari to continue, أو أجابه بخلاف قصده, or he would answer something which different from his intention, Sheikh bin Baz, because it's inappropriate. It's not appropriate. No? Some questions like how many wings that the buraq have, is questions which have no point. What was the color of the dog of Ashabul Kahf? So these questions should not be there. So the 17th principle is what? Defending knowledge by refuting if necessary, or defending knowledge through students. Like if students are going, not showing good adab, rebuking the students, and in other ways. That is his 17th principle. The next point is 18th point. He has said ask questions, but he says restraining from asking questions. Restraining. So he says firar, and like base questions, questions which are not beneficial, no? Firaran min masail al-shaghb. In order to flee from the issues which cause an uproar, وَحِفْظًا لِحَيْبَةِ الْعَالِمِ, and to protect the dignity of the scholar. This is the 18th principle. فَإِنَّ مِنَ السُّؤَالِ مَا يُرَادُ بِهِ التَّشْغِيبُ وَإِقَاذِ الْفِتْنَةِ وَإِشَاعَةِ السُّوءِ. Where you want to show fitna and, stir up, uproar. Questions should not be asked in that way. وَمَنْ آنَسَ مِنُ الْعُلَمَاءِ هَذِهِ الْمَسَائِلِ لَقِيَ مِنْهُمْ مَا لَا يُعْجِبُهُ. And whoever the scholar sends these issues from will find less than agreeable. كما مر معك في زج المتعلم. Like as you've seen the topic of rebuking the learner. فلا بد من التحفظ في مسألة العالم. So you should show restraint, تحفظ. You should not keep asking questions and make him, ولا يفلح في تحفظي فيها إلا من عمل أربعة أصول. There are 4 principles he says. First is how should you show restraint? أولها الفكر في سؤاله لماذا يسأل. First he should think about why is he asking a question. فيكون قصده من السؤال تفقه وتعلم. His intention is تفقه وتعلم, to understand and to learn. لا التعنت والتحكم. Should not be تعنت, stubborn, and make a mockery. فإن من ساء قصده في سؤاله يحرم بركة العلم. Whoever has bad intentions, that he will be prevented from the barakah of the knowledge. ويمنع منفعته, and prohibited from its benefit. وفي الناس من يسأل وله في سؤاله قصد باطن. And among people, there are those who ask and they have been given they have a qasd, agenda. يريد التوصل به إلى مقصود له. They aim to use it as a means to a particular end. They have a maqsood. فإذا غفل عنه المفتي وأفتاه بما يريد فرح به وشاع. And if the mufti, he gives a fatwa according to his desires, he spreads it. But if it doesn't come in, وبين مراده وزجر من غيه, he rebukes him for his defect. نعم. قال القرافي رحمه الله في كتاب الإحكام سئلت مرة عن أخذ النكاح بالقاهرة. The Qarafi, he was asked about marriage in Qahira, Cairo. So he's like, what? Why is he asking me about? Is it permissible or not? هل يجوز أم لا? So I had a doubt about the question. I said, فارتبت وقلت لا. I had a doubt about it, and I said to him, why are you asking me this question? له أسأل ما أفتيك حتى تبين لي ما المقصود بهذا الكلام. What do you mean by this? فارتبت وقلت له فإن كل أحد يعلم أن أخذ النكاح بالقاهرة جائز. Because everyone knows that Qahira, you can do marriage, no, anywhere it's jaiz. فلم أزل به حتى قال, and I continued saying him until I remained like that until he said إنا أردنا أن نعقده خارج القاهرة فمنعنا. We wanted to enter into marriage outside of Cairo, but we were prevented because it was استحلال. لأنه استحلال. Istihlal means just for making halal for the husband, wife. The husband has given a divorce to his wife, and just for istihlal, na'udhu billah, they make this mock sham marriage. يعني nikah tahlil. وهو نوع من الأنكحة المحرمة. It's not allowed. فجئنا للقاهرة. So we came to Qahira. We came to Cairo. So قلت له لا يجوز لا بالقاهرة ولا بغيرها. It is not allowed, not in Cairo and not anywhere. Because if it says, is nikah allowed in Qahira, if Qarafi rahimahullah, if it had said yes, he will spread as if he said, oh, istihlal is allowed. Right? In Qahira, it's allowed in Qahira to do istihlal and to do sham marriages. Like we say halala, this is not allowed at all. So people play with when asking questions also. And this happened with ووقع مثل هذا لأبي عباس ابن تيمية الحفيد في فتوى تتعلق بأهل الذمة. About أهل الذمة, he was asked a question. ذكرها تلميذه البار ابن القيم في كتاب إعلام الموقعين ردت عليه غير مرة في وجه غير الوجه السابق له. So they kept on asking that question, questioning him in different ways. فكان يقول لا يجوز. He used to say لا يجوز لا يجوز حتى قال في آخر مرة, he said last time, هي المسألة المعينة, it's a specific issue. وإن خرجت في عدة القوالب, even though you keep bringing in different ways, different molds, قوالب. So the first thing is having restraint by thinking about the question. The second thing about the question when you want to ask a question is فَتَفَطٌ إِلَى مَا يَسْأَلُ عَنْهُ فلا يسأل عما لا نفع فيه إما بالنظر إلى هالك أو بالنظر إلى المسألة نفسها. To examine what he is asking out. So he should not ask about something which has no benefit in it, either in terms of your own situation or in terms of the issue itself. Don't ask questions. So tafattun, should have ability to recognize, is this question beneficial or not. سأل رجل أحمد بن حنبل أن يأجوج وماجوج مسلمونهم. A man asked Ahmad ibn Hanbal, are they Muslims? فقال له أحكمت العلم حتى تسأل عن ذا. Have you sought knowledge, that you're so proficient in knowledge that you're asking about these things? Yajuj Majuj, are they Muslims or not, and all these questions. أما الأصل الثالث ومثل سؤال أما لا يقع ومثله السؤال أما لا يقع أما لم يقع أو ما لا يحدث به كل واحد وإنما يخص به قوم دون قوم. Or asking about a question which did not occur, or which cannot be talked, everyone cannot talk about it, where somebody is specific. So he should not do naqam. Where some people can speak about it, but not others, particular to a certain people. Ammal aslu thalis, about questioning also. Third thing is فالانتباه إلى صلاحية حال الشيخ. صلاحية حال الشيخ لإجابة عن سؤالي فلا يسأله في حال تمنعه ككونه مهموما أو متفكرا أو ماشيا في طريق أو راقبا سيارته بل يتحين طيب نفسه. The third thing is he should not, the suitability and the time when you're asking the question. So you should not ask him when the shaykh circumstances are not good, when he's thinking, when he's when he's anxious and when he's walking, getting into the car. Rather, he waits until the Shaykh is ready and content to answer. قال قتادة رحمه الله سألت أبا الطفيل مسألة إن لكل مقام مقالة. For every situation, there's appropriate speech, he said. Right? He asked a question, he said, it needs appropriate speech. لكل مقام, for every place, there's a maqal. Now, that means you should ask him in the proper place. وسأل رجل من المبارك عن حديث وهو يمشي, and a man asked Ibn al-Mubarak about the hadith while he was walking. فقال ليس هذا من توقير العلم. This is not the way of respecting knowledge. You should ask somewhere beneficial, somewhere which is a good place. وكان عبد الرحمن ibn Abi Layla يكره أن يسأل وهو يمشي. Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Layla used to dislike while he was asked, while he was walking. أما الأصل الرابع, and the fourth thing which one should do that, فتيقظ السائل إلى كيفية السؤال. And the way of making questions also, he should be careful, should be aware. Like, how is he making بإخراجه في سورة حسنة متأدبة. He should form it in a good way, in a way which is respectful. فيقدم الدعاء للشيخ. He should say dua, supplication, and should honor him. ويبجله في خطابه. ولا تكون مخاطبته له كمخاطب أهل السوق وإخلاط الأعوام. It should not be like speaking to the people of the market or speaking to general people. جعفر ابن عثمان كنا عند يحيى بن معين فجاء رجل مستعجل. A man came who's we were with Yahya, a hastening man came. فقال يا أبا زكريا حدثني بشيء أذكرك به. فقال يحيى أذكرني أنك سألتني أن أحدثك فلم أفعل. A man came مستعجل and he said, narrate to me something that I can remember you by. So he said, okay, remember me by the fact that you asked me to narrate to you, and I did not do it, right? Because he did not do it in a proper way. وإذا تأملت السؤالات الواردة على أهل العلم يوم رأيت في كثير منها سلب التحفظ والسفساء في الأدب. فترى من يسأل متحكما أو يسأل محتقرا، يسألون عما لا يقع أو ما وقع ولا ينفع، ولا يتخيرون وقت الإيراد المناسب، ولا يتلطفون في عرض المطالب. فسؤالاتهم مفاتيح الفتن وأسباب المحن وويل لهم مما يصنعون. So if you see the one asking questions today, like they are doing in the abstent of restraint, there's no manners. He's say mutahakkiman, he's mocking something. He asked something which is of no benefit or which did not occur. or لا يتخرون وقت الإيراد المناسب, does not choose the correct time, he's not careful about presenting it, and the questions are keys of fitna. Woe to them from what they do. وما أحوج هؤلاء إلى مقالة زيد بن أسلم لما سأله رجل من شيء فقلت عليه فقال زيد اذهب فتعلم كيف تسأل ثم تعال فسأل. Zayd ibn Asal rahimahullah, he was asked, when a man asked him something, and فقلت عليه, and he asked in a humorous way, he mixed things. فقال زيد, he said, go and learn how to ask, then come and ask. وكم هم محتاجون اليوم إلى مثل مقالة زيد بن أسلم. And how many people are in great need to the speech of Zayd ibn Aslam, that they should learn how to ask a question first. So restraint in ordering, that means have proper manners in asking question. That is the 18th principle. 19th principle, having a passion for knowledge. It should be overpowering passion, and it being uppermost in your heart. You should have shaghaf for knowledge, the love, shaghaf, passion. So you should not be something, I'll do it whenever I have time, or you don't have any passion for it. No. فصدق الطلب له يوجب محبته وتعلق القلب به ولا ينال العبد درجة العلم حتى تكون لذته الكبرى فيه. Truthfulness in seeking knowledge, له يوجب محبته. It causes love to it, attaching the heart to it. ولا ينال العبد درجة العلم, he'll not attain the level of knowledge حتى تكون لذته الكبرى فيه. The greatest pleasure should be in it. قال ابن القيم في مفتاح دار السعادة رحمه الله, he said, ومن لم يغلب لذة إدراكه وشهوته على لذة جسمه وشهوة نفسه لم ينل درجة العلم أبدا. So you should have the ladha. Whoever does not allow the pleasure, it doesn't become overpowering, لذة إدراكه وشهوته, and his desire for it, for knowledge, على لذة جسمه وشهوة نفسه, over it should overcome the ladha of the body, resting and all that, or desires of the soul. He will not gain the darajat al-ilmi abada. He'll never gain the level of knowledge. So ladhatul ilm. إنما تنال لذة العلم بثلاثة أمور. The pleasure of knowledge reached pleasure of knowledge. ذكرها أبو عبد الله ابن القيم في كتابه السالف. In the previous book, يعني مفتاح دار السعادة, he says أحدها, 3 ways. بذل الوسع والجهد, giving your utmost effort. And the second thing, وثانيها صدق الطلب, truthfulness in seeking it. وثالثها صحة النية والإخلاص. You should have correct intention. صحة النية. ولا تتم هذه الأمور الثلاثة إلا مع دفع كل ما يشغل عن القلب. The things can only be achieved when he can repel whatever makes his heart busy. You should give your utmost effort. You should be truthful in your seeking, and you should have ikhlas also. The niyyah should be correct. ومن صبر هذه اللذة في أحوال السابقين من علماء الأمة رأى عجبا فلسان أحدهم. When you صبر, يعني when he examines this ladha of seeking knowledge from the scholar, you'll see wonderful things. Like somebody says, ما لذتي إلا رواية مسند قد قيدت بفصاحة الألفاظ ومجالس فيها تحل سكينة ومذاكرات معاشر الحفاظ. ما لذتي إلا رواية مسند. My pleasure is nothing but narrating a musnad. قد قيدت بفصاحة الألفاظ. It had been written with the great eloquent words. ومجالس فيها تحل سكينة, and majalis, gathering in which tranquility descends. مذاكرات معاشر الحفاظ, and accompanying those who memorize. Those who memorize. That is the ladha, the pleasure of knowledge. إن لذة العلم فوق لذة السلطان والحكم التي تتعلق إليها النفوس وتبذل لأجلها أموال وفيرة وتسفك دماء غزيرة. لذة العلم is above the people, above the pleasure of authority also. Above the pleasure of kings and all that. Even though a lot of wealth could be spent and all that for getting that. وكان فوقع في خاطري فبات أبو جعفر النسفي مهموما في ضيق البال. One time Abu Ja'far al-Nasabi went to sleep in a state of anxiety. وسوء الحال, in a bad state. وكثرة العيال, and a large family. He didn't have money and all that. فوقع في خاطره فرع من فروع مذهبه. And some issue came of his madhab, and وهو حنفي, and he was Hanafi. Abu Ja'far al-Nasafi. فعجب. There's a tafsir also, tafsir Nasafi. فعجب به. He liked it so much. He was amazed by it. فقام يرقص في داره. He started dancing in his home. Says ويقول أين الملوك وأبناء الملوك. أين الملوك وأبناء الملوك. Where are the kings and the children of kings? Like when you become happy, when you understand something, the ladha is something else. Something else of knowledge. Like we are reading this book, and it's a long video. If you're listening to me, I believe you're feeling that ladha. We want to keep going, reading and understanding and enjoying it. إذا خاض في the poet says إذا خاض في بحر التفكر خاطري على درة من معضلات المطالب حقرت الملوك الأرض في نيل ما حووا ونلت المنى بالكتب لا بالكتائب. He says, what if my mind embarks on the sea of thought? إذا خاض في بحر التفكر خاطري. خاطر يعني my thought. على درة من معضلات المطالب. I look down like upon a pearl from the mysteries that I seek answers to. على درة من معضلات المطالب. What I want to. حقرت ملوك الأرض في نيل ما حووا. I look down upon the kings of earth. What are these kings and all that? Of what they have attained. While وَنِلْتُ الْمُنَى, I have gained my desires. Muna yani my tamanna. My desires will be with books. لا بالكتائب, not through armies. كتائب يعني armies. ولهذا كانت الملوك تتوق إلى لذة العلم وتحس فقدها وتطلب تحصيلها. Even kings, they used to feel the ladha of knowledge, and they used to feel that they are lacking and seek to attain it. قيل لأبي جعفر, it was said to Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, الخليفة العباسي المشهور الذي كانت ممالكه تملأ الشرق والغرب. His kingdom was from the east and west. هل بقي من لذات الدنيا شيء لم تنله. Is there some pleasures of the world which you did not attain? فَقَالَ هُوَ مُسْتَوٍ عَلَى كُرْسِيِّهِ وَسَرِيرِ مُلْكِهِ, was sitting on his throne and seat of his kingdom. بقيت خصلة, something has remained. أَنَقُدَ عَلَى مِصْطَبَةٍ. Mistaba is, I sit on a seat. وحولي أصحاب الحديث, and around me is أصحاب الحديث أي طلاب العلم. فيقول المستملي, and the reciter says, the one seeking to write says, who wants to write mustamli, the dictator says, man dhakarta rahimakallah, who do you mention rahimakallah, yani fayaqul haddathana fulan. So he says haddathana, someone said qala haddathana, wa yasuq al ahadith al musnada, he brings the hadith which are musnada. So Abu Ja'far al-Mansur also is saying the best ladha is what? To sit among the ashabul hadith and hear the hadith. فنظر إلى شدة افتقار هذه الخليفة إلى ذات العلم طلبه تحصيلها وجوعته إليها. Look at the desperate nature of this Khalifa. Now the pleasure, he wants the لذة العلم وطلب تحصيله وجوعته إليها, and his hunger for it. جوعة. ومتى عمر القلب بلذة العلم سقطت لذات العادات وذهلت النفوس عنها. ذهلت النفس عنها. فالنضر بن شميل يقول لا يجد المرء لذة العلم حتى يجوع وينسى جوعه. Whenever the heart lives or built upon the لذة العلم, سقطت لذات العادات, the pleasures of normal things, they become light. وذهلت نفس عنها. فالنضر بن شميل says, nobody can gain knowledge. لا يجد المرء لذة العلم, the man will not gain the ladha of knowledge hatta yajua, until he feels hungry and he forgets his hunger. بل تستحيل الآلام لذة بهذا اللذة. Even pains become pleasures because of this ladha. ومحمد بن هارون الدمشقي says, لمحبرة تجالسني نهاري أحب إلي من أنس الصديق. لمحبرة, an inkwell that stays with me in my night, أحب إلي من أنس الصديق, it's better than a friend who is with me. ورزمة كغد في البيت عندي أحب إلي من عدل الدقيق. And a paper, at the end of the paper, رزمة كغد is in the house, is better than a measure of flour. أحب إلي الدقيق, like a lot of food is better than flour. ولطمة عالم في الخد مني ألذ لدي من شربي. And a blow to my cheek from a scholar, like a scholar speaks, and a blow to that is better than drinking from nectar. الشرب الرحيق. ولا تعجب فما هذه الأحوال إلا مس عشق العلم. This is the عشق of ilm, the passion of knowledge, love of knowledge. ابن القيم يقول في روضة المحبين وأما عشاق العلم فأعظم شغفا به وعشقا. He says, as for عشاق العلم, the greatest shagaf, the greatest love for it, for knowledge, له من كل عاشق بمعشوق, it is better, or it is more virtuous and greater than any infatuation and passion by any passionate person for his معشوقة, for anything. وكثير منهم لا يشغله عنه أجمل صورة من البشر. And the best face also, if a beautiful person also come, it does not detract from the knowledge from it. فأين هذا الشغف يا طلاب العلم ممن يتقدم حظه من عرسه على حظه من درسه. How can the passion be compared, O student of knowledge, to the one who puts the pleasure of his wife before the pleasure of his lesson? ويكون جلوسه إلى السمار, and his sitting is people chatting, and the shuyukh of stories in the moonlight. وشيوخ القمراء أحب إليهم من جلوس إلى العلماء. So where are the people who sit with the people who talk about stories and all that, and they don't want to sit with the scholars. وتقوى عزيمته للتنقل في الفلوات, and one who's determined to convey himself over vast swaths of land, but who does not have the determination to convey knowledge. ولا تقوى على السير في نقل المعلومات. He can go and just for roaming and just for tourism and all that to various places, no? But just for conveying knowledge, doesn't want to go. وَيَنْهَضُ نَشِيطًا لِقَنْسِ الطَّيْرِ. He لِقَنْسِ الطَّيْرِ وَيَرْقُدُ كَسْلًا صَيْدِ الْخَيْرِ. And he has full energy to hunt birds. And he's lazy for hunting knowledge, for fishing knowledge. فَمَا حَظُّ هَؤُلَاءِ كَثِيرُهُمْ. And there's no portion for them. and many of them. ما حظهم من تعظيم العلم وقلوبهم معصورة بمحبة غيره. There's nothing of these people in terms of revering knowledge, and they don't have any love of something else. They don't have any love of knowledge. So لذة العلم, the pleasure of knowledge. That was the 19th principle. شغف القلب بالعلم وغلبته عليه. The most, you should think only about knowledge all the time. The last principle is protecting time and seeking knowledge. Last one. Time. إذا كان العلم أشرف المطلوب إنه الأمور يطوى كجليد يذوب فعين العقل حفظ الوقت فيه والخوف من تقضيه بلا فائدة والسؤال عنه يوم القيامة يحملنا وإياك على المبالغة في رعايته. So when knowledge is the most noble thing, you should, and life is like Jalid, is like ice which is melting every day, time's going by. So you should preserve time. Ibn al-Jawzi في صيد خاطره, he says ينبغي للإنسان أن يعرف شرف زمانه وقدر وقته فلا يضيع منه لحظة من غير قربة. You should not waste any time. وقدم فيه الأفضل فالأفضل من القول والعمل. He should choose the best. He should choose the best in his action. He should take care of his time. He should know the time. ومن هنا عظمت رعاية العلماء للوقت حتى قال محمد بن عبد الباقي البزار ما ضيعت ساعة من عمري في لهو أو لعب. So the scholars also used to give a lot of importance to preserving time. And Abdul Baqi al-Bazzar said, ما ضيعت ساعة, I did not waste an hour of my life in amusement or playing. وقال أبو الوفاء بن عقيل الذي صنف كتاب الفنون, and he had written in 800 مجلد, 80 volumes, إني لا يحل لي أن أضيع ساعة من عمري. It's not allowed for me that I waste 1 hour of my time. وبلغت بهم الحالة أن يقرأ عليهم حال الأكل. فلقد كان أحمد بن سليمان البلقاسي المتوفى عن 28 سنة يقرأ القراءات في حال أكله خوفا من ضياع وقته من غيره, فكان أصحابه يقرؤون عليه ويتناولوا مأكله ومشربه. And the scholars used to ask them to be recited, that when they were eating, like Ahmad ibn Sulaiman al-Baqasi, who died at the age of 28. 28. He died very early. متوفى في 8. يقرأ القراءات في حال أكله. He used to have different recitations read to him because there was so little time. So it was recited because anyways he passed away. Subhanallah. Now he بل كان يقرأ عليهم وهم في دار الخلاء. Even in the washroom they used to go. And فكان ابن تيمية الجد, he إذا دخل الخلاء لقضاء حاجته, even if he used to go to the washroom, he used to say to around him, اقرأ في هذا الكتاب, read from this book, وارفع صوتك, and raise your voice, so that he should not waste time. Subhanallah. He used to take care so much of time. وتجلت هذه الرعاية للوقت إن القوم رحمه الله في معالم عدة لم تبلغ الحضارات الإنسانية قاطبة. The attention to protecting time had become clear when they reached such milestones as human civilization altogether has never reached, because they were taking care. They achieved a lot. Minha kathratu durusihim, and from it is there a lot of durus, the lessons. فقد كان النبي يقرأ كل يوم 12 درسا على مشايخه. Imam Nawawi, he used to, rahimahullah, he used to recite or read 20 lessons on his shuyukh. والشوكاني صاحب نيل الأوطار تبلغ دروسه في اليوم والليلة 13 درسا. And Imam Shawkani rahimahullah, he used to study 13 periods in a day. منها ما يأخذه من مشايخه ومنها ما يأخذه عن تلامذته. And some from his students, some lessons he took from his teachers, and some his students used to take from him. وأتبع محمود العلوسي صاحب التفسير عليهم جميعا فقد كان يدرس في اليوم 24 درسا. Mahmoud Alusi, who has a tafsir Alusi also, he used to take 24 lessons in a day. ولما اشتغل بالتفسير والإفتاء نقصت إلى 13 درسا. But when he became busy in writing his tafsir and other works, he used to take 13 periods in a day. ثم رأيت في ترجمة محمد بن أبي بكر بن الجماعة أن دروسه تبلغ في اليوم والليلة نحو 50 درسا. And I found in the biography of Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, he used to take 50 lessons. وَمِنْهَا كَثْرَةُ, so they used to take a lot of lessons also. And كَثْرَةُ مدروساتهم. They used to read a lot also. وقد درس ابن تبان المدونة نحو 1000 مرة. ابن تبان he read مدونة 1000 times. وربما وجد في بعض كتب عباس بن الفارسي بخطه درسته 1000 مرة. I've studied it 1000 times. وكرر غالب بن عبد الرحمن المعروف بن عطية والي صاحب التفسير المشهور صحيح البخاري 700 مرة. عبد الرحمن المعروف بن عطية. ابن عطية also read صحيح البخاري 700 times. ومنها كثرة مكتوباتهم. They used to write a lot also. فأحمد بن عبد الدائم المقدسي أحد شيوخ العالم من الحنابلة كتب بيده 2000 مجلدا. He wrote 2000 volumes. Right? So وقع مثله لابن الجوزي also. ابن الجوزي also wrote 2000, so a lot. ومنها كثرة مقروءاتهم, their recitation, reciting also of ابن الجوزي طال وهو بعد الطالب 20,000 مجلد. Their reading also was a lot. Ibn al-Jawzi read while as a student 20,000 volumes. ومنها كثرة شيوخهم, they used to have a lot of shuyukh also, the teachers also. فالذين جاوز عدد شيوخهم على 1000 كثير في هذه الأمة. The shuyukh which reached more than 1,000, there were many. وعجب ما ذكر أن أبا سعيد السمعاني بلغ عدد شيوخه 7,000 شيخ. السمعاني رحمه الله he had 7,000 شيوخ. قال ابن النجار في ذيل التاريخ بغداد وهذا شيء لم يبلغه أحد. Ibn Najjar said that nobody has reached this ever. ومنها كثرة مسموعاتهم ومقروءاتهم على شيوخهم من التساني في المطولة والأجزاء الصغيرة. They used to recite among the vast amounts that they heard and read from the shuyukh. فقد تعد بالآلاف المؤلفة. It could be thousands in works. آلاف المؤلفة, thousands of volumes. كما وقال ابن السمعاني المذكور صاحب ابن عساكر في جماعة آخرين, like Sam'ani and Ibn Asakir and others. ومنها كثرة مصنفاتهم, the vast amounts of their مصنفات also, their volumes that they authored. حتى عدت 1000 مصنف لجماعة من علماء هذه الأمة. Thousands of works has been written. منه عبد الملك بن حبيب عالم الأندلس. عبد الملك بن حبيب and عبد الفرج ابن الجوزي. أبو الفرج ابن الجوزي also wrote a lot. فاحفظ أيها الطالب وقتك ولقد أبلغ الوزير الصالح ابن هبيرة في نصحك بقوله. And indeed he has said it eloquently, Ibn Hubayra, when he said والوقت أنفس ما عنيت بحفظه. Time is most precious of that which you guard. وأراه أسهل ما عليك يضيع. And I see as it is the easiest thing which will be lost. It is the easiest thing which can be lost, which is the time, which is the time which one should take care of. So last, alhamdulillah, we've reached the end of the book, Al-Khatimah. Maybe you should change this. Al-Khatimah. The Shaykh says, إلى هنا بلغ القول التمام وحسن قطع الكلام بالختام. فيا شداة العلم وطلابه ويا قساد الفقه وأربابه امتثلوا معاقد التعظيم وأنتم تقبلون على مقاعد التعليم تجدوا نفعه وتحمدوا عاقبته. وإياكم والتهاون بها والعزوف عنها فإنها مفتاح العلم ومرقاة الفهم وبها تجمع العلوم وتؤصل وبها تيسر الفنون وتحصل. He says, this is my speech has come to the conclusion and it is time to cut off my speech now. فيا شداة العلم وطلاب, oh you has taken portion, ويا قصاد الفقه, who seeks understanding. امتثلوا معاقد التعظيم. Implement these, apply these principles. Because you're going and devoting to the sittings of knowledge, you will benefit only if you are, have these principles. فإنها مفتاح العلم مرقاة الفهم, because these are the knowledge which is the keys of knowledge and the steps for understanding, so that you can have asl, ta'sil also, because this is where you can understand. Knowledge is gathered and established. فشمروا من ساعد الجد ولا تشغلوا بميعة الجد. واحفظوا رحمك الله قول ابن عبد الله ابن القيم طالب النفوذ إلى الله والدار الآخرة بل إلى كل علم وصناعة ورياسة بحيث يكون رأسا في ذلك المقتدى به فيه يحتاج أن يكون شجاعا مقداما حاكما على وهمه غير مقهور تحت سلطان تخيله زاهدا في كل ما سوى مطلوبه عاشقا لما توجه إليه عارفا بطريق الوصول إليه والطرق قواطع عنه مقدام الهمة ثابت الجهل لا يثنيه عن مطلوبه لومة لائم ولا عذل كثير السكون دائم الفكر غير مائل مع لذة المدح ولا ألم الذم قائما بما يحتاج إليه من أسباب معونته لا تستفزه المعارضة شعاره الصبر وراحة التعب محبا مكارم الأخلاق حافظا لوقته لا يخالط الناس إلا على حذر كالطائر الذي يلتقط الحب بينهم قائما على نفسه بالرغبة والرهبة طاعما في نتائج الاختصاص إلى بين جنس غير موصل شيئا من حواسه عبثا ولا مسريا خواطره في مراتب الكون والملاك ذلك حج العوائد وقتل العلائق الحائلة بينك وبين المطلوب انتهى كلامه فما أجمل ذكرى وتبصرة. So he says, Ibn al-Qayyim, طالب النفوذ, the one who's seeking to go through to Allah and the hereafter. إلى الله والدار الآخرة بل إلى كل علم وصناعة ورئاسة, but for every knowledge and craft so that he becomes a leader in that. رأسا ومقتدا به فيه يحتاج أن يكون شجاعا مقدام. He should be brave and valiant, one who is control of his ideas, not subjugated to his whims, abstaining from everything besides his objective. He should be passionate, he should be having high aspirations, and he should not blame and criticize. He should stay away from so many things, from turuq al-qawati, which paths which cut off him, which divert him from his goal. He should not be inclined to the people who praise him. لا يثنيه من مطلوب لومة لائم. Some people who he should not be hurt by criticism. ولا عادل. He should not be fulfilling what is needed from the causes which bring about aid. كثير السكون دائم الفكر. He should have a lot of sukun. He should be patient, but always thinking about him something. غير مائل مع لذة المدح. He should not be turning all these things. محبا للمكارم الأخلاق. He should have good character. حافظا لوقته. He should be guarding his time. لا يخالط الناس. He does not mix with people except with caution. كالطائر الذي يلتقط الحب بينهم, like a bird who snatches a seed from among them. Maintaining. Because if you mix with people, and all that, they will waste your time and they can harm you also. So he should not allow his mind to wander, and he should focus. Objective. وبين المطلوب الحائلة, because this requires difficult words and all that. Allahumma yassir lana. This is a dua which he does. Allahumma yassir lana تعظيم العلم له وجعلنا ممن سعى له كذلك فناله. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا ونعوذ بك من علم لا ينفع. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وعملا. اللهم اقسم لنا من خشيتك ما تحول بيننا وبين معاصيك ومن طاعتك ما تبلغنا به جنتك ومن اليقين ما تهون به علينا مصائب الدنيا. اللهم متعنا واسماعنا وابصارنا وقوتنا وبدن ما أحييتنا واجعله الوارث منا. اللهم لا تجعل الدنيا أكبر همنا ولا مبلغ علمنا ولا إلى النار مصيرنا ولا تسلط علينا من لا يخافك فينا ولا يرحمنا. This is a dua which is from the Sunnah. Allah give us يسر لنا تعظيم العلم. May Allah make it easy for us to revere knowledge. إجلاله وجعلنا ممن سعى له كذلك فناله. Who make us from those who strive towards it. Allahumma inna nas'aluka, and he gets it. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a. Oh Allah, we ask you beneficial knowledge. Na'udhu bika min ilmin la yanfa, and we seek refuge from the knowledge which does not benefit. Allahumma allimna ma yanfa'una. Oh Allah, benefit us what, or teach us what benefits us. Wanfa'na bima 'allamtana, make us benefit from what you taught us. Wazidna ilman wa 'amala, and increase us in knowledge and amal. Allahumma aqsim lana min khashyat ma tahulu bihi baynana wa bayna ma'asiyatik. Oh Allah, divide, give us even a fear which will come between us and sinning. وَمِن طَاعَتِكَ مَا تُبَلِّغُنَا بِهِ جَنَّتَكَ, and give us so much ta'ah, so much obedience that will make us reach us to Jannah. وَمِنَ الْيَقِينِ, give us certainty which will make us easy for us the calamities that we face in this world. Allahumma matti'na bi-isma'ina wa absarina. Oh Allah, let us enjoy with our sight and hearing and strength for as long as we live, and make them like the inheritors from us. وَجَعَلُهُ الْوَارِثَ مِنَّا. اللهم لا تجعل الدنيا أكبر همنا, and do not make this world our greatest concern. ولا مبلغ علمنا, and the sum of our knowledge. ولا إلى النار مصيرنا, and do not make a fire our destination. ولا تسلط علينا من لا يخافك فينا ولا يرحمنا, and do not put over us an authority who do not fear us, who does not fear you and does not have mercy upon us. So with this, alhamdulillah, we have finished. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive all of our mistakes. And if there are any mistakes in this, it is from me and shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger free from those. وأقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ولسائر المسلمين سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. I ask for forgiveness for any mistakes which I have done. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive us, or for anything which I have said which is not correct. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all our mistakes. Inshallah, I hope, inshallah, this, if you watch till here, inshallah, I hope it was beneficial, inshallah ta'ala. This book should be read again and again, and you should benefit from it. I've tried to go, I've gone a little fast maybe at the end, inshallah, but there are a lot of new words, and you should try to read it again and again. Anytime you feel you're tired of seeking knowledge, you should read this book, inshallah ta'ala. Inshallah, see you, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us in seeking knowledge all the time, inshallah ta'ala, till our death. See you, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.